We do have remaining.
All right, we are recording. Welcome to day 2 of the interim. There's Bernie, the mascot of the Colorado Avalanche, another local team. As always, the session is being recorded. Let's see if I can have the slides. This is the note. Well, do we have anyone?
We're muted.
Oh, jeez. Okay. This is the note. Well,
Repeats the record just part.
yeah, this meeting is being recorded, which is what I said a minute ago, but I was muted. This is the IETF note. Well, I think everyone was here yesterday, but this covers the intellectual property implications of you being here, as well as discuss the code of conduct if you're unfamiliar with this. I'm sure you all read this yesterday if you're unfamiliar with it, but if you didn't, it would be a good time to do so. All right, running through the logistics briefly again. If you've not done so already, go to the notes, which are linked to in the Slack and hopefully in the Zulip, and sign the blue sheets, adding your name and affiliation. If you are here in person, just raise your hand to enter the queue. Those of you who are remote, use the raise hand tool in Google Meet, and I think we were fairly successful in managing that combined queue yesterday, so we're going to keep doing that. If you have technical chat because you don't want to stuff up the queue, please use Zulip for that. If you must use Google Meet chat, please use it for sort of meeting logistic stuff like we can't hear you and things like and so on. We're gonna have all the actual technical discussion in Zulip because that's archived and everyone has access to it, whereas not everyone has access to Google Meet chat. Does anyone have any questions about meeting logistics? There again, bathrooms are right outside the security door here. We can get you in and out as needed. There are no water glasses by the water fountain back there right now, but I will get some at the next break, and we will have refreshment runs at a couple different occasions today. Mike English has already agreed to scribe. Thank you, Mike. Yep. This is the recently bashed agenda for today. We're gonna the big change, the main changes, well, a couple changes. We're gonna have Gwendol give us a quick rundown of what happened in the after party about Switch yesterday. I've broken out the joining effects discussion into the 3 people that have proposals. And let's see, we're gonna talk a little bit about working group logistics, have lunch, and then we're gonna hand it to the editors basically for the rest of the day. And if we have parking lot time, we can use that as well. But the editors basically get the afternoon. And you see, we actually have a break in the morning this time, so you're welcome. Would anyone like to bash this agenda?
I think glide path to working group last call seems like a great thing, but too short a time.
Okay.
Happy to sacrifice editor's time for
that.
Well, that's maybe a little thinner than you realize. If that turns into a Rishvana discussion, I think we could cut it when there's obviously a ton of parking lot time. We can complete that discussion after lunch.
Sounds good.
If we can have the discussion of the next hybrid interim kind of jump the queue, we can kind of lock that in with the London office folks next.
Okay.
Like,
all right. Let's immediately jump right into the next interim. Well, like Ian's not here, but
or we can wait.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Probably will have to confirm with them.
Let's as soon as Ian walks in the door, because obviously he's an editor, he's a key attendee. We'll insert that into the agenda. So let's go ahead and
Obviously he's not a key attendee.
He's non-attendee.
Are you saying he's like a key attend? Like,
but he does have weekend childcare constraints that tend to shape like the exact day we meet. So I would like him to be present for that if we possibly can. So let's let Gwendol talk about Switch now for 10 minutes, and we'll insert that as soon as we can in the agenda.
Good. So I do have slides which are really non-neutral, a bit troll. I want to, and I was.
Can you speak a bit louder?
Yeah. Let me share the stuff first. That should be this one. I'll start this first. So yeah, it is a bit biased, to not say really biased. I just wanted to share that while we were discussing yesterday this client side, this guy Romain Boucaud, who is a lead developer of GPAC, which is the most implemented CMAF packager of the world, say this, that MOQ progresses in adversarial conditions. So this is something we hear all the time, and this guy is a well-established known voice in the community of live streaming. Okay, this is what we hear all the time. So what I would like to add is that MOQ v1 must have client-side switch. If we don't have client-side switch, it would be a no-go for the streaming industry. I mean, I just want to repeat that again, because yesterday we were saying server-side switch is something that could be a differentiator to HLS and Dash. But if we don't have client-side switch, it would be like a no-go for anyone in the industry.
To clarify, you just mean you don't mean the proposal as written, but
No,
this
sure.
feature as a concept.
Capability of a client.
Capability of client-side switch
Robustly switching.
mandatory. Okay, and so what you said just while we were privately talking, we will spend 2 hours in joining fetch. This for this interim, we had only 30 minutes, and it is the third time we present it. Okay. So we had some objections yesterday during the talk. The first one is, oh, we can do it. We can do the same with 5 or 6 well-synchronized messages. Okay, I mean, this is true. I'm super happy for these guys. And you can continue doing this, okay? But don't force the world to do the same, right? I mean, we need to have something simple to switch client side. Okay. The second objection we had was, well, to switch down, I have a better algorithm, which is something which I would need to see. People are smarter than us, that's fine, okay? But we just want to have a simple switch, okay? We just want to have an average guy doing an average switch. Okay. What we did is in the switch implementation is that we put in the PR a text which is very open to multiple kind of implementations. If you don't want to implement switch, you just send request error and we are fine. If you don't want to use switch, it's fine as well. If your relay has no cache, if you don't want fancy queuing implementation, if you don't want to do fancy stuff, fine. You just subscribe upstream, you wait to have the 2 tracks together and you transition. So this is really something, there is no need to extra complication. The text open a lot of opportunities to do such kind of things. If you want to enable more aggressive and faster switch, the message doesn't preclude any implementation. If you want to be more aggressive, if you want to go back in the past to flash what is in the wire, if you want to do this kind of stuff, this is possible as well. Okay, so just read the fabulous PR. Okay, read the fabulous PR and land it in graph 17 if there is stuff. But we cannot have MOQ v1 without something like this. I mean, we want to have, we provided evidences for all the stuff. We provided implementation of the stuff. We presented 3 times and we received the same remarks, which are non-making any progress for this. This is adversarial conditions, as far as we can see it. This is a to the point summary.
All right. So, well, I mean, this is another pitch for switch, which is fine. I mean, you've listed 2 objections, which I guess people articulated yesterday.
Yeah.
Are the people who made those objections satisfied with your responses?
I don't believe that summarizes anything from yesterday.
Yeah, but we need to make progresses.
But that's
we need to make progress.
That's not what that's not what we were gonna. It's not what the charter was for this discussion. Okay. Can somebody summarize what happened yesterday?
My impression was we worked through a number of scenarios. I trying to understand could you do it without switch? I don't know. And I feel like, or maybe Mo correct me, but it seemed like for
No, I think we started with forget switch and
Right.
messages. What do you want object wise?
Yeah, what is the, what is the
Object behavior.
optimal,
We talked through what's the optimal behavior.
what's the optimal wire?
There's, under different conditions, whether the relay is ahead or behind of the client, and the delay the relay has in retrieving content relative to the client, and also in how far away the client is from the relay, because the client has to ask the relay for a current state. And if that state is, the RTT is greater than the group progression, it has an outdated view of the actual true state on the relay. So we looked at those, we developed some diagrams, which I have. And then, as Alan said, we walked through different scenarios and we said, how can we use our existing APIs to satisfy these scenarios? And I believe for several of them, if the client knows that the relay's ahead, it can take the appropriate actions. But there was a scenario which I still have up on my screen where the client cannot know if the relay's ahead, and it has a risk that it has objects on the wire at the same time. And I think the risk is the client not knowing the state and being an RTT away from it, and the state can change. Under all scenarios, it cannot reliably know that, and it can either wait for data or it can have parallel objects on the wire. And that was where the discussion finished, right? So the proposal, which I still believe, is that switch because it's running on the relay, can understand the scenarios under which the client would have to make different behaviors, and it can thus implement them robustly. And nothing in that implementation of switch, as Gwendole's slides pointed out, nothing stops you from using the client existing APIs. And in fact, for the more exotic edge cases of switching, where you do want to, you can flush your buffer early, then the client can continue to do that. And we also spoke about an updated a mechanism for the client to discover what's happening in the relay in real time, which I think is actually an indication that if you need that info with the client to make a robust switch, it might be a good idea to do that atomic behavior on the relay where the information.
Okay, all right.
That's my summary of it.
Thank you for the summary. I want to structure it this way. Is there anyone like to articulate like a fundamental problem? Like, let's not knit the PR to death. I'd like to articulate a fundamental objection to the switch mechanism at this time that they're not been satisfied by yesterday's discussion.
Okay, I don't know that it's a strong objection, but I think my bar is similar to the bar when we originally added joining fetch, which is like, is the algorithm simple enough that like we shouldn't be arguing about doing it or not doing it, because it's just, if you're writing a relay, you just put the algorithm in, it's easy to implement, and we're past this, and we've made people happy, and it's a tool in the toolbox. And I think I need to think through, at least from my perspective, I need to think through it a little bit more, and there may be some refinements on the algorithm itself.
Okay.
That I would like before we go completely forward.
And the algorithm was presented.
It was yesterday, and
Yeah.
it just needs more.
Wait, Colin, fundamental objections?
Actually raising one that Luke brought up that I think I agree with. It is, and I'm not, this could be worked into switch, but I think it probably needs to be worked into it, was around if you have a high bit rate stream and you're switching down, the high bit rate stream, there's many cases where it needs to stop now. You can't keep receiving it the way switch does. So that might be an option to switch or something. I'm not saying switch can't solve that problem. I'm saying there's a bunch more work to sort of work through to make it hit the use cases.
So can I answer that?
Yes.
So you're truly right. If you know you've started a high bitrate stream and your buffer is going to empty before you do it, you would not use switch to switch, because switch is going to switch you at the next boundary. That's its goal. And for the majority of edge cases. So in that case, the client should not use switch because it's not the use case of switch, and it should basically have a discontinuous behavior for its user, and it should immediately drop down to the lowest.
That's fair, but it cuts against the simple mechanism at this point, right? Like, it's no longer looking as simple for me as a client implementer. When in this case, I'd use this method. And it's sort of like, if we're going to make something simple, let's make something simple, right?
Luke?
So, I mean, we could have a flag to indicate that it is possible, but it opens a more complicated algorithm to do.
Luke?
Yeah, I want to quickly apologize to Gwendol that I got a little frustrated yesterday. It's just kind of hard being remote, and I raised my voice a little bit. I think it was very productive going over the scenarios and trying to figure out what the ideal behavior is, and then figure out how switch's pseudocode could accomplish that. And then I think we didn't give enough time to what subscribe plus joining fetches pseudocode can also achieve it. Because I think there's a single message you would always send that would always work. And I think we also need a chance to like articulate how to replace switch with the current MOQ. I think switch works great for switching up, like you said, but switching down, I think actually subscribe and joining fetch works better.
Victor?
I think so. There are like two ways you can look at this. There are features that have like really simple behavior, and there are like some features where we allow implementations to deal some complexity. And like example of the later feature is server-side ABR. We'll understand that we will not write down like 100% server-side ABR algorithm. And I think it's fine for Switch if we start by simplifying the trivial implementation and then say that the implementations can do whatever they find necessary to improve the behavior, as long as we understand that like the expected outcome is you will get objects you want on time.
Holly?
So I think Colin has a good point, and one of the things that we tried, but it's not available in this demo yet. It's if the switch request comes in just right after the beginning of the current group, right? The relay actually can say, hey, look, it's going to take a while before the next boundary, so let me just cancel this request and then go with the previous previous group to switch. So that's one of the things we are looking into. So, but if you are so close to the next group boundary, then switch works still just fine for downshifting. So, I agree with Luke, upshifting is great, but even it works great if you are close to the next group boundary, downshifting works very well as well.
As a clarification question, can we clearly say switch up and switch down, or is it automatically expected to be figured out by relay?
Actually, the relay doesn't know that, right?
No, the bit rate.
Client knows that, right?
Knows that, yeah.
Client, you can, if you think there's a behavioral difference, you can add a flag to switch.
Yeah.
Say, do this. Like it would be trivial to add a time delta to switch to say, if you can't switch within this time, then just give me the preceding frame. Like this is my emergency condition.
Okay.
And if you don't send that, it just doesn't normally.
Yeah, we can add a verbiage about that, Colin.
You can have a flag, and since it's given by the client admit that he would like flash the memory of the current group, and that would be fine.
The important thing that came out of discussion yesterday for me was that there was confusion about how our priorities work or don't work, or are useful or not useful. And there was hope that switch just obviates that. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized, no, the priorities still have to be figured out whether or not you're using switch or these other mechanisms. So that's one thing I'd like to really make sure that everybody's addressing, is that what is the guidance for clients when they're doing transitions, whether using switch or whether using current messages? What is the guidance for how to do priorities? And does our priority mechanism work for those cases, factoring both the subscriber and publisher priorities into account? And I don't think people had a good view of that yesterday. I heard some things that I was like, no, that's not, that there's no way that's how things should work.
Okay. So go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I mean, we did discuss I think when you say we don't know how they should work, I would contest that. We have media that has to arrive in decode order, and we want to prioritize the stuff we need first, and then the stuff we need second, stuff we need third. I think that's clear. And I think priorities, if applied, would do that. The question is,
There's a lot of confusion about whether or not the blue stuff on the wire and still in queues, what relative priorities would it have against the new green stuff that you're switching to?
So the meta point is we ran out of time for this, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
These are not solvable problems. It's just they need.
I don't think that's a switch problem. I think that's just a general thing that for any solution, switching from a track to another track, regardless of the mechanism, that priority has to be discussed. And
let's not ask the switch proposal to solve all priority problems. That's
it should implement priority
that's
part of its switch.
That's a bigger issue than what this is. Okay, so I'm not a switch. I'm not frankly in the weeds on this, but I heard two basic complaints. One is that maybe the algorithm is too complex or hard to write down. And the second one is that
That's not quite what I said, but
well, not just you, but okay. I mean, all right.
Yeah, I don't think that's
maybe that I was just like maybe I think we needed. I would just like I think it needs more, maybe some more time or more review.
Okay,
Before I'm willing to say that I'm like it's good.
fair enough. I heard some other people maybe with some complexity concerns. I would characterize like maybe Victor a little bit.
I think it depends like on how we frame it. It can be, yeah.
Okay.
I think those can be dealt.
And secondly, some people were concerned that for some use cases this was an inferior thing. And my question to the two proponents is, do you think you can resolve that with PRs?
So we already have a PR.
I'm sorry, edits to the PR.
If the objection is clear, I think things like, do you want to go back or not?
Yeah.
Those are flags, and I think they can accommodate that.
Okay. Well, I think we have a path forward. I would ask that the people who were energized enough to spend an hour arguing about this engage in the PR asynchronously so we can move this forward. If you guys make the changes that I think we all agreed were suitable to make, and you're not getting engagement, then we will give you time in a hybrid call. I'm sorry, a virtual call to like, we're gonna sit here and like force it. The meetings will continue to morale improve so we can land this sucker. I don't hear any.
This is a good question. Just would you like us to open issues on Switch just so you have a list of things that were raised and things? Is that useful? You're good with that?
That's fine.
We have an
Easier to track it than inline comments. I don't know.
I like inline comments because they say.
Well, these are things that are just like, I'm talking about things that are fundamentally like the idea that we should have a flag to switch up and down. Like that's easier to discuss what it means and how the algorithms work, but probably an issue then.
We also talked yesterday about like, does it need to work on already open subscriptions, or do we want this sort of like subscribe behavior that's happening in its relationship to the implicit joining fetch? Like, I don't know. Those are other.
Yeah, I mean,
I also want to offer it. I know our meeting is at 5 o'clock today, but if there's people who are here in the room and we have a whiteboard, I'd happily spend an hour or more.
I'll be gone, but I can't speak for my fellow Googlers. But if people want to hang around after,
It would be nice
Victor, I'm looking at you.
to whiteboard it.
Well, let's see. Are you around on Wednesday?
I leave tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm available after at 5.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you can have the room until they get tired.
Yesterday my brain didn't work, so I was useless to you.
You don't have to. You just have to physically be here, Ian. You don't have to.
Oh, I thought I was going to actually listen.
You're welcome to listen, but that's
fine.
strictly
No, I can do
optional.
that. Yeah.
I didn't listen to that yesterday.
P2 requirement.
Okay, excellent. So what I'm hearing is like, I mean, modulo like tweaks to the PR. No one is going to have a serious problem with the switch thing going into the draft, which is good because I think when proponents say I got to have this,
No, I'm not there yet at all. But I think we need to refine the PR before we can really make that type of decision. 100% agree with the statement that we have to have a good server-side switching mechanism for this draft.
You mean client side?
Sorry, client side. Yeah, client side. And server side. But we have to have a client side. 100% agree with that. Okay. But that does not necessarily mean this is the right solution. Right? Like that, we just got to get. And I'm happy to work on getting this solution to the right solution.
do you have an alternate proposal?
I think this one, I think it's better to improve this one versus doing an
Okay.
alternative proposal. But yes, I do have an alternative proposal, which is what's in there today, and you write an API to make it work. But I'm working on making this one better than that. Okay.
Excellent. Okay.
I buy into the simple thing.
Yeah.
And I think that when people ask about why this was somewhat confrontational in many of the conversations we've had about it, it's because the statement, what we have today is too complicated from the client side to be easy to use, is a very different statement than it's impossible to do this in the protocol today.
Yep.
Right. And that's where the confrontation comes from, right? That's
Yeah, I appreciate your willingness to engage with this proposal constructively. If like, you know,
I think we'll land this. I think
Yeah.
we'll get there. But I'm just like, it's far from a complete proposal.
if we get wedged 2-3 weeks from now where like, you know, you can't accept this call, and then we can open this up and maybe have a bake off or something on a call. But all right, so I think we have path forward. Is everyone fine with the path forward? Okay, I think it was worth the additional agenda time to talk this through. Thank you, everyone who hung around yesterday afternoon to argue about this. All right, we're like the agenda is kind of going a little sideways. That's fine. Let's talk about the interim. We've already agreed that the week of June 8 to 12 will be the week of our interim. We've all been asked to reserve that week on your calendars already in several different channels. I've asked you to do that. We've also agreed it's going to be in Europe somewhere. Mike has been looking into getting Cloudflare's London office, which is right in Westminster, basically. So obviously very convenient for many people. Do you want to talk, or do you want me to summarize what you told me?
I can talk. Basically it sounds like we could get the space for there's an event that's taking place on Wednesday that limits our access to the larger space. But we can do some combination of days around that, and we have access to a smaller room. So if we do maybe interop hackathon on Wednesday and other days, then we can make that work.
How small is smaller?
I think it could probably accommodate like 15, maybe 20 people.
I mean, that tends to be,
Which might be about right.
it comes anyway.
It's a little tight for a session. So there's multiple. Let me use the whiteboard. I'm sorry, people online. So like, I think there's a couple of ways to do this. What is Tuesday session? Wednesday interrupt, and this is weird. Thursday session. Okay, which is bad for people.
On your camera, would the people online be able to see? What? Sorry.
Oh, show.
Oh, so you use your camera to.
My camera, I was like, am I in the way? Okay, sure.
Do you want me to do it because you're writing slides?
Yeah, that's, I should be writing slides. I'm trying to figure out what slides I'm writing now.
Tuesday, Wednesday?
The week of June 8th.
The week of June.
June.
12.
Interim after.
I'm doing it from memory. It is 8 to 12, right? I'm not lying here.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Martin, is this interim happening in Europe?
Yes.
We're talking about London.
Talk about London. We're trying to make a London location work. Does anyone like hate the idea of meeting in London before we? Yes.
Because hotels are $400 a night.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most expensive places to go in Europe.
Summer.
I don't know, for people who have great travel budgets, that's an issue, but for some people, you can go to Paris or Madrid or anywhere else or Prague for $200 a night.
The only concern for me is that if we decide that I should apply visa at least a month and a half before. It takes almost 40 days to get visas.
This is June, so
Okay.
there's plenty of time.
Just a question on the dates. I just want to confirm that the 10th and the 11th, like the 8th and the 9th will be interop and the 10th and the 11th will be standards, right? Because this makes a difference to me where this lands in the
Well,
week.
okay, well, so 8 to 12, then this is 9, 10, 11, right? So another way to make this work would be 10 Wednesday is interop. 11 Thursday is session. And 12 Friday is session. And then I think the only other logical thing to do here,
Monday, Tuesday.
8 Monday session. 9 Tuesday session. And Wednesday interop.
If you step a little bit to the side, then people online might be able to see it from my camera.
Martin,
Yes.
so the week after, we are some of us are gonna be in Berlin for Media
Okay.
Web Symposium. So if you're gonna go for London, then I definitely prefer the option number 2.
Okay.
Right? So it's less travel time for us.
Or move to Berlin?
Huh?
Or having Berlin?
Moved
Or shifted to the week later in Berlin.
That's
We're not moving a week.
I mean, Ian, do you know if is it your Monday or your Friday that'll be pinched that week?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, so that's a vote for 2. Would anyone like to propose an alternate venue that week?
Yeah, Akamai also has an office in London with a large room, so we can do.
Okay.
What about a non-London location?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll open this up to other
So,
cities. Alice?
Or
Yeah,
Manchester.
Istanbul.
Okay.
What? That's not easy to get to. Manchester? I don't know. I want a place with a direct flight from Boston. That's all we care about. Istanbul qualifies.
Yeah.
I mean, the extra flights way outweigh the hotel costs for me.
Yes.
So.
I can offer Stockholm too again.
What, Magnus?
I can offer
Oh,
Stockholm.
yes.
No, Stockholm's bad.
I don't like Stockholm.
There's no direct flights.
It's really hard to get to. Yeah.
It's actually really annoying to get to. I do Dublin again, though. That's easy.
Who's proposing Dublin?
Me?
Are you gonna get the Google office there?
No, maybe.
I don't want to host again, man.
That's fine.
It's done.
If it turns out to be Dublin and the Google office is the best option, yes, I will get the Google office. Apparently, it's large. It's a perfectly easy city for me to fly to. That's fine.
Yeah, but the work of hosting is.
I know. I've done it. Yeah, I mean, I've organized things before. It's pain.
You do Google Paris in that case?
Yeah.
Probably. Sure.
Hub.
And Akamai can offer Paris or Munich
We can do that.
as
Fine.
large offices.
All right.
Cheap
Okay.
flights.
Cloudflare can also offer Lisbon that same week.
Yeah. Lisbon's cool.
Oh, that's not bad. That's
Not
fine.
direct flights for me.
That's direct flight.
There is direct flight from San Francisco.
Yeah.
All right. So London, Istanbul, Chista, Dublin, Lisbon. Okay.
Lisbon.
All right.
There's
It's
football.
getting to be a complicated
I know.
discussion now. All right, too many choices. Damn it.
Now we're playing
I'll have venues.
Rod.
Okay. Okay, as an individual, okay, so I think Will has made a case for not London.
But
Other people have made a case for.
okay, but I mean, I think we should actually check hotel prices. Like
Yeah, they very
those cities are expensive hotels. That'd be the exception.
depends on the time of year a lot.
Oh,
I've gotten
Not Istanbul or Lisbon.
I paid a ton,
Well,
so like,
Lisbon-
but June's probably not a great time.
Did somebody suggest Paris? Was that on?
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, let's just have a little like survivor style thing. All right, let's okay, let's do like maybe let's just take a right. So people sort of brainstorm a bunch of ideas. Let's before we get, let's not micromanage London right now until we figure out what city we're going to. People remotely, if you're inclined to go, you're more than welcome to participate as well. And you know, if you're here and there's no chance of having going to Europe, please do not vote. But who would like to
Can I
meet?
make a suggestion? You
Yes,
make
sir.
a doodle poll. You send it out to everyone here and people online and people who aren't on this meeting but might want to come. And you ask people to pick their 3 locations they could live with. And then take the majority.
when they can.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. In which case, we won't settle this today.
But that's, yeah, as long as we settle it within a few weeks, I think it's plenty of time still to
For the people who threw up venues on the drop of the hat, can we make sure that that's real? Right, like, you know, you can get
Yeah.
the space and you have appropriate space, because I don't want to put up a doodle poll and everyone say like, yay, we're going to Dublin, and be like, oh wait, there's a conference that week and it's not really real.
Sure, I can confirm that what Dublin's actually
Okay,
available.
Is there any way we could just she's off the list?
I'm
Yeah, I was about to say, that's really what it's about.
pick what?
She's off the list.
Stockholm's hard to get to. It's 2 flights, I think, for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not in Europe, but everyone from the US. No one has direct flights to Stockholm.
That's true.
And Paris is not even in Stockholm.
Paris is strictly better from my perspective.
All right, lovely.
Lisbon's also like,
That's also-
very few people have direct flights to Lisbon.
Agreed.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Istanbul, though, is still on the
I
running.
feel your pain. I'm going to vote against some of these same things that you are, but that's okay. So if you propose one of these things, you have a deadline of next Friday to email me personally and say, yes, I've confirmed that this week is available. You know, and if there are any encumbrances on that, like Mike has with London, where like there's a particular day, then please articulate, like you got to know that there's a big conference room that can host 20, 25 people, and it's available all day for at least a 3-day window in that week. Okay?
Can you give us the dates? Can we pick the dates though?
I would rather not do.
Well, no, because it depends on the venue. Like if we do it in London, there's this weird constraint about Wednesday.
Okay.
Which when I thought everyone loved London and we had this.
Is it worthwhile finishing the London plan here? Just feel like, if we go with London, it's going to be
Sure.
Thursday,
Yeah.
Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Did you figure out your childcare?
Yeah,
Probably
that-
you need to hold Friday.
Yeah, exactly. This is,
I'd rather avoid Friday.
I put a lot of pressure on
Friday's your hard day.
people to
Just-
make it.
I would like to,
I would like
Yes,
to,
sir.
I would like to point out that we already sent to the list, that the dates will be the 8th and 9th is interop and the discussion 10th and 11th. And people have booked their schedule around that.
Is there a probably around that?
Sorry?
Is the word probably in there?
Proposed is the word in there.
We're very open to moving that around to accommodate weekend conflicts. That's what it says.
Yeah, so I mean, like.
Okay, fair enough.
Book the week. Okay, I mean, I didn't think I would make that commitment. All right, so I'm just take a quick poll on this. Who likes one? Let's assume we're meeting in London at Cloudflare because Mike has already developed this pretty thoroughly. Who likes one? Raise your hand.
Sure.
1, 2.
If you don't care, do you want votes for all or none?
Just don't vote if you don't care.
Why is London? Just because we developed. a plan.
We have a plan.
I've already been working with somebody to schedule a London meeting, so we're gonna give an answer to these people. So 1, 2, 3. Anyone online? Agnes, 4.
There are 2 online.
And Torbjörn too.
Oh, okay, 5. Assuming we meet in London at the Cloudflare office, who likes option 2? 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Bjorn and Magnus, are your hands still up?
Sorry. Option 2. No, okay, it's
So what is option 2? I cannot read it.
Thursday, Friday.
Friday meetings.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, interrupt session.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine.
Can I vote twice?
Yes.
Just like anything that works for you? These are all good.
Totally 7. I mean, they all work for me, so I'm just voting. I'm not voting.
All right,
Okay,
vote.
Tjorborn, is your hand still up?
Yes.
Okay. Option 3, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, session interrupt. Oh, great. This is just great. Magnus, is your hand still up?
no, I raised it now for free. So yes.
Raised it.
Okay.
I really don't think it makes sense to put the interop in the middle of the session, right?
It's not good for people who want to do interrupt.
Yeah, this is
Okay, can anyone not live with one of these?
The
What is
number
the
2.
one?
Yeah.
Well, how bad is yours?
Two, I mean, it's doable, but I mean, anything is doable with. If I have to leave the
Okay,
number.
who can't live with one?
I really hate one.
Yeah.
That's really hard for me.
I think the entire
I don't like 1.
I think the entire interrupt
I
time
don't
will be
know.
spent discussing the issues that came out of session 1. If you do the option 1.
Yeah, I can't live with, sorry, I got the numbers mixed up. I think it's silly to split it like that. Well, it's not silly,
Can't live with two.
it's awkward.
So yeah, I don't like 1 either.
Well, it's not who can't live with it, who won't come if it's because of one.
Maybe not the point of not coming.
Okay, who can't live with 2?
2 is difficult, but maybe doable.
Who can't live with 3? All right. I feel like 2 is kind of where we're ending up. I mean, this is very split, but feels to me like this is the best plan if we meet in London. Well, nobody said they couldn't live with this. But this is what it looks like if we're in London at the Clyde office.
Okay, I'll ask to hold those dates.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so
Do you want to try and find other people to find places in London? I mean, like every company here practically has an office in London. Like I'd love to have it at Cloudflare if that works. And I don't care if we can't be there for
Yeah,
lunch or something.
I mean, I've already gotten it through all the process with the office people.
it's not. I also think it's nice to not bounce between Google and Cisco.
I agree.
All right, so don't make any travel plans. So the next action item is if you are one of these people that brainstorm so nicely, you're going to send me confirmation over the next 10 days that you actually have a conference room for at least 3 days in that week. And then we will have a poll, which will run about a week. And then we will decide on the venue. And if the choice is London, then this is what's going to happen. So obviously you cannot book travel to London at this time. You can't even really be sure these are going to be the days that we're going to meet. But that's where we're at.
Would we do an optional interrupt day on 9? Is that possible, Mike? Like if we had a small.
Oh, yeah.
Could we take a small room on the 9th?
Yes,
Also for
that's also an
people wanted a
option.
partial-
Yeah, so we,
So the 3-day limit is not for that, just for the big room.
correct.
Okay.
And this is the county hall office with or is there a different office?
I haven't been there, so.
It's the one by the river. It must be right.
Okay, so this would
Yeah,
actually be a
we've been
4-day program.
You've been to? No, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Just to clarify, the email that was in the list was 8th and 9th interop and then 10th and 11th session. That was,
So again, I
didn't say must, it just said,
said that's what we normally do because Monday is a good travel day for the interrupt, but like it doesn't work because of the venue in this case. Okay, great. So have you written this down, Mike?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for everyone. That was much more painful than I thought it would be.
Welcome to MOQ.
Next up is Will with MSF and CMSF.
Can we have 15 minutes allocated to our presentation time because we put that ahead according to the agenda?
I gave you an hour.
Yeah.
You have an hour.
I'm saying we're into that. I don't want
No,
to
you
be
have
like
an hour starting
now
now.
have
You
45
until
minutes.
11.
Okay, great. I'm going to share. Right. So this session is discussing MSF and CMSF, which are two of our adopted streaming formats. So these are the ones that tell us how we're going to deliver media over MOQT, which is payload agnostic, and delivery of media is within our charter. Last week on Thursday, we had a very successful brainstorming meeting on MSF and CMSF. We had 32 people come, which I think was a very good show of support. Many of the people in this room were at this meeting as well. We discussed, there were companies across the OTT landscape, so like Disney, down and TikTok, and content deliverers and encoding companies were there, so we had a good spectrum. I've posted the agenda here. The output of this was all captured as issues. So we opened 17 new issues on this day, and one of those issues is a compendium of 10 other issues which haven't been split out. So really good input to it, and I think a nice sense from the OTT industry that we are developing something here that they want to use and that they care about how it works. And I want to thank Nanocosmos for sponsoring the room because we had to purchase it. So I'm not covering all 17 issues here. I'm going to cover items that I think we need debate on or where we want input. Some of them are just procedural and we know what we want to do. Just for clarification, because I already saw it yesterday, PR 71 is something we merged after IETF 124. We decided to rename these. So Warp has now been renamed to MSF, MOQT streaming format. I don't think anyone will ever refer to it as MOQT streaming format again. We just call it by its acronym, MSF. And CARP is the CMAP compliant MOQT streaming format is CMSF. So for the rest of this talk, I will use these acronyms alone. And ID drafts are now updated. Thanks to Magnus for getting everything through on that. The biggest thing I want to go today is URL syntax. This was raised at a prior meeting. We did not get resolution on it. There was a request to come up with an alternate proposal for this. So now we have 2 PRs that I've put up describing different mechanisms. So we want a URL that can point at a catalog resource. And I've got 2 high-level questions here. The first one, is MOQT spec, the transport spec, going to define a generic method of pointing a client at a connection plus a track? Because if MOQT is going to undertake that work, then MSF can just inherit that, and we don't need to invent it. And if you look at section 3.1, we define a syntax for connecting to web transport or QUIC server, but there's no definition for how to indicate the namespace and a name of a track during this connection. So we just tell you how to connect. So that's a big question up front. Would we want to extend section 3.1 in the transport spec to come up with an application agnostic mechanism of pointing at a track to subscribe to after you've connected? Or do you leave it up to the applications, in which case MSF defines its own mechanism and Bob's pizza delivery via drone, they provide their own mechanism that's suitable for their needs?
I'm not sure what the right answer is.
But on a connection,
Okay, let's go to who was
Is it
Colin.
time for opinions?
Okay, well, let's go Luke first, then Colin, then Mo.
Yeah, I think keep it in the streaming format, just because, for example, even there being just one track, one catalog track is application specific. I don't know if it's a great being in MOQ. But we absolutely need a URL. We need a way of giving a player a URL or giving OBS a URL or something, 100%.
Okay, thanks. Colin?
Should define it somewhere. We should use sort of the usual notations we use so that you can indicate. So first of all, you can pass multiple tracks and that you can indicate what they semantically represent. I mean, we've done this a zillion times with various things. So I don't really think it should be in MOQ, but I think it should be defined in one place. Like some spec should have it, or a new spec should have it, or something.
But if specs have very different things, like a VR spec needs to point at 16 tracks, and in MSF we only need to point at 1. Should we point
We
one,
should
or
have
we take
one
Luke's
thing that
suggestion?
defines a URI that supports all of those mechanisms. And then in MFS, we should say how you use that for the MSF case where there's a catalog track. So you should be able to say this is one catalog track and have an idea that it's a catalog track.
You're proposing an external draft that is a generic mechanism for all applications to construct multiple URIs.
Maybe that's just a paragraph in the MOQ spec, or maybe it's something separate. I don't really care. But like we define that one place.
Yeah, I don't understand that because to me, they got that you say they define that, but applications.
We
have very
defined a
different
URI
needs.
spec that includes query parameters that specify different tracks and indicate what the track might be used, that there's a way that to define what the track could mean, like this is a catalog track, or it's just a audio, or just a media track. And then in the MSF spec, you say you use a URL with one extension that indicates the catalog track, but you don't define the syntax of all of that in I mean, you don't want CMAF defining different syntax than MSF, right?
They will use the same one.
Right. So put that one place. The syntax for the URL goes one place, which would either be a new draft or this to be a short comment, not a log, I apologize. So it was either just in the base draft or in a MOQ URI specification draft, right? One or the other. Chairs could figure out what they want on that. Sounds like a perfect chair decision.
So your vote is MOQ does define something that application formats then use.
That's what Luke said. And that's
No,
what-
Luke didn't say that. Luke said,
Said something that MOQ doesn't say exactly what it is, but there is a URL passed.
let's have Luke repeat what Luke said. Go ahead, Luke.
So I think MOQ can define the actual protocol, like how you connect, like do you use native QUIC, do you use web transport, do you use like some fallback? But I think MSF should have the final like URL structure. I think it just again, like I said, even the fact that there is a catalog track is very MSF specific, and I think it just gets weird if you try and have MOQ define there being a single entry point.
I think we're all saying this.
Same thing as Luke.
There's a URL. MOQ doesn't say what the URL is, other than just it's specifying QUIC or web transport. That's it. It doesn't say what the rest of the URL is.
Okay,
Individual
so
streams.
maybe we're misunderstanding things here. MSF does currently inherit MOQ definition of the URL to connect to the resource, right? Establish the connection. But MOQT does not define what to do after that.
Exactly.
And Luke's point is MSF has a very particular need to point to the catalog that is particular to MSF.
Mhm.
So it should be then defined in MSF.
Yes.
I think
Let me try and clarify what I was sort of saying. But the syntax of how to embed a track that it will be used for some purpose, I think that the base spec should do that because everyone's going to need that, should provide a way of doing that. But the MSF draft should definitely say you must include the catalog spec embedded as a track in here, and it must be a catalog one.
I don't think every application is going to need that.
Right, of course. So it won't use them. It's just the syntax for how you do it is in the base draft. I'm not saying the base draft. I said so defined in one place.
I think going back to like your peer, one of the PRs will on the fragment and using the you clearly define like apart from the connection URL, you define what are the query parameters to identify the namespace and name, and all of those names can be catalog. That's used for MSF or not. I think the question here becomes like the syntax for saying how do you identify the track names and track namespace, like the key values for that one. Should that be part of the core spec or should that be specific to each and individual spec? Because no matter how many different applications use, they need a way to identify what track namespace, where to put the track namespace and where to put the track name. And every relay need not have to be taught a new URL way to read about things.
But it's not, information is not for the relay. That's why it's very strange to me. I'm very much against this. I think it's the wrong place to put it because every application's different. And if we have 55 different applications, is the MOQT spec going to define a different query org for them all that they need? No.
No, there's only object model has only
The relay doesn't need to know anything about a track. It's just how you.
The relay never gets this URI. I don't know what you're talking about the relay.
No, the client gets it, right? And the client does something with it. But the core thing it has to do is connect to a MOQT relay.
Sure.
After that, every application's different. Some may connect to one thing, some may connect to 62. I don't know.
Totally understand. Many applications will have a track that they want to use for some purpose. All I was saying was we should define a common syntax for how to embed a track name in a URI. So we don't have that.
So you are advocating for, okay, Glenda?
No, you're totally misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm not. You're advocating that outside of MSF, we define a place where you can indicate a track name that's associated with a connection URL.
Yes. And I'm saying that in the MSS spec, you put what that track name is, that you should have one and how to use it for MSF. Just the syntax for how to do it is in the base thing. That's all I'm saying.
I think it would be very difficult to write that generic spec because I can't anticipate all the future applications that might want to use it.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Actually,
I don't care.
the general case, I mean, it's sometimes you want to fetch, sometimes you want to publish, sometimes it's for a subscribe namespace, sometimes you have parameters, token, extension, filters. And so this is something that you should have in the URI. And so if we stop opening the definition of a completely generic URI, it might be complicated. I fear that it might be like something where we have too much.
I feel like that argument could have been applied to HTTP.
There is
The point being,
That HTTP has a single URI structure for users of HTTP. And then once you have the URI that locates a resource, then there are properties of that resource that help you explore what you can do with it, media type, how you consume it.
right, we have that for MOQT.
Okay.
But I think what's being proposed is to go a step further, it would be like reserving query args under HTTP that would implicitly designate some type of resource or that you might want to get.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
So
cut off
my question was about how much information needs to be conveyed about the application use cases in the URL. Like, are we trying to, Cullen, I think you initially said you wanted a way to define tracks and their uses in the URI structure. And that to me feels like you need an IANA registry of, you know, streaming formats or something that,
Or just a way of tagging what the, you know, the semantic meaning of that portion of the URI is. I mean, look, we do that, like, just think, I think Mike's comment about APIs is very appropriate. I mean, look at how, you know, REST APIs work, right?
that's not like all the details aren't embedded in the URI. That's
Staff would say there needs to be a catalog URI. It needs to be like this here, right? I'm just sort of saying that every application deciding how to encode track names into a URI being different is not a great idea.
But why? Because different applications are using them. Why can't 1,000 different applications mean 1,000 different ways to describe something? Why do they have to be the same? What's the utility to our?
No, it's just like something like OBS player could possibly, you know, get something and recognize it, I mean, in a common way and be able to do something with it, right? Like you have to go write 1,000 parsers for it, whatever. I mean, I'm not arguing this. You're fine to go do whatever you want. I'll comment on it when I see a PR. I think when you write this down, we're all going to come to the same point once it's written down. Okay. We're just talking past each other.
Okay, well, let's go, Victor.
I'm not sure what Colin means by putting different tracks into URIs. Just like how zip URLs work, or
No. Question mark. Catalog equals namespace / video / 22, right?
But why shouldn't that be in the spec that defines a catalog?
Sure, put it there. Put it there. Write it down, and we'll see. When you write it all down, I think it'll be very
down for the last 3 months. There's 2 proposals.
Okay.
I just wanted to, like, and I'm sorry if this was already covered, but the concept of like having multiple tracks doesn't really map with like what HTTP supports. It's not like a URI scheme for HTTP where you can specify like 10 resources.
No, I mean, we have APIs where we put 10 query parameters to pass APIs to REST all the time.
Yes, but that's all application specific rather than.
But of course, this is all application specific.
I think it's totally fine to say like we can define like having a simple way to say there is a way, like you can put one track name in there and like what that means. MSF says like the catalog URL looks like this. This is a track name and that track name is your catalog. And for OBS, it's not going to be a catalog. It's going to be a publish URL. You don't even get that thing. You post to it or publish to it.
Look, let me just backtrack. I really regret making any comment on this at all. It's not what we should be spending time on. Okay. I apologize deeply. Okay. Like
no worries.
None of this matters.
I note Colin's objection. I do hear
it's not an objection. Okay. I don't care.
You hear consensus from other people that MSF can go ahead and define it. Right. So I want to go ahead to those. Point 2, when it defines it, does the player allow to choose whether it wants to connect via QUIC or web transport? So we need a generic syntax, or should it be deterministic, that it should tell the player what connection method to use? I asked this question to the community group, and they strongly came back in favor of make it deterministic, that if you want a player to connect with web transport, you give it a URL that says web transport. If you want it to connect with QUIC, you tell it to connect with QUIC, and you don't allow it to make random decisions. Colin.
Does that mean you have to have a different URI if the client's running in a web browser versus not running in a web browser?
Yes. You would vent,
really bad.
right?
Luke and then Victor.
I would like some thought for like backwards compatibility. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, if QUIC is blocked, UDP is blocked, like how do you specify fallback? So at least that needs to be covered. Like, you know, there needs to be a fallback if QUIC doesn't work. And you could specify that with a really long, here's all the different protocols that are supported in the scheme. I don't know. I just want to plan for backwards compatibility instead of saying you must support QUIC.
Victor.
Yeah, as I said, I think your well should tell you how to connect to whatever you're describing instead of like giving multiple possible opportunities, because generally there will be like some deployments that only support one or other, and if you like attempt to do both, you're kind of going to incur a lot of complexity, especially on the client.
Suhas.
I'm in the support of having one way to do it, because if not, 6 months from now, we'll define another protocol to say how do you negotiate from the server and the client saying, I am this kind of a client, now give me the another URL, and we define another protocol on top of this one. Rather than going there and defining a new one, this has happened multiple places in IETF as well, that a WebRTC Wish did the same thing. Someone missed this one in WebRTC, they defined a protocol to say how to set up the WebRTC URLs. So same thing would happen here. So rather than going there, I would say go with one way to define, and the clients know what to do with it. If it's a QUIC client or it's a web transport client, and it will connect it. We should not have two URLs for the same resource.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it's really easy to do a negotiation. It's basically you send the QUIC request with two ALPNs, H3 and MOQ. And based on that, if the server supports one, it picks it. If the server doesn't support any, it doesn't. And so I don't think that's a huge, I mean, I don't think that negotiation itself is a huge issue.
Does client's preference and ALPN matter? Or is it only service preference?
I think ALPN is a menu and then server picks.
So, I mean, yeah, the server gets the final choice. So even if the client said, I want QUIC first and web transport second, if the server says.
No, it's basically something we have done a lot of time with QUIC interop. Is that in the QUIC connection message, you say, hey, I support ALPN H3 and I also support ALPN HQ interop. And the server picks based on what it can do. That's very
server's preference.
Yeah, that's very, very common.
We should stop in point next 10-15 minutes then.
Okay. So I'm trying to, Chair, is there, the consensus seems to be that there needs to be a generic URL and the client gets to choose how it wants to connect via negotiation. Is that correct?
If it's an HTTP URL, though, it can't.
Well, that's my point. We have to invent something that's not HTTPS and is not MOQT.
Am I right in saying that?
Is a complication.
I sort of feel like if you give me an HTTP URL, I have to make an HTTP connection.
Why is it not MOQT?
I'm saying that's fine if it's MOQT, but I can also have an HTTP.
But if this URL begins with MOQT and I as a CDN want all my clients to connect with web transport, how do I have to write prose in the spec that says, if you're a client, here's how you modify this URL and use HTTPS with it.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you had an HTTPS prefix, it clearly has to be a web transport URL.
I understand that. That's what
you can have. So in some ways there are two, right? I give you MOQT, which is like, try both, do what you can. But if I give you an HTTP URL, so that has to be web.
Exactly that. It defines if it begins with HTTPS, you connect with web transport. If it begins with MOQT, you connect with QUIC.
But no, I'm saying if you connect with MOQT, maybe you do the ALPN thing, where you can put both in there. And you get the server picks.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you MOQT and web transport client will do HTTPS connection to the relay. A MOQ client, raw MOQ will do direct connect to that.
And one that supports both might put both in the and let the server pick.
The thing that you speak over web transport is still MOQT, right?
Yes. The thing you speak over web transport is still MOQT. Yes.
So MOQT URI is expressing there is an MOQT service here.
Yeah, HTTPS doesn't mean the ALPN
or HTTP1 or anything else, right? Obviously, there's a number of LPNs that are valid.
But is it acceptable then we would define the URI with MOQT and the player would then actually use HTTPS and substitute it when it's making a web transport connection, say in a web browser? That's acceptable.
Yeah.
You shot it.
I have examples. Oh,
Just one comment, like
yeah, Zapper and then Luke.
maybe it's possible to, if it's HTTPS, then it's HTTPS web transport. If it's MOQT, then you can use ALPN.
I like that because that allows me to vend a URL that gets deterministic behavior from the player. Whereas if I vend MOQT, I'm signaling to the player, you have a choice here. Okay, I like that. Luke?
I would use MOQT as a protocol, especially because it just tells the player that it's not HLS or some other HTTP-based protocol. Like, it'd be nice if you could tell OBS like MOQT : / and it knows that it's supposed to use this. It's supposed to use MOQ.
Suhas?
I'll go with Luke as well. Client can make the decision, and I don't want two URLs to be vended every time for one resource. We say MOQ resource, MOQ protocol, let's have one, and the client can do because it knows what it is.
Okay, but again, for a large service that doesn't support quick connections directly, how do clients know which they're going to basically connect via failure? They're going to try to connect via QUIC and then go, okay, well, there's now a round trip to reject that, and then I have to try again with web transport.
What questions ALPN will
put a sequence, okay, so it's not a round trip. Okay, that's better. Colin?
I just want to say that I always assumed that if you were connecting over web transport, you used a MOQ URL, not an HTTP URL. Because
no, you use HTTP. That's defined in the web transport spec.
But this is the MOQ spec. I mean,
right, but you box the language you speak after you've made your QUIC connection. And you make your QUIC connection with web transport by first making a HTTP3 request and then negotiating a web transport connection. And in that web transport connection, you then say, I'm going to talk MOQ now.
With ALPN, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, that's
right. But your initial, what goes over the wire is HTTPS URL for web transport.
I mean, how does that work if the server is actually a QUIC server, not a web transport server?
It'll get rejected, right?
We do it with two different ports.
But I mean, like obviously the ALPN design was to allow us to send a request and have it auto select the right thing, right?
Yep.
And so if it selects raw QUIC and you have an HTTPR URL, that's going to fail. Like I don't understand how this works with the current spec.
Yeah, I know from the web transport side, we use only HTTP.
Web transport is a protocol in its own. This is MOQ running on top of web transport, right? And like the idea that we were going, I don't know, like, come on, we have several ALPN experts in the room right here. Why am I explaining this?
We can chat. So when the client connects, if it supports both web transport and raw QUIC, it has two ALPNs. It does H3 and it does MOQ transport, whatever draft version. The server, if it supports one or the other, will pick one. You don't need to make two separate QUIC connections.
And if H3 is picked, there's a separate, whatever it's called, WT available protocols, which does the same thing QUIC would have done, but just says I want MOQ, and then if you have multiple MOQ versions or whatever, that's where that goes.
If it picks the quick direct one, right, ALP one, my read of the spec, I think, is that you're expecting a MOQ URL in the beginning of that in the setup.
Wait, MOQ URL?
There's no
expecting
URL
MOQ
even passed. Like
Okay.
the URL is just to tell the client what ALPN to set.
I see. If you're trying to zero RTT this, you have problems.
Yeah. Which I am trying. I mean, obviously, we're trying to make zero charge.
For RTT, you already know your ALPN.
Yeah.
You're using the ALPN you negotiated last time.
ALPN.
Okay. Yeah, that solves that problem.
Michael
was in
Michael.
Yeah, my point against HTTP URL is also once you start passing HTTP URLs around the internet, a lot of tools will try to head the request and try to analyze it. So I think we should try to do something custom to really indicate this is not HTTP. I know the spec says we should use HTTP or must use. I'm not 100% clear on what the web transport mandates, but I think we should clearly go with. even sure if like MSF should use MQT. Just so many tools use the scheme as like a handling indication what it should do. Given that we don't have media types, we should probably try to indicate as much as possible with the URL.
Victor?
The whole raw QUIC versus HTTP thing, supporting both advanced, it doesn't really give you anything, and it adds complexity to like you already have to pick TCP versus QUIC, PV4, IPv6. You have to use LPN for MOQ version negotiation, and now you're adding the fourth dimension, and I have no idea why you're trying to do this. Now, in terms of more practical, you can't use MOQT for schema because we already defined MOQT schema to be raw QUIC URLs. So you might come up with something, but I guess you could say that like you have some MOQ URL and then you rewrite schema to either of those depending on how you parse it.
Yeah, I feel I'm forced to invent a new schema, say MSF, which now the client goes, it's MSF, so I can either use MOQT or HTTPS. But Victor's right, the MOQT spec defines the MOQT schema right now, and it's a QUIC connection. It's not a web transport connection.
I will point out that we have not yet shipped that spec.
Yeah, we can fix it.
We can change that.
Okay, what do we need to? This is all important because this is I haven't even got to the slides where we're proposing our URL yet.
So
do we need to wrap this up quickly?
Well, I have 18 slides. I thought we could make some quick decisions here, but no.
Icky though it sometimes is, there is precedent for like WSS schemes for WebSockets, and the handling instructions for that say you construct an HTTPS URL, or web transport in this case, connect to it, and expect this behavior. And I think we are describing almost exactly the same thing here.
Okay. So if I take that away, given that MOQT defines a QUIC connection, do we then need another schema that allows an MSF player to choose either web transport or a QUIC connection? Or do we modify our MOQT spec section 3.1 to say this MOQT actually is not only for QUIC, but the client cannot.
We're proposing it. Is anybody opposed to this plan?
I think what you really come down to is the question of one of the other parties is going to have to implement both if you do it that way. Because a client might only support web transport or might only support QUIC. If you have a single URL that describes a service that could be either one, the client's going to do what it's able to do, and the server has to support both. For any clients that are.
There will be servers that only support one of these, and there will be clients that only support one of these.
And so if you have to be able to express the disjoint case, then your choices are either you have a URI that describes it and it just fails, or you have a URI that describes the thing and the client says, yeah, I can't do that.
That client and that server, we're never going to be able to talk anyway, regardless of how you can make.
Right. The question is how easily do you fail?
So,
I thought.
Luke has a. Sorry, who was first?
Yeah,
I think
I would just
Luke.
I would like a schema. It doesn't have to be the MOQ one. It could be a brand new one that uses ALPN to determine raw QUIC or web transport and whatever draft numbers. I 100% think we should have one schema that says just connect with MOQ. I think like even having this divide between raw QUIC and web transport is a mistake. Like I don't want to have these compatibility issues. I would just like connect with whatever works.
Okay. Michael?
I'm also on the one schema team, if it's not obvious. Just to react to the quick fail, to how quickly you fail. I would fully expect in the wild that you often know what are your players and what your servers in. So you don't necessarily have to support both on one end. I would fully expect that often like people know that they are in the QUIC ecosystem or web transport. majority of connections.
Okay.
Mike English.
Can I go to Mike, and then that'll be last one before we try to sum this up.
I think I also prefer the scheme where we redefine MOQT in mock draft to be both, so like send both ALPNs. But I propose that maybe we also define, like, following the convention of like plus syntax schemas, like MOQT plus QUIC constrains you, MOQT plus HTTP constrains you, and then you've got flexibility if you want to have a URL that says I want to use specifically this protocol. Don't send both ALPNs. Don't get confused.
Is that legit? I don't know. Oh, okay.
We could define, I mean,
I think
plus is controversial, but yes, there have been similar things defined.
Yeah, the one thing I don't understand in this discussion is what a relay shall do. Because we will absolutely see relays that speak both HTTP and QUIC, and the relay will speak to another relay. So which of the relay is, I mean, how is the relay logic going to work there?
Well, before we talk about the relay and server side, I'm still a little confused on the client side. So if we modify the mock URI to mean an ALPN of both is always sent in the initial hello, does that mean the clients then no longer have the ability to select whether they want one or the other?
If you only support one, or you have a strong preference for one, you can just send one. It just might fail if the peer only supports web transport and you want QUIC.
Well,
as a client, then I have to control my QUIC stack to say only advertise this ALPN on a mock T URI.
When you set up your connection, you say what the ALPNs you want are. Put whatever you want in there. The server will pick one.
You can put your preference the one first.
I think that the challenge here is that if my server knows it can accept only raw QUIC, then what Mike's scheme will work if I give you the mock plus QUIC, because then the client will not try HTTPS at all because the server will not accept it. On the other hand, if my server as a relay understands both raw QUIC and web transport, it can just do mocked. And the client knows that if it's the web transport client or a raw QUIC client, it will use the right form to connect. So only the cases where you have server side relay complex relay would not support the one that client would support. You as a server, you need to be able to be very specific. If not, you don't have to.
ALPN is preference order.
So I mean, I hear what you say, Mo, but I think that we in this URL scheme, we have to understand what happens if you have a client that only supports one way, the server supports another way, and there is a relay in the middle. Because that's
both.
No, well, you might expect that relays are going to support both because they are designed to do that. So, but we have to explain that, because if we don't, we are missing something, don't we?
We're just, this URL is just to connect to a relay. It's not propagated. We're not giving a consistent behavior across a network here, expecting the same connection at every step.
But wait a minute, Will. You said this URL is to connect to a relay, yet the URL is absolutely set by the service, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. The URL is absolutely
set by the service.
It's set by, the service that you're going to connect to would tell you.
The service is going to say, if you want to see the Super Bowl, click on this URL, right?
Yeah.
So,
and you'll connect to a relay. That relay may use a completely different URL to go forward to the next relay, and it may use a different URL to go forward. The URL is just establishes a single connection.
How does it know?
It's configured that way. That's the same as an HTTP server today. You have one URL to connect to the edge of the server, but then when that goes forward, very different URLs. URLs rewritten completely.
Well, not every relay is going to do that, and I would expect the relay to look at whatever the URL is and then do something. If the relay is speaking directly to the source, then it will have to obey the preference of the source, isn't it?
Victor, then Luke.
Really don't look at URLs.
Yeah, the schema is not sent over the wire.
Yeah, the URL is only parsed to the client, and it tells client what to do. But
Yes.
one of the first things that client does is it converts the MSF URL to either raw, quick, or HTTP URL for the scope, and then whatever the rest of URL tells the client what to do, but it does not. None of that is ever sent on the wire back to the MOQ over MOQ.
So it seems to me we have two options being proposed here. One is we define a new schema, say MSF, and it's defined by MSF's draft, and it instructs the client to do what Victor just said, which is either to connect via HTTPS for web transport or MOQT for QUIC following the MOQT spec. The second option is we redefine the definition of MOQT in our existing transport spec to indicate that you're allowed to connect via both web transport or raw QUIC using the schema.
The second option sounds weird because then we have dedicated web transport schema, but now we're dedicated raw QUIC schema.
What about this idea of using the plus? I kind of like this all of the above choice, which is like MQT means client includes all the ALPNs. MQT plus QUIC means only QUIC ALPNs. MQT plus WT or plus HTTP or something includes.
And do we define this in
H3.
the transport spec?
I'm totally fine with that. There's actually an issue that's open 268.
Okay.
And I'm writing a comment in there to that effect.
One comment on the why not MSF URL is because like any new format will come up with their own URL. What is in MOQ?
This seems more like a mock thing.
Right.
I don't want to invent a new schema. Believe me.
So
Okay.
Can anybody not live with that? Is that okay?
Got here two new, you're gonna fork the current schema into two, one that means just raw QUIC and the other one means raw QUIC or H3.
things,
Three things. One that's client includes all ALPNs, HTTP and QUIC ALPNs.
whatever it supports.
Or whatever it supports.
Yeah.
Like then there's MOQ-T plus QUIC. So it would only put in MOQ-T 17, MOQ-T 18, whatever versions it wants to speak of MOQ, no H3.
Okay.
Or you say MOQ-T plus WT or MOQ-T plus H3 or something, and then it'll only put H3 in there.
Okay.
So you can have the maximum compatibility option, or you can have the no, I only want this one. And if the peer is H3 and you say WebUC QUIC, your connection's going to fail.
Question about where this comes back into MSF then is, are these just totally generic URIs for like either a track or a namespace, and then MSF knows I'm going to look for a catalog there? Is that?
Yeah, let me get into that. This is just the first slide. There's 18.
Okay.
So
I'm going to leave that comment in the MOQ-T issue and write a PR.
So okay, we're going to update MOQ-T. Yeah, that's great. We can use that in MSF, and I think there's
Fair transport tag off of it now.
So there are, after we decide that, there's two URI formats it proposed, PR 72 and 87, right? I'm showing you an example of 72 right now. So ignore this. This was HTTPS. We're going to replace this with MOQT or MOQT plus HTTPS or MOQT plus H3. Okay. So the schema can change. The first part of this is basically telling it how to connect to the resource. In this case, it's web transport, but it wouldn't matter. It would be the same component. Host plus path. Then there's a question mark, and then we have a series of query args. And some of them have reserved names, like namespace and track and token. So with this scheme, these query args are stripped. They are not sent to the server. Even though MOQ-T says query args can be allowed, in the MSF implementation, these reserved ones are not sent because they're not meant for the server, right? They're meant for the client. They're telling the client what track it should subscribe to. And we can change this to use the MOQ-T convention of namespace plus name for logging to collapse the namespace and the name down to a single argument, which I would actually like. I mean, this PR was written before the logging came about, so and I think that would be a nice improvement over it. So don't get hung up on separate namespace and name. We could, in fact, put them in one string.
Is there a separate time you're going to talk about token? Because I have questions.
Yeah, token, and this is an example of a non-reserved query that you can call A equals 1, B equals 2, right? And token equals 1, 2, 3, 4. This, again, is intended for the client. If you want to pass custom parameters to your server, you would do it by adjusting the path. You can put as many path components in here as you want, and that's how you would pass.
I guess, how do you differentiate what are query parameters to the web transport resource when it is a web transport resource versus what are the special ones that are not part of that resource?
None of the, here they're reserved. So this PR defines reserved query args, of which these are they.
Okay.
Namespace, track, and then we have very specific media ones, which is I want to define a wall clock range, a media time range, a location range, and a C4M token. So these are all reserved because MSF uses them. This is where I can define a subclip in something. And again, they have no meaning for the server, so they're stripped out.
So, okay, if I want my web transport, so I can't use any of those things to identify my web transport resource.
Correct. You can't. As a query arg, you can put them in. So here's some example URLs. Examples are easy, right? This is a web transport connection. Here we are using MOQT. So we would actually, it would look more with what we just decided, it would look more like MOQT here. And that's connecting to a namespace, a track video. This is pointing at a subgroup of a catalog, and this is supplying a real world token. So it would actually look like this. This is PR72. It's one way we can do that.
And if you go back to the point that you said, if we can combine based on the logging schema, then the interpretation of slashes can go away.
Yes, the slashes would be replaced by the dash because this is the tuple divider, and the PR defines this, right? This is your tuple boundary.
Just
yeah.
Quick remark. So here it means that we need to subscribe to the namespace tracks, except if we have a range, which would mean that we need to fetch this data.
No, so with MSF, you always start with a catalog, even if you're pulling a single track. The catalog defines the codec. It defines other aspects, the init segment. You need it in order to play the content. But once you got that content, we can optionally pass a subclip to say, once you've got it, now I want you to pay a specific range. It might be a live stream that's going on, right? So if you pass in a range, it tells you you can define now a subclip in the past.
But it always starts with for the general discussion, it always starts with a subscription. We cannot mandate the client to publish or to subscribe namespace or to do other kind of API actions.
Correct. This is just a URL to a catalog is what we're trying to define here.
Okay.
And
But the clip is a post catalog action. After you get the
catalog, yes. First you get the catalog, and then once you got it, say it's a live stream. Normally you would just subscribe. But if I give you a clip, it's telling you, hey, go back and play this clip from the past.
Sure.
And we need this because we want to point to stuff in the past as well as the live events.
So on the tree, the expectation is that you do a fetch instead of subscribe.
Yes, exactly. And the client knows this.
So I just sorry, back to the question about token from 2 slides ago. I'm still a little confused. Can I have are all the query params that are not specifically mentioned as stripped?
Yes.
Those belong to HTTP?
Those belong to the client. They're not for the server.
So there's no, I can't pass. So if I want that token to get, if I want that token to be included in my connect request.
Sorry, I remember I wrote this. The ones that are stripped that have predefined meaning, we don't pass them to server. All other query args, we do pass to the server.
Okay. So in HTTP, I know what that means. Does it have a meaning in QUIC? They go in the path.
They go in the path. In fact, if you look at our definition, they say query args are appended to the.
They go in the path setup parameter. Okay, that makes sense.
So they get. So you can define some custom thing that you want your server to do routing on or something.
And we will just clarify on 3 story. So you're saying there's no way I can pass a URL to the player that's with something that's just for subscription. It's always after catalog. It's only for fetching. Like how do I use something like tree for live subscription?
No, this one. This is your basic live stream. I don't need to pass the name catalog because it's a reserved name. All catalogs are called catalog. So I just give the namespace.
No, but I can also have a filter for live subscription. I start from a particular group. If I put in that, then it will become fetch.
You mean in the future?
Yeah. then it would become fetch by default? Like, how do I differentiate those two things?
That you only want to join in the future. We can then, okay, we can go and invent another query arg that's future join.
Action or something.
In fact, you could put a time. If you look at my query args here, you've got a war clock range, right? And it allows you to be open. So you could say, I want you to subscribe from this war clock time forward, or from this range media time forward, or from this location forward.
I think what Suhas's comment really should have been is you're confused about number 2. You specify an actual track. How do you know whether you're fetching or subscribing to the track?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
really your intent.
And in fact, number
What's
2,
the-
I think I wrote these slides for the prior IETF, that this is not valid anymore because catalog is always our entry point to a track.
So you
Okay.
can't go directly to a track.
No,
You have to go
because
to-
without it, you don't know what codec it is and you don't know anything else.
That makes sense for MSF, but
Yeah. And
if these URIs are also used in other.
no, they're not.
formats-
These are MSF only URIs. MSF is not trying to meet other applications.
Okay.
Mike? Yeah, so I guess my question is, if we want to have the scheme for MOQT and those types of URIs defined in the base draft, but MSF is going to define, the rest of this, are we thinking that, all the query parameters are the domain of MSF and everything before that is
Yeah, I think the only part we're
Or-
going to
or
define here is the behavior for MOQT, right? I didn't hear consensus that we're going to then tell you how to connect to a track as part of MOQT.
I think that Cullen wanted a generic way to.
Cullen did, but I didn't hear anyone
I can
else.
go either way. But I think if we're going to go this way and that this spec totally defines them and completely uses up the space and it's not usable by other places, which is fine, it should use MSF as the scheme. But if it's going to use MOQ QT, I think there has to be some way where this can register the things it needs, but other things can register the things they need. Right.
Mike Bishop.
Resident HTTP impedant here. The query parameters are not a thing in HTTP. They're an application construct that's been built on top of them. In HTTP, it's just a string. So the fact that it has equal signs, the fact that it has ampersands, it's just a string. So it gets into somewhat dicey territory to try and define okay, you're going to parse this as a key value pair, lift out these keys, and then reconstitute it with the remaining keys, and then send that over HTTP. Like, you can, but you don't know. From HTTP's perspective, it's just a string, and so ordering, does order matter? HTTP says it might. Most applications say it don't, and it doesn't. This feels slightly fragile.
You might want to vote for the next proposal then. So let me just describe the next one because it doesn't use query orgs. And then we can debate, right? So the second proposal, PR87, you have, again, ignore the schema. We can change that to MOQT. You now have query orgs. These are sent to the relay. They're just part of they're appended to the path. And now we use a fragment, right? And the fragment is explicitly defined as something that is not sent to the server, which is exactly this case. We don't need to send this track. This is entirely for the client, this fragment. And here we use the syntax, the logging syntax for namespace plus name. So it uses that. Query args are sent to both relay and the player. They both have visibility into this. Nothing is reserved. And the fragment identifier, I think we meet the constructs of fragment. It's a secondary resource that is not sent to the server, which I think is a good application.
I like this.
I like this better. One nit is that I would make the fragment also have parameters. So NS equals this broadcast, whatever. So that you could have other fragment parameters, not just the name, not just the namespace. But yeah, this fragment approach is better.
Okay.
Wendell.
Same.
Okay.
I had plus one on this, on the
Okay.
and I like most addition to it.
Victor.
So this was very useful when I was thinking of us using HTTPS and MOQT that like saying the reason is like in HTTPS we can't really impose a lot of constraints on things like paths and queries, but with fragments, since this is fundamentally we are defining something like fragment is the property of a resource that you stays invariant regardless of how we access it. So in that sense, raw QUIC versus HTTP is a good fit. It is a bit less appealing if we were like doing one URL, but that also works. But I think the nice thing is like this is also very, in some sense, this is easier to parse because you don't have to do query string parameter manipulation. And query parameters, while they look like we all think we know how they look like, HTTP and even URL scheme does not actually, like, I think, define the equals and ampersand part. Like that is like something that people came up with like on their application. Is that something web frameworks provide, but that's not really well. So, and I do agree that we should put like query parameters into the fragment because
well, they're not in the fragment, they're here, right? So the query.
I meant like the things that we put here in query parameters should go into like location.
After key value pairs.
Okay, Luke.
I think the fragment's better in this context. I will request though, kind of what Cullen was maybe getting at a little bit, is I would love to define a way to use HTTP to fetch MOQ resources, like to get a certain object number. So you can just hit a HTTP endpoint and it can give you catalog the latest object in a group or something. That means you can't use the fragment because that would get stripped out. We do want something sent there. So I'm okay having that fragment ecosystem. Like not every schema needs to be the exact same. But it is nice to think about like a generic way of getting the latest group or object from an endpoint.
Like English.
I think that what Luke's proposing is useful, but should probably be an entirely separate scheme to refer to specific objects that way. I think that I remember we looked at this fragment thing before, and there were issues with, are there some constraints on what characters are allowed that make it hard to represent key value pairs in a fragment?
It's pchar / and question mark. Pchar is basically anything that can go on a path.
Okay.
And we can constrain track names in MSF to meet these requirements.
Okay.
And also to exclude dash and double dash.
Okay. Then yeah, I would be in favor of putting everything as key value pairs in the fragment.
So to my I'm ignorant here. When you say key value pairs in the fragment, there's a syntax for adding key value pair. Because if I can't put another question mark here, I got a question mark here.
The fragment would be your delimiter with things there.
So, I think what people are proposing to make it more concrete here is in the fragment, it would look like ins equals string, comma, foo equals bar, comma, whatever. So no question mark, but I think from what Mike just said, commas allow and equals are allowed.
Okay. So there's some syntax we can
we would have to we'd have to define a syntax.
Okay.
There is an
And
existing syntax.
for the proponent of that, why use that and not the more conventional question mark query equals something?
Because you're squatting on things that go to the HTTP server. That's part of the identifier of the web transport resource.
Okay, so those go only to the server, and then we separate it. Because I was thinking both can have access to them.
And anything
doesn't-
beyond the.
Oh, hold on, there's a
Backward
queue.
distance.
Michael, there's a queue. Michael Hosner.
Yeah, kind of what was said, not only with the transport, but even with raw QUIC, we have this in setup messages, we have auto retain path. So as it currently states, we kind of need to divide what goes in the setup and what is then executed by the client. So fragment is like nice divide there because the query goes completely in the setup. There's also the question, which is like more broader question, not just here of connection reuse. If you get like two URLs to two catalogs, can you coalesce them? if they have everything that's in the setup the same, you probably can. If we like, are shuffling things around, we should think about that.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
So I had pretty strong support for this approach, but with the modification that we need to add client-specific fragment-based query orgs, and that these are not sent to the server. Okay. And I did define a formal ABNF for this, so we can define it. And so of the choice here, I think I hear rough consensus plus modifications for the fragment-based approach.
Okay, so you're gonna move off of URLs now, right?
Yes.
Excellent, okay.
There we go.
So,
Do you want to take a break?
well, so,
I can put one thing for your
Yeah.
notes. Can you also make sure that the naming format matches the MOQ logging kind of naming format for the namespace and
It does already in
Okay.
your. Yeah.
so lunch is at 12:15. Do we want to power through or do we want to have a break?
Let's have a short break. Bio break. Bio break. Yeah.
Let's have a 5-minute bio break. Back here at 11:11.
Okay.
Okay. 30 seconds, we'll have the new UR scheme PR.
Is that today?
Oh, no, it's almost done.
Kids are always excited.
So
Life is.
the other nice thing
Bit of
about
work, yeah.
going on the
Going
fragment
over-
based, so if you're doing MOQT over QUIC, directly over QUIC, not web transport, you don't have a path.
There's a place you put the path in the setup when you're doing raw QUIC.
Okay.
So there's like that URL can be translated the other. There's a place for the authority and a place for the path.
It is a little like uneven, but it works out in practice.
The only gotcha is like to use a fragment, I think we formally have to define a MIME type,
Oh, yeah.
which is
But
a
if
fun
it's-
question
it's an
because like,
MSF concept, then
well, this is a fun question is like, there is no notion of how like things like MIME types interact with web transport.
Fragments format and resolution is dependent on the media type of a potentially retrieved representation, even though such a retrieval is only performed if the URI is dereferenced. Fragment identifier semantics are independent of the URI scheme and thus cannot be redefined by scheme specifications. Okay, so that may be a problem.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like, there is like an implied media type here, because if you're speaking MOQ, like media type is what you get after you access HTTP resource, and in this case, you get like an MOQ session. So MOQ can define.
Yeah. So we probably need to register a MIME type just for pro forma.
This wouldn't be the worst thing, given that like we register MIME types for RTP.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't bring. I mean, I have considering how the whole media type RTP, how bad the idea this was. I also wonder in this case, is it really? Are we talking about in the web transport context, which is initiated through HTTPS and then moving out of this, or is it actually because we're not really fetch at this point where we're executing the HTTPS URL? What context are we in? We are still executing the move to web transport.
So there's not a separate path that gets passed on the web transport session, right? The path of the web transport resource is all that we're identifying here.
Yes.
Okay. So whether if it's QUIC, you have a way to pass that, just mapping, and then the fragment is defined to identify a secondary or sub resource.
So, Will has 5 minutes left and is a lot of time. Do you mind cutting into your afternoon block a little more?
Can you give me like a limit? Can there be a limit here? I mean, like we just spent an hour on 2 or 3 slides. Like if it's 18, I don't want to give the rest of the afternoon.
Time do you need?
Yeah.
You go lightning round.
11 to 18 years. Yeah, we can try to go lightning.
So how many questions do you want answered between now and the end of your?
Let's just look. So this is a flat list of tracks. I'd like some decision on this.
One.
This is input from the group, right? Supporting variables. I'd like a nod that, yes, make a PR on this.
Okay.
Instructing a player where to publish data. This is actually how to publish, right? So I want to create a new publish section in the catalog, which tells the player, I want you to publish your logs here and your QoE data here. Timeline tracks. Zapping and quick switching. This is actually a complex subject. As a mechanism for allowing dissimilar GOP intervals to be used
Is
when
there
joining.
controversy among, I mean, MSF had a big meeting and people talked, were these things where it was like, we can't proceed without input? Or is it the next step for any of these? Like, I can write a PR and people can weigh in.
Yeah, most of these is I can write a PR unless there's some objection. So
So maybe just like focus on the, like, does anybody have any, I'm gonna write a PR. Or they
Can we punt a couple weeks to the next virtual?
can we do what Alan just said, which is let's just get a quick nod that a PR is appropriate. Like, is anyone's like, that's a stupid idea.
Okay.
Don't waste your
But if
time
we
writing a
face plant,
PR.
we're just gonna
'cause
punt it to the virtual.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna lie on the road in front of it.
All right, guys, we're starting. Okay, we've had some, already had some withdrawals in the venue sweepstakes. So this is currently, Mike has already done what he needs to do, but other than that, this is who supposedly is going to look in the venue in these places. So you are on the hook to come up with something in 10 days, or that venue drops.
What is the deadline? 10 days.
It's already on the list.
Okay.
Next Friday. And then we'll do a poll of all the surviving venues.
Okay.
All right. So Will is going to do essentially a lightning round on this. If he's basically over time, that's okay. We're gonna give him a chance to go through these issues. If we face plant, we're gonna punt it to a virtual. Go, Will.
Okay, so speed run here. We're just looking for, do we proceed with a PR or not? Like, is there some objection? First one, currently in the catalog, we have a flat list of tracks, and these tracks are assigned to alt groups, which is basically the ABR groups. There was a proposal at the offsite that, in fact, we create an alt groups array where we can define all the common attributes, because mostly they're all very common, right? And then the tracks themselves just inherit that alt group. They say I belong to it, and they specify any information that's different. So it would look, we go from the one on the left to the one on the right. I think Luke had asked for hierarchy here, which this is providing. Cullen has a question. Go.
Is this just purely to make it smaller? Or like, what's the win of this?
The win of this was easier to parse. That when you're parsing this, they wanted to take the alt group information. And I had two player builders who say that they preferred this. So
Yeah, I wanted to say that the two player guys say that they prefer this and they would like to have a render group as well.
Yeah.
One question though I have is that, like, when you do updates to simple things, are you expected to go back to that as an update?
no, so if you in the definition of catalog, you have like independent catalogs, which are a complete and separate, and then you have delta updates from that where you can add, remove, and change tracks.
Correct. In that case, you need to have a structure of a track that looks like this, even though it's part of an alt group, or do you have, like, I'm trying to say, when you do an update,
Yeah.
you're still preserving the structure though, right?
Yes, so the update mechanism allows you to alter one or many of these attributes. It overrides them.
Victor?
Saying, was I the one? This is a shared complaint about the Thursday. Yeah. So from my perspective, the advantage is it's much harder to express things that are invalid. As in, like, you have an alt group and then you accidentally put an audio track and a video track, and players are stuck with like figuring out what to do in this case. Whereas, like, if you put the type video or audio on the track, you avoid this issue.
Okay, but we have that. We have type. We have roll audio, roll video. You can filter on that. I'm looking for comment on this notion of separate alt groups. As Cullen said, it's not really changing this. It changes size a little bit, but we're not too focused on compression here. This is a text file. Zafar.
Properties in tracks override the common properties, like for
Yes.
Like
These would be common, and if you really want to overwrite it, if you had a different codec, you could just specify it here. So if 5 of your 6 tracks were AVC and the 6th one was HEVC, you just override it here. This is going back to what I had before. I was asked to flatten it down to tracks, and I'm being asked to break it up again. So before we do that, I just want some consensus it's the right direction. Well,
one fear is that if I heard you also say a comment that people also want to have render groups broken out separately, then you have alt groups and render groups, then where do you put the common stuff? It could be either one.
yeah, render
It's
groups
tough to get
don't have common stuff, actually. So they would just be a list of render groups. So this issue is not about render groups. I don't think there's as much motivation to break out render groups as there is to break out alt groups.
Okay. Looks fine to me.
Okay, so I heard like mediocre support for this, but no lie in the road objections. So I'll do a PR, or someone can do a PR. Okay, moving on. Variable support. This I do care strongly about. So we want to be able to cache catalogs and give it the same catalog to 1 million people who ask for it. But at the same time, I want the user experience to be customizable. So what I can do is the URL that we had before, I can add in a custom token or some custom attribute. I want that attribute to flow down into the catalog and replace and be inserted as a variable via a simple scheme here. I think this provides a lot of flexibility. It allows us for you to, I can give a cached catalog to everyone, but then they'll pull a custom track based in it. Colin.
I mean, this seems really powerful. I can see a lot of usage. Just like one little nit that I think is the previous issue is the ID and event would need to move over into the fragment.
Yes. Yeah. But given our fragment, okay. So in this one, we are able to read from here. We would have a separate. It would have to be a fragment-based query arc that could flow down into the catalog.
Probably a clarification question, like if you move the NS equal to T equal to the fragment, that's very clearly defined namespace and track. But this ID, event, and token can be specific to an application, right? How does
because we've decided these ones as defined here, they would go to the server. Okay, they would not come here. We just invented the fact that we would have separate query arcs applied to the fragment, and those are the ones that could be used to update. They're the ones intended for the client, and they would update attributes or properties in the catalog.
Which of those apply to this?
You just match them.
You all of them on the right of the hash.
Okay.
It's in any interest.
And anything that matches, you replace it. Right? I think it's quite simple, and this is something that's been retrofitted to both HLS and Dash, and it's proven to be very useful.
This is the template based, right?
It is template. It's giving you a template. You essentially the cache catalog is a template, and you replace it with custom args. Yeah, we could get fancy. Like you could put one like people will abuse this, right? So maybe we want to set a string length. Anyway, I have support for that. There'll be a PR. Instructing a player where to publish data. So the cool thing about MSF is the player can publish, say, log data or QoE data back to the network, but it needs some information on where to send it. So what's being proposed here is we create a new publish element in the catalog, and it's an array of tracks essentially that you should publish. So it's giving you the name. In this case, it's customized. It's your player is going to be unique. It's going to a QoE collection namespace name. It tells you the type. It defines the event type. So this is the timeline. This is defined either in our spec or elsewhere. And it's giving you a token that you can use for permission to publish this. Yes or no? Memo?
Would you actually connect to the same thing that's distributing a resource to connect to?
Yes.
To give your telemetry?
Yeah, I think that's a benefit.
That should be okay.
You connect to the CDN, which is a big advantage over beaconing.
In the general case, I would think the distribution of content is separate from the QoE metric server.
In the old thinking, yes. If you want to HTTP out your metric somewhere else, you can do that. There's no stopping. But what MOQ can do that HTTP and HLS cannot do is collect metrics from the same CDN that's distributing the media. And that's a scalable mechanism for collecting metrics. And we have no mechanism to instruct the client how to do that.
So my only comment is I would think you may want to be able to send it on a different connection, which means you may want more than just the namespace. You want to be able to say, I want to connect to this.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. So we would have to add a URL without previously that's a good point. Can that go in the notes? Whoever's keeping notes, yeah. Colin was next.
I mean, I'm very much in favor of this, and I like the option at least of being able to send it over the same connection that you're getting media from, because what we've seen is the prioritization problems of metrics and logging screwing up your media if you send them on a different connection because they get fair shared instead of low priority. So we see big wins when we sit logging and metrics over the same connection as our media.
Priority.
Because we get priority.
Yeah.
Okay, and we should add a priority
Yeah,
field.
that was my
Yeah,
comment.
okay. Those are all good comments.
Yeah, metrics of mock trap, right? Adding a priority and connection order would be good.
Okay.
And I had a comment about adding verbosity as well, maybe, or something like this to say, well, this is a log with a lot of logs, or this is something which is more idle.
The logging draft has verbosity levels. Maybe you could.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah,
okay, that's also a fair comment.
Should add-
Yeah, we add a key for verbosity, or maybe to make it general, we add attributes like modifiers. And I can just put that in there. I don't want to like invent a key for every, we might have 10 different event timeline types. And I want a generic place to put attributes of those.
Would it help, like, I'm not sure, like, if the metrics of the logs trap define how do you define the namespace and identifying the virtuosity level and all those things, would it help refer that here?
Yeah, we could inherit that.
Yeah.
Right. We don't need to reinvent it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be nice.
Let's fix it to make it right for this.
Okay.
Let's phrase it that way.
Like that? Okay, moving on. So we have a need, we have a clear need for zapping, which is the term for joining a stream quickly, and quick switching, which is the counterpoint to it. One way to achieve that is by switching between tracks which have dissimilar GOP boundaries. And in this case, the GOPs are groups. So we have track A that has every third object is a group and it's a join point, right? But they only match up at a different interval. So the player can switch when this formula is satisfied. Basically, the what's the technical term? It's like lowest common denominator. It's the multiple of the two. So it's a very simple formula. It tells you the player either going from B to A or A to B can apply this formula and decide when it wants to switch. The only information we need to give is something I'm calling a track spacing parameter, which is the gap between the groups. And we have the strong assumption here that we're time aligned at both object boundaries, not only group boundaries. And if we apply that constraint, then we can signal these track spacing parameter very simply, and then a player can know how it can dance between these two tracks reliably.
In this example, what would be the track spacing parameter?
It would be 3 and 2. So it'd be 3 for this and 6 for this.
Are you saying you wouldn't use groups anymore?
No, you are using groups, but the assumption today is you switch at any group boundary, right? That's all of our discussion based on switches.
Okay, but
And I'm saying you can't. You can switch at some multiple of group boundary.
I mean,
This is a scheme
is there just a different way? You could also just define groups to be at that level and then not need this?
You would have to have the same groups.
Oh, okay.
There's not there's iframes. Oh, sorry. The
misalignment of these groups.
That's
What
maybe the
motivated the misalignment of those groups.
motivation is this one is a heavier track. It's got an iframe every 3 objects, so it's got higher bit rate. I don't want to stay on it for very long. This is my bit efficient track. This is where I want to sit most of the time.
common thing.
This is common. This lets me join quickly. I only have to wait 3. I'm only ever 3 objects away from an iframe.
It's like a companion stream to allow you to switch quickly.
Like a switching stream.
Yeah. And you can have 3 layers
You
of
don't
this.
use it forever. You just
Yeah.
use it to very short
In
amount.
fact, you use it for as little as possible. And what you can do, it also imagine you're on 2 and you just got to this object here and you need to switch down. Normally you would have to wait all the way to here for your next switch down point. But now you can switch down here. And that's why I say you have to be object aligned, because this object here has to have media time that's consistent so your image doesn't skip.
I just wonder if you could do something more creative with subgroups here. Like have the frequent like the extra iframe on a subgroup. I don't know.
That's
A layered codecs give you options to do the type of thing you're thinking there, but if you don't have layered codecs, this is pretty common today, and it's really powerful. I mean, like I don't see any reason we wouldn't
can give
support
2
it. if that were-
numbers and we can do this. And then it doesn't mean we can't do an SPC scheme.
Do you need?
Or
Can't you just pull that out? What's in a catalog today? Or I mean, I'm fine with
no,
it.
we're defining how to describe this in the catalog.
Okay.
The track spacing parameter goes in the catalog.
Yeah, it does.
But
For a track.
there's no media spec that defines this today, right? No media specs say this kind of like groups, we kind of roughly map to segments. This would roughly map to what?
HESP on the.
This maps to HESP is one solution, or low latency, low delay dash does this schema. But we're not referencing those specs. We just, in MSF, we tell you how to package content. We tell you that you should have an IDR at a group boundary. And we allow then a case where we have, assuming you have time-aligned objects.
It's really like shorter and longer segments. That's it.
Yeah. It's allowing switchable tracks that don't have consistent segment duration. So I would like to implement a simple version of this, and then I like Alan's idea that maybe we can get fancy with subgroups, which is not being explored here. These are pure streams. But subgroups are streams, but
because I think what sort of impacts what you're gonna, how you would joining fetch, right? Like in the A track, you don't actually, because you don't have your groups in the right spot, like you don't, when you're joining fetch A, you don't need to go all the way back to 1. You can join from 2, which is mid group.
Well, the interesting thing, what if 2 was in a separate subgroup?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you can. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good comment.
I just need to think. I haven't thought through this layout at all.
Yeah,
But
it's okay. We're not trying to solve it now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
Luke.
I think this is a good start. I think it's probably better to flip this around mentally and think of like a formula to map timestamp to group ID is kind of what you're doing here, but backwards. And I would love to see groups not even required to being aligned, because that just adds latency. Like if you generate audio and you have to wait until video is generated to even know where the iframe is, it adds latency. I'd much rather try to switch based on timestamps instead. Like if I know, track B has a new group coming up at this timestamp, I can switch even if it's not the end of a group of track A.
Okay. Luke, can you open an issue against MSF stating the requirement to switch on timestamps?
I think that would just be an improvement over how HLS does it. I think HLS is very simple, but I think we can definitely do better with timestamps.
Okay, great. So we'll make a PR for this. There was a request for template-based media timeline track design. Again, this is an efficiency story. So we define a media timeline, which is basically the publisher describing what it's produced over time. So it says, I have a media time of 0, group ID, object ID of 0, and here's my wall clock time I made this. And it just pushes out this track as it's producing. This can get long, right? In an 8-hour one, this is going to be thousands of items in this row, which HLS lives with, but to be better, we can define if you constrain yourself to constant duration GOPs, which many systems do, then we can go to a template, right? You just have to know what your start time is and what the delta is, your start location, start media time, and the deltas. It would look like this, these 3 rows. And then the player can calculate the next 3,000 rows from this and use it for seeking.
Well, each of those lines is an object in this track.
No, this is just data in a JSON blob. These are attributes. I didn't mock up the JSON. I didn't think it was that complex, but I'm just showing here. I'm saying this is the information we need to provide in the template. And these are sampled values. These values describe this thing on the left.
Okay, so, but this is a track that has objects in it.
This has a track that has JSON payloads in each object.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. That's a media, it's called a media timeline, and it's defined by MSF.
Okay. I think Tjorborn was first.
Torben.
Yeah, when we get into this type of templates and repetition counts and things like that, then we have the problem in Dash with NTSC or 29.97 frame rate per second, and then now we introduce these patterns in Dash so that we can actually get a pattern forward, because we may want to have the audio group to be the same duration as a video as close as possible, so that we can switch audio and video at the same time or join them at the if you join at the start of the group. So from that point of view, it's maybe not just a strict template is good, but having this type of repetition pattern as well.
Okay, I'm familiar with the pattern problem. We will have a separate media timeline for the video and a separate media timeline for the audio. So they wouldn't, the audio could be on a different cadence.
That's the thing that you join, and then if you have 2-second groups, you may be 1 second off in the video compared to the audio. So from a low latency point of view, it's not good to have it like that. So.
Okay, fair point.
Luke, then Mo, then Colin.
I was just going to say, you could also delta encode the timeline on the left. Right now it's absolute values, but timelines always are ascending, so you could do the difference instead, just to save a few bytes.
We could to save space. Yep, that's a good point.
Is the plan to move strictly to templates, or there's a syntax that says this is a template, or there's a syntax that says
Find two media
and
timeline
you can
tracks.
disperse templates and raw data?
We would have two different variants of timeline, a template-based one if you meet the conditions of constant duration, and then just a brute force listing which allows all the variability you
Must
want.
select one of the two. You can't intersperse.
You could put both in if you're a publisher, if you want.
Okay.
Or yeah, but we wouldn't constrain it. They can exist together if you have constant duration. If you don't, you either have a pattern in there, which is a regular repeating alternating sequence. Yeah. Who was next?
Colin and Victor Denali.
So I like this basic idea. The 2002 in the example that like the delta's in milliseconds, is that what we have here?
That's correct.
Okay.
Actually, it's in timeline units, but it's in we discussed this as well. It is in milliseconds for the spec because your actual units are given by the media that's inside the group in the object location. So the goal with this is to get you close enough to the right segment to be able to pull the precise time out.
I guess I'm not sure this is an issue, but I think that given the weird timing issues that we have of some really odd video rates and then audio rates, like we needed to do RTP clocks often at 90 kilohertz to be able to make them line up. And because this delta is going to accumulate over an 8-hour period, you're going to get a lot of error and if it's off. I'm not sure that milliseconds gives you enough resolution there. I'm just saying it's
In the
work into. Yeah.
In the catalog, you have those time scale, which give you precise stuff, can be larger than 90. And here it's just like millisecond to like allow you to scan and so on.
It's just the milliseconds is totally fine when it's when you're putting the absolute numbers here, but when you're wanting a certain delta that's going to accumulate.
Yeah,
over
Colin
time,
has a valid
you need
point.
floating
So
point
we
number
should
or something.
note this.
Just
we would have to
yeah.
increase the precision
Yeah.
if we're going to use milliseconds. Have it to not drift over some time into.
I don't see any
Or
reason
we
given
got a
it's JSON
timeline.
not to use a floating point number.
Yeah.
Victor
or float.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very weird to frame it as a template. Like,
how would you frame it then?
Like, if you have constant intervals between things, I think it's pretty trivial to compute where things are.
Right. This is
so.
Is there something more trivial than what's shown here?
Okay, this is turning into a giant discussion.
Okay,
I think we're going to kill it. Let's punt it to virtual.
This, I don't think we have any. We don't. This is how do you get the latest full catalog? We agree that that's there. This is a complex discussion, explicit signaling of key rotation and DRM. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Will. All right. We have 40 minutes before lunch. We're going to get through as much joining fetch as we can. So Alan is first.
Mr. Joining Fetch Descent.
You're the first guy on the.
Yeah, I know, but
well, you know, guys disappear. That's their.
He's having coffee. I pinged him. Okay.
If you want me to go first, I can go first.
No, I made a couple of slides just to highlight what we felt like were the biggest discussions from yesterday. Okay, now I gotta find that tab. Gracious. Oh, it's that. Okay. Okay. So I went through and just wrote, like, made little pictures of, like, we were talking about head of line blocking, like the most important thing. Like, these are the scenarios that I think are the ones that are problematic. So here's one scenario. You've got this group has two subgroups, the blue one and the green one. And the blue one is higher priority and the green one is lower priority. So when you get your joining fetch, largest object is 4, but you haven't gotten object 3 yet. It's like, this seems fairly common. So like somebody goes to joining fetch, the fetch will be able to send you 0, 1, 2 from cache, and it has to go upstream. If it gets to 3 and it will have to go upstream, or maybe it's been delivered by then, but like you can't send, even though 4 is there, it can't be sent to the client right there. Yeah.
Very quickly. So like if I assume this is like a temporal scalability scheme, then like a subgroup 0 would be like the best layer. I'm just
That's probably what's happening here.
Yeah, but why then? Oh yeah, in between is lower part. Yeah, you're right.
Because they're on the same track
Gotcha. Yeah.
instead of different tracks.
I thought it opposite of the priority. Yeah.
Question, can we relax the constraint that fetch must come back on a single stream? Because
Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure that
Oh,
people, I'm going to go through my proposal. We already talked about it yesterday. This proposal's
Alan,
coming.
you're right on schedule.
Yeah,
Okay.
welcome to my.
So,
Clarification. I think that yesterday when we discussed this one, I think most of what I heard was the case where only you don't have subgroup one is very rare scenario, and you'll either have both or you'll have.
I don't think that's necessarily true, particularly, I mean, delivery timeout's one case, but certainly lower priority is another, right? Like, you've got stuff coming from upstream, the high price stuff may run ahead of the low price stuff. So I think this is very possible, assuming you're using layered.
At least this, I'm just remembering what happened in the discussion.
I think that discussion was more like if you think about just subgroup 0,
No, it was,
either you're going to have all of 0 or none of 0. You're not going to have like 2.
it was in this context though.
Because this is upstream congestion.
I'm going to
Yeah,
spend.
I'm gonna
okay.
explain it to Suhas. Like if OBS is having congestion and the enhancement layer is struggling, like it's being congested, it means any new viewers to the stream would sit there buffering forever because they're blocked. The joining fetch is blocked on the enhancement layer.
Okay, so this will happen in the current draft. This is like, or this, it certainly can happen, like this plausible. So keep it in mind. This is another one. So a track that's subgroup per object, or maybe it's datagrams where you just got one that's missing. Like, and if you try to fetch this track, like it's going to block trying to find that one that's missing until you can't get 4 until 3 shows up. One question I have, like, maybe you don't need a joining. If a track is organized like this, maybe you don't need a joining fetch it, right? If there were really dependencies, they would be in a subgroup.
How can you have a hole in a stream?
Hasn't arrived. These are
Different streams.
different streams or different datagrams.
They're not subgroups then.
Subgroup
They're
per
not-
object. Read the slide. Come on, guys. Just keep an eye on the ball.
These are all upstream congestion problems, not downstream.
This is the state of your cache. This is the state of your cache.
Because the relay is congested upstream.
Yes. So but anyway,
Just remember as we get to solutions, the reason why here, because that's really important.
yeah. So this could be reordering. This could be like priorities. It could be delivery timeouts. Like there's a hole. There's a hole. And the other one we talked about was more like group 3 was entirely in your cache at some point, but it has now been evicted. Group 4 and group 5 are in cache. Group 5 is the current group. And if you say joining fetch with prev equals 2, the relay is going to be like, I don't have group 3 anymore. I evicted it. I can't send you group 4 or group 5. I have to go fill it because that's what you asked for. So those are like the 3 scenarios that I'm thinking about where like there's legit head of line blocking concerns. Yes, Luke?
And I'll add one more, which is when object IDs are not sequential, like you use PTS, like object ID is every 1,000 or something. Then it always.
So I don't know. You've seen there's that like the gap header extension can really address that problem. Like if the publisher
I'm
knows,
thinking more in multi-publisher where you don't have that extension.
multi-publisher people deserve all of the pain they get.
Yeah.
Those slides are ready to suffer.
I don't disagree.
Okay. Yes, Colin?
I was gonna say, I think that the only case where this one is fairly likely is where you've exceeded the timeout of group 3. So it was evicted because
Max cache duration.
max cache duration, which means fetch isn't going to be able to get it either. You're never going to get it.
That's
No,
max
this
cache
will
duration
also-
doesn't mean the object blows up. It just means you can't serve it from cache anymore. You have to go back to the order. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not.
Okay, fair enough. But in most cases,
And Colin, this
Just
will
a
also
bad
happen
picture.
with delivery order descending from upstream congestion. Like OBS would deliver group 4 and group 3 is still within the delivery timeout. It just hasn't delivered it yet because it's delivering descending.
There's other reasons why 3 might not be there.
Yeah.
This is just one. Like you
Well-
can fetch back and if what you're really trying to do is join with a buffer. It might be better to skip group 3 entirely. It's just like, well, you've got 4. Like I'd rather start from 4 if that's what's there.
Just a clarification. All the 3 things, which are very specific to joining fetch versus the fetch usually have the problem. The fetch.
This is like,
I think all the.
I mean, they're all fetch problems.
Yeah.
They are just like, we're talking about joining fetch. Like, okay. That's, I just want to like set the ground. So when we look at solutions, like these are the things that at least it should be addressing in some way. Yeah. Because we think that these like may cause like actual problems in practice. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna talk about my proposal, which I put on the list, which is like what I think is a minimal diff from 16. So we continue to keep the messages separate. There's subscribe, there's fetch, there's joining fetch. PR 1335, we talked about in a virtual about a month ago. anyway, but like it basically gives you more flexibility in how joining fetch is issued. So you can it basically defines this join location within the track, which gets updated at certain points. Like if you go from forward 0 to forward 1, the join location moves to the largest object at that time. It also allows you to joining fetch a track that's been published. So from 1401, we need at least the ability to filter a fetch by subgroup ID. And then I propose we add a new parameter to fetch, which is like this sort of misbehavior parameter. And there's two values, fill and skip. So fill is like the behavior we have now, which is like, if you have a hole and you can't account for it, you have to go upstream and have them tell you that doesn't exist or give it to you. And skip is like, you don't go upstream at all. You use the syntax that we have to indicate like, I don't know right now. Like you get 0, 1, 2, I don't know, 4.
Just is there a third option, which is go upstream, but if it's taking too long, then skip?
Cullen replied to my proposal and proposed that. Like, I think that's probably fine.
Timeout.
It's like, instead of like skip is an integer, like, or it's a, or maybe misbehavior is a timeout and the fill is like infinity and skip is a number.
Okay. Could be 0 for don't do it or infinity for
Yeah.
do it all the time
Yeah.
and some other
Somewhere
number
in between.
for timeout.
Yeah. Let me just finish through 1 through 6 and then I'll get your question. Allow subscribing to a prior group or a current group. I don't know why I put that in there. Let's subscribe to- What? I think that's just to set the filter. I'm not sure why I even put that in there. Okay. I wrote these slides last week. Okay.
Did number 5 mean and deliver those old objects or did
Just these to my slides.
Yeah.
No wonder I don't understand what I wrote.
You have to subscribe to a prior group. Otherwise, when you skip stuff over with the fetch, you won't get the stuff. When it does arrive, you don't get it. So you need to also.
I don't know about prior group, but I can see this. So what it means is when you subscribe, you can set your filter to current group. Yeah. Which means, let me go back a couple of slides and explain. If you're in, let's say you're in this case, where like that object is coming via subscribe. If I subscribe with latest group, it sets my filter to say, I'll take anything that arrives in this group after object 0. And then I say joining fetch, skip, true. Then fetch will give me 0, 1, 2, 4. And then the subscribe stream, when 3 shows up, 3 will just magically show up. Like that's an option.
Right, but it doesn't mean the subscribe. So the subscribe. Let me just make sure I could totally clarify. I like this a lot, but it's the whatever it adjusts your subscribe stream. So anything that allows at the relay after this point in time that fits the filter, you get. But it doesn't mean you'll get objects that were in the cache that were in that group.
Correct. It doesn't deliver you
you'll
anything
get
from the
those
past.
Through the yeah.
It just includes but it would allow you to joining fetch this. Now, I think one thing you don't know why this isn't here, and you don't know that it's actually going to come.
Yeah.
So like it's quite, you could say the reason this isn't here, maybe that stream got a delivery timeout. And if you, with this mechanism, you'll never get it. If that's how you did it. Like you'll be like
any of our real-time data, you never get it.
But I just want to point that out. Okay. Yes, so that's what the second 2 points are sort of about. So that like you can we broaden the set of filters that you have and we allow you to join and fetch things that have broader filters than the latest objects. I don't think it breaks anything.
No, it should be fine. It's
From Luke and then Mo.
Okay, yeah. Take clarifying questions. Luke was moving well.
Yeah, clarifying. So skip would cause the subscribed stream to start delivering object IDs out of order for just this first group?
No. Okay, so subscribe is completely unchanged. Skip is a fetch behavior.
So if I don't get group 3, I mean, go back to your example if you could. So object 3 is missing. Would I get object 5 on the subscribe screen? Get subgroup 1, even though I didn't get a joining fetch for it.
Okay, let's say you subscribe latest object and joining fetch with skip. Yeah. Then you're going to get a fetch stream with 0, 1, 2, and 4. And then you'll get any objects that arrive that are 5 or greater via subscribe. If you set your subscribe filter to current group, then you would get 3 if it arrives, and it necessarily has to arrive before 5. If they're on the same.
Okay, so it would still be ordered. It would still be ordered. Okay.
I mean, I think there's weird disconnect reconnect cases that will make your head spin. Where 3 and 5 come on totally different streams, but like that's not common.
Object would basically apply to each subgroup independently.
What'd you say?
So latest object, like what's the difference between fetch and subscribe would be on a per subgroup basis.
It's different. At subscribe. Okay.
So subscribe would
this
deliver
way,
3, even though it's in the past technically.
subgroups that are delivered via subscribe remain in their order. That's how subscribe works.
Yeah.
Well,
Go back to the proposal. So you're adding, you're also adding, prior group or current group as one new subscription filter?
Just filters though. I think current group is I'm not sure if you want prior group or not. That's kind of weird. But
First of all, what do we mean by current group? This group has already started its object zero.
the largest group will
Then no, you need prior group if you're going to start a prior group.
When you say prior, so let's say your object 4,3. What is current group? 4?
Yeah, 4.
And what is prior group? 3 or 4?
I mean, Ian added this to my slide. I'm not sure how critical it is, but you could theoretically go back in. All you're doing is modifying a filter to say if some ancient object arrives via subscribe, I still want it.
The key thing is if you want to start in the past, if you want to start a prior group, and like some things have arrived and some things have not, you need to make sure that your filter, your start point for your subscribe and your fetch are identical. Otherwise, you risk skipping over things in fetch, and then when they arrive later out of order,
it's not clear, but I think the likelihood of things from prior groups arriving may be kind of low.
For sure. As you go back farther, it decreases for sure.
So a way to talk about this more clearly for everybody is what's currently in the spec called largest object. Let's just think of that as join point. Okay. And is this proposing to move the join point to wherever you want?
I mean, today our join definition is very crisp. Everything before largest objects coming via fetch or doesn't exist. And everything else is coming, everything that comes later is coming via subscribe.
And it's moving the largest object?
Muddies the semantic, right? This says if I joining fetch with it means I can set a wide filter that includes things that are smaller than largest object. I don't want to say from the past. Delayed in network maybe is a better way to think about them, right? Sure. And then I'm fetching the things that I have and the things that might arrive later. But when I'm done, I might have gaps, things that never got delivered that the current system would never allow.
Are the things that are before largest object delivered over fetch or subscribed?
The things that are before largest object that are in the cache are delivered via fetch, and the ones that arrive via subscribe streams after that are delivered using subscribe mechanisms.
Okay, so old stuff that comes later.
This is what I mean. It's muddy. It takes our current very clear semantic and makes it muddy, but it also makes it faster.
Okay, I want to make sure we're holding the clarifying questions here, of which we're definitely doing. Victor, do you want in?
Yeah.
Okay. Victor.
Yeah, let's go to the next person.
Wendell.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 are minimal changes to minimize join latency, but 5 doesn't look like a minimal change somehow.
It's not. It just allows a wider filter. It doesn't change anything else about the semantic.
We already actually allowed that filter.
Oh, there we go. It's not a unit change.
It's just you can't specify it relative today. You can only specify it absolute.
Yep.
You
can
go as far early as you want and subscribe today.
Colin?
Okay, I want to speak to exactly this point. I mean, I think that the subscribing to a prior group is confusing there. I think it should be subscribing to the whole stream. So we already support absolute subscribe to the whole stream, 0, 0 to infinity, right? And that's basically what you're doing here. So you'll get any trailing objects, or it could be absolute, whatever. But it's a way to think about this is the same as a subscribe mechanism we already support.
Okay.
I agree with Colin. This should be absolute start with 0, 0. Need to join fetch that way. Anything that old.
You could join fetch and absolute start 0, 0.
Just to clarify that's not supported today. The only way to join fetch today is with the largest object filter.
That's why it
That's number
changed.
6.
This would basically say that if you want to do the skip and other options, you need to say subscribe with absolute filter of start 0, 0. That means anything previous will come on subscribe, but everything in cache will come on fetch.
If it's in your cache, it's coming on the fetch stream. It's
That's-
never coming via subscribe. That's the crux of this
Because of the
proposal.
stream reordering or something comes late, it will come on subscribe. I think you don't need new filter for it. Yeah.
Is it possible to add another option, field skip, maybe a timeout for the relay?
Yeah, I mean, I think somebody else suggested that, but I think it's fine. So we could change this to like miss timeout or something, which could be like fill is like infinite. Yeah, another.
How long to wait for Phil?
So like fill is, it could be infinite. Skip is 0. Anything between those is a timeout.
Timeout threshold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fill timeout.
I was mostly just going to comment that the end groups earlier is functionality we were allowed today. It's just like a different way of resolving what the start is. Okay, well, so it's not.
Yeah, go back to my prior comment. Is the 7th option here that we can relax the constraint that a fetch must come back on a single stream? The client can opt to say.
That is not what this proposal is, but other people
No.
may make you happier.
Okay, my slides might actually solve that problem, but okay. All right, you have more?
This is, I mean, unless you want to go through the example. So it's just like, okay, like if you want to, like say it's the eviction case, you like sub and joining fetch, you say G-4, you filter for subgroup 0, ascending, and a skip, right? So if G4 has been evicted, G-4 has been evicted, it just gets blown right past. And if you get to the current group and you find holes that are like only in subgroup 1, you blow past those also. So this like should remove head of line blocking and like the cases that we care about. It does make it messy. I think Luke replied on the list, which is like, if there's like, you might get some weird holes and then in your unknown and you're like, okay, well, I kind of needed that thing. And now the client has to go refetch it. It's like, oh, I didn't get objects 7 and 8, but I need them because they weren't in cache and they're not coming via subscribe. So I have to go. It's like client has to clean up a little bit here. And it's not amazing, but it seems also probably rare.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like, if you want to go join like, let's say you got the track playing on subgroup 0, now you can go refetch subgroup 1 at a later time, or you can even issue them in parallel, but have them at lower priority, or like reissue a different fetch with different timeouts, like once you have got your head of line blocking. So I don't know. I don't think it's beautiful. But I think it's not that big a change from the current draft.
Is that a clarifying question?
No.
Okay, there's a lot of proposals. Let's run through all the proposals. Are you done?
Yeah, you want to present next?
Yes,
Or do you want?
I'm on it.
Okay.
Okay, so I posted some slides this weekend. There were some good comments. The comments convinced me that probably those slides were not really working. This is to create a mega message to do everything. I have concerns it might not be workable based on some of those comments. Also, yesterday's conversation made it clear to me that nobody wanted that. So this is something completely different. I'm going to contend this is probably the minimum diff we can do to both the spec and the code to solve the head of line blocking problem. And Mike English helped me think through this, but if this is screwed up, it's my fault.
Martin, can I ask
Yes, sir.
a quick clarification?
Can I object to
Alan's
that?
proposal? Can we add those fetch extensions to normal fetch message? No, can be used in.
Sure.
Not
I don't
for
see any reason why you couldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Okay. Thanks, Mark. Sorry about it.
Oh crap! Well, I can't insist on the same frick slide on what the name is. I call it previous groups by rewind, but I meant call it whatever you want. I don't care what the name is. Okay. I have a single subscription filter to solve this problem. It is kind of like the previous groups, prior groups filter people have talked, but there's a twist to it. The semantic meaning of this filter as a subscriber is if you happen to have this in cache, please serve these groups to me as if they were subscribed, as if they were new. Okay, and then anything else that's previous, if there's joining fetch attached to it or something, that just goes.
Clarification.
Yes.
Does this mean the same thing as relative joining fetch? Relative joining fetch is the semantic and groups back. That's what you mean by this?
finish the proposal, like, and then we'll ask a
So
clarifying.
what it is asking, it is asking for groups before the live edge, but it's asking for them to be delivered as subscribed in subscribed style if they are present in cache, which the client does not know a priori. Now the publisher logic is optional because the publisher may or may not do any caching. So the publisher can just treat that as the largest object and do largest object stuff. Or if it has stuff in cache, it can serve however many groups it has in cache, as it were subscribed, and it essentially lies about largest object, so that which tells the client what the subscriber what the boundary is. You don't have to have every single object in the group because it's a subscribed semantic, right? So if stuff is missing, stuff is missing. That's kind of part of the contract there. Now, when would a publisher choose to do this? Okay, well, obviously, if it isn't in cache, you can't do it. You can use some basic. You could, if you want to, you can implement some basic logic that, oh gosh, the client is asking for 50 groups, and that's 30 gigabytes of stuff. It is DOSing itself. I'm not going to honor that entire request. I'm going to trim this to a certain number of groups. Totally legal. If the group is out to end, it might say, you know what, by the time this is all done, like I'm just going to give you the next group, and that's going to be fine. If it's a non-increasing group ID situation, I don't think you want to honor go back more than 0 groups. Do you have a clarifying question, Colin?
Yeah, but finish your slide and then I'll get it. Yeah.
So, all right. So as a publisher, I'm going to generate I'm going to create a largest object, which is typically the beginning of my cache. And I'm going to deliver that all as subgroup streams. Now, the client's behavior regarding joining fetch is identical to the existing subscribe behavior. So there's a largest object. If I want more stuff, I can absolutely send a joining fetch to get more groups in a fetch stream. But yes, Luke.
I was just going to say, does you need to lie about the largest object, or do we need to just have a starting group?
It is possible to have a second parameter, like a largest object parameter, and a like this is where I'm going to start parameter. That would be additional code. That is a workable thing if people want to do that. But I'm really trying to make the minimum code change here, and I'm not. It's not clear to me what the subscriber would do with that additional piece of information.
Yeah,
QUIC.
Clarification question. So the third aspect, you say the objects greater than the largest will be delivered in subgroup stream as if like normal subscription. And
As if it were the live edge, yes.
And the earlier object will be in sending in one stream.
Right, because typically the real latency thing here, if it's in cache, I want it now, but if it's caching, I have to go back, so forget about header line blocking. So that's the true boundary, and the publisher knows that. The publisher can decide. Colin?
Okay, so, and this is a clarifying question, but I'm assuming that when you say delivered, this is like as if these objects had just magically all appeared at exactly the same time. Like you're not pacing or anything on any of this going out, other than what flow control did.
Yes, right. So I'm going to start opening subgroup streams with assuming it's ascending order, with the first group that is covered in this filter.
Right.
You have more slides, or
yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, here I think are the required changes. We need to add a subscription filter. The subscriber, if it doesn't want to do this, doesn't have to do anything to its code. If it wants to do this, it has to add a new filter that has one parameter, which is how many groups back am I going, 0 or more. The publisher, again, if it doesn't want to support this, all you have to do is just say if the filter is previous group, just do the largest object behavior. That is a complete legal behavior. Because it's a best effort process, because you might not cache, right? But if you really want to support this, which you probably should, because this to me sounds like a good feature, you basically have some logic to tell you how far back am I really going to go, given what the previous group was, based on how big is my cache and the other considerations that exist, and then report that as largest object instead. And then there's probably something like drain the cache, and then other than that, the code is unchanged. Okay, a couple of examples just to make this a little clearer if people. So let's just say there are n objects in each of these groups, 4 through 8. 8 is a little smaller because it's not fully delivered yet. That is the current group. So the subscriber request previous group equals 2, which means it wants back to 6 as subscribed streams. Okay, so then in this case, the publisher would report a largest object of 5n, and then it would start delivering 6, 7, and 8 over streams or datagrams. Subsequently or concurrently, the subscriber could send a relative joining fetch of 2, which, okay, in the design I'm presenting here, in an effort to nail this sucker down, that is going to be referenced from the largest object of 5n. So the joining fetch would be 3, 4, 5, and that requires an upstream fetch of group 3 in this example, because the cache line goes back to 4. Now, if we did have 2 parameters, like we could have the relative joining fetch be in reference to the live edge rather than largest object. That makes this a little more complicated, a little bit more code. if people, I don't strongly care, although I like to write less code and write less spec, but I'm happy to make that change if people are super fired up about it. Here's another example where we hit the edge of the cache. So in this case, previous group is 6. So really that would require us to deliver all the way back to 2. We don't have 2 in cache, so we do the best we can in this case. I don't know why I'm standing up. So largest object we reported is 3n, which is the last object I do not have in cache. All the groups I have in cache will be delivered via streams and datagrams. And then a relative joining fetch will be the 2 groups before that, which will have to be an upstream fetch and then delivered in a fetch stream. Once again, to emphasize, the publisher does not have to do this. If it thinks it's imprudent to deliver 5 groups more or less simultaneously, it can absolutely curtail this thing at 6 or 7. And that the semantics here completely work.
Clarification.
Yes.
Is the timing of these instantaneous? Or is this a true blind relative joining fetch? Or did you use data that you got back from the...
It can be. Joining
But
fetch,
you don't know what it's going to be. You don't know what...
in this proposal, there's no change to the way joining fetch works. So it's based off largest object. So
I'm saying the subscriber's intended behavior. He sent all these messages at once blindly with an intended behavior of, I want to get at least 6 groups in subscribe fashion, and I also want to get two more further back in fetch fashion.
so
that's the subscriber intent? What was the subscriber intent in generating these messages?
The subscriber intent is okay. So I mean, this is I think you're peeling on the onion here, which is maybe we do want to have the 2 parameters, and I'm completely willing to surrender on that point.
But then would you still issue joining
8 segments to start?
But like, let's say the cache is empty. You still want joining fetch to be blind. That like you don't know what's going to get, even if it said, okay, cache start is 5. You still wouldn't pipeline the joining fetch, and then the joining fetch behind it, which says 2, is that invalidated because, oh, you don't need that anymore because I'm delivering it to you based on your cache start? Or do you still go back and deliver those via fetch also?
The start location for the joining fetch would be based on the start.
But he just said if you had 2 parameters, do you base it off the join group?
So, all right. So, okay.
It seems that this is a nuance of it that just like depends how we spell it. We just have to agree on this later. It doesn't really matter.
So we could absolutely so like all right, if we want to be able to say I want at least 2 groups back, and I don't want to go any earlier than that, then the way to compose that, and at the risk of designing in real time, although I've thought about this a bit, is to do previous group 2, and then return 2 parameters, a real actual right edge and the largest objects they're going to use, and then have the joining fetch be relevant to the real live edge. What I've constructed
that could overlap with what you're going to get from start.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, and so some of that would be invalid. Right, that's yes. So that gets a little more complicated. Relative joining fetch needs to work whether it happens like concurrently or happens much later. So you want to be very clear about what the parameters are. But at least it's clear in my head how this would work either way.
What is largest object for the relative joining fetch? The lie or the real largest object?
Okay, in what is on in this slide where it is the lie. And I think you raised the point, which is good, about subscriber intent. And I think in that case, you would use the true largest object to the downfall. So the good thing about what I proposed here is that there's like so little code change, right? And spec change. But the downside is I'm asking for relative joining fetch 2 and previous group 2. I'm going to go 4 groups back if there's stuff in cache, which is actually not what you want, right? So that's the optimization we're missing by making this simpler. I wanted to present the simplest possible thing and add stuff rather than have a Baroque deal.
I do. Unless you say the relative joining fetch is always to the true, no lie, largest object.
Yes, right, which requires a second parameter. Yes, Safra.
Actually, we used that technique in our switch implementation. I like the idea, but I would like to see not as a lie, but at another parameter where largest location is correct and the
joint.
So, right. So
it also very flexible for the client. If it wants, if it's missing, it can just send a patch or not. So it's good.
Right now, so Mike was telling me a little about his experience. I mean, lies are a pejorative term, but I like it. Mike was telling me a little about his experience with lying, and like I think we agree that there's a little bit of problem there because you don't know when you lie that the subscriber actually wants earlier stuff. Yes. Right. And unless you're going back to the beginning of the group, and even then you don't know because audio tracks don't need the keyframe and all that stuff. This is just sort of an explicit way of saying, yes, please lie to me because I want things in subscribe streams, right? Who else? Who's next?
Luke.
Yeah, I'll say, don't lie because I actually want to know what the live playhead is. I want to know how far back the subscribe is going to be. So just call it like live object or something, just to get rid of like largest as a connotation.
Okay. Yes.
And yeah, I would. My main. I really like this. The main issue is that the publisher can choose to not start at a group boundary, so I still have to do a joining fetch as a subscriber just in case the publisher doesn't support this.
Yeah. So right. So if you really want the start of the group, to use the case of the starter group, which is probably the most common case. Yes, like the correct way to compose that would do subscribe previous group 0, and then also send relative joining fetch 0, and then you will get it one way or the other.
Yeah, can I just always require that you at least start of the group? Like, if you're not going to do it for me, just give me the next group instead.
It might not be in cache.
Yeah, just give me the next group instead. And I can do a fetch, but like, don't give me halfway in between a group because then I have to support that.
Okay, that's I'm having trouble reasoning through that in real time, but if we, after all this joining fetch discussion, if we decide to do a PR in this space, I'm happy to entertain that comment.
Awesome.
Do you have any other clarifying questions here?
Do you have more slides?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know what the order was. You're both the chair and the presenters.
Oh God, that's not going to work. Will, I mean, just
Yeah.
right, I go clockwise.
Start. Yeah, Will.
No, firstly, I've said before, I think we're going to have two cache states most of the time. Everything's in cache or nothing's in cache. The client doesn't know which state it is. So it's going to, when it does this and nothing's in cache, can you just walk through the behavior?
Then effectively it falls back on largest object behavior. Modulo what Luke is saying.
Okay.
So
I disagree, but okay.
So what is happening is I'm going to declare everything versus subgroup streams, and I'll report that accordingly with these parameters.
In this explicit example where you asked for n and nothing's there, right?
Yeah. I'll send back that the largest object and where I'm going to start subscribe is the front of thing. I'm going to have a fetch request upstream for everything because I have nothing.
I don't think that's what you're going to do, but okay.
Well, I mean, that's what you have to do. And then like that's going to all come back in a fetch stream, which is the current behavior today.
So you get the current behavior when.
Yes. Because I think you might like the header line blocking problem. You're already going to have it because you have to go upstream anyway.
I don't know.
It's on queue. Colin, I think was next.
I mean, I like this. I think just the slight tweak is like this. You're trying to avoid adding like minimal code changes or whatever. I think I just add a little bit more to be like, so the client can sort of maybe say it's 2 numbers of its preference. But then I think also in what comes back to it, it should have some idea of having an idea of how far the proxy or the relay thought it could rewind. So it gets a little bit of feedback of what the relay did. I think that one might help it not be surprised by what arrived on subscribe and what arrived on fetch.
You're right. Okay, so
this is in the PR, right?
Understood.
Like
okay, yes, I'm happy to surrender on almost all the details here.
Yeah.
And like I'm going to do a pretty minimal thing, and we'll add from there. I mean, the one thing that is not in this slide is probably having the 2 response parameters. Other than that, we can add Chrome. I think was it Alan or Ian?
I think it's me.
There's Q up there now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
Oh.
Suhas.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I have many concerns. One of them is the sort of non-deterministic behavior of the client, which is like which we put a touch on in this is overlap case, which is like the client intent is like I want 2 groups back. Like that's what I need for my buffer.
Okay.
And like now I have sort of no idea what's going to happen, or I have to send both. I send the subscribe with like please go back to and the joining fetch. I'd really like to go back to, and then either I'm getting duplicate objects or we need to have the publisher resolve it in some way to figure out like.
Well, you're not going to get duplicate objects.
Oh, then. Okay. They'll come
but out of range if the like if the start of subgroups. I got to name a parameter now. Start of subgroups is the equivalent to the joining fetch edge. Like you're not going to get it. It's going to be 0 fetch result.
But joining fetch has different semantics. right? It like will go and tell you about things that don't exist, which does not happen when you're getting data via subscribe.
If you want that, if you want full object integrity, you should not be using this feature. You should be using fetch. If you want it now, you should do subscribe.
Okay. Well, anyway, it feels like sort of non-deterministic, and then I have that like I'm not sure where things are coming. That's one concern. Another concern is like I really think rewinding past a gap is dangerous. There are cases. What
kind of gap?
A gap in your cache. So
Object gap or group gap?
you've drawn a perfect cache here, which is great. And I imagine that's very especially to one subgroup per group.
Yes.
Your perfect cache is perhaps probable.
An object gap or a group gap?
Let's say an object gaps in the object space within a group.
How is that different from the normal assurances of subscribe?
Hold on. Let me finish my thought here. The point is that you may not know, like you've things that showed up in your cache. Maybe you have subgroup 0 and you have objects 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. You don't have 3. You don't even know if 3 is in that subgroup or not in that subgroup. Like you just have like a random hole, and it can happen because let's say one guy was subscribed and then unsubscribed, and so it didn't come. Somebody else resubscribed in the middle of the group, and so you have a lid that actually does belong in the middle of your subgroup. So I think rewinding past any kind of gap is completely fraught. Like I think you can't rewind past the gap.
Let me just clarify you two. I heard you're not allowed to rewind unless you have a complete cache. You can only rewind as how far. That's what I heard.
That's a constraint.
Yeah, but if the cache is full, the header flag blocking doesn't exist anymore.
So like, all right,
you don't have that problem. I mean,
so that is not no. So like what I said was that essentially the guarantees are similar to subscribe. So stuff arrived from the original publisher on a single stream. I'm going to deliver that stuff. If like the higher,
you may even break the subgroup rules in that case, because you're not allowed to put 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 on a subgroup if the OP's subgroup was 0, 1, 2, 3,
correct,
4,
yes.
5, 6.
So all right.
So if you find a gap, you can't.
Okay,
You've
so
got to stop there.
Your cache needs state on whether you have subgroup integrity or not. Yeah, and you've got to serve fetch, right? If I got 0, 1, 2, and 4, 5, 6 on different stream for the same subgroup for whatever reason,
there was a filter involved.
I cannot serve that. Period. Like, so I think that remains the. It is true. Like, if you can't serve something, if like you don't have sub, I should probably write this down. Yes, but
yeah,
your cache must have subgroup integrity to deliver a subgroup.
Right, and so I think if you have it at the subgroup level, it's possible. We're really talking about these cases where it's going to be like evens and odds, and so you might not know that like, okay, yeah, I've got 0, 2, 4, 6. But I don't have 1, 3, 5, 7, but I don't know if they're in my subgroup or not.
If you got it on a single stream, you do know.
Your cache
needs to maintain that state anyway.
Or you got the markers of the previous object.
There's not that, we don't have that in subgroups today, but your cache could store it. You could say 0 and like, you could store in your cache subgroup gap. So it'd be like, I have 2, it's between objects within the group. That's not a good.
Yeah, so yes, there's a hidden requirement that your cache has to know whether you have subgroup integrity on a subgroup.
Okay, I think we generally agree on that. Okay, so I think we've already covered lying is bad. I like should at least make it clear what's going on. There's a push-pull transition that happens here when you start going back. I start sending stuff to you, and the live head is still moving forward.
Yes.
And so those objects, there's an awkward transition point here. I know this is something that Victor's not a huge fan of, but like. Normally, when you receive objects via subscribe, you just stick them out and they go out on the subscribe stream. But for this guy, he can't get those. You need to queue them in some place, and then they need to either be delivered. Then you have this like catch up. You're like going through your cache, and like I guess these things are in cache, and so.
Can you clarify why can't you emit them immediately?
Because they go in the same subgroup in the current group anyway. They go in the same subgroup, and you can't have 2 subgroups open at the same time for the same subgroup ID.
So, okay, well, all right.
How would you have ever gotten them?
I'm saying no. They're incoming. Like, so let's just say an 8 current group.
Yep. Well,
but I'm going back 3. So
I think I understand your concern, unless you have more points to make.
You think you understand?
I understand your concern, but like I think that's a feature of. I mean,
okay.
When you deliver a subgroup stream, you have to tolerate
behavior that is not currently in anybody's.
Well, you have to be able to deal with the fact that the subscriber may not be able to take the data at the rate you're receiving.
But it's not even that. You can't even put it in the subscriber's queue until you're done with this catch-up rewind. Because for current group, they would get, it needs to be in order.
So if I have if I have half a subgroup and then another object comes in that subgroup, I put it at the end of the subgroup as if it were subscribed the whole time.
I'm saying you're still catching up. You're still sending
Yes.
data on the
You have to
subgroup.
deal
You
with
haven't
this.
put anything in the queue yet.
This is no. So the second you get this thing, you dump all those objects into the queue. Right? And it's
Okay,
it's
there's-
as if you've been subscribed from a long time.
I know there's a lot of people waiting. I think I'm going to say that there's awkwardness in this push-pull
Let's talk
transition.
about it at lunch. All right. Does anyone have any clarifying questions?
I have two more points. There's an assumption that you know how many objects there are per group here in like that, you know what n is, which you may know because you have your subscriber used end of group or your publisher used end of group markers, which would be great if they did, but otherwise you don't necessarily know. And how will you, if you don't know it's the end of group for real, you're stuck in this. Maybe I got the end of the group and maybe I didn't. So I got to solve that problem. And the last one is
solve that easily, but okay.
Okay, and upstream behavior. So, and I didn't talk about resource consumption. So I'm still super concerned about the ability, and I know you're putting it in the publisher's control, but again, now if the publisher is unwilling to go back, it like flips the behavior. Like you're like, okay, I have 1,000 subgroups here. I have them all in cache, but like I'm refusing to open them all for you at once because they trickled to me over an hour.
Yes.
Like, I just think I didn't think I have problems. So I appreciate that like simple case is simple. It makes people happy, but like there's a lot of devil in the detail.
All right. Any other clarifying questions because we're late for lunch? Safar.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay, I think I'm next. I think the n objects per group will not work for dynamic groups, dynamic GOPs, because there's no n there. It keeps changing. So I don't know how can we do. I can ask for like n groups. Maybe rewind to n groups might just work. And also another, if I read between the lines, when you do like go 6 groups, rewind to 6 groups behind the live, and if the things are not there, if the holes are there in between, this works as if Alan's proposals of fetch with skip and unsubscribe. Is that right?
I don't want to pretend 100% understand Alan's proposal, but it is exactly if I'd subscribed 6 groups ago. Like that is exactly the behavior. So if
It's not the same as fetch with holes.
Yes.
Subscribe has rules about you can't do this. You can't put holes in the subscribe.
Yeah, then that will not work, right? When this holes is there, it will fail the model.
I think we've agreed that you can't rewind past a hole in a subgroup, or actually past any hole if you can't account for where it
In
belongs.
that case, like whenever we get a refine,
but it's an edge case when you have a hole in a subgroup.
So in that case, whenever we get a refine, we need to do a cache scan to make sure we don't have any holes and then provide the answer.
Yes, you actually have to walk backwards through your cache to make sure you have everything to know the safe start
One
point.
can be supported or not.
Which you have to do for the fetch anyway, so.
Well, for fetch, you can start in the past and start moving forward. Here, you have to scan backwards and then scan back forwards.
Why not?
Put them in queue.
Why not you can pass? That you can pass and then the client can fetch the missing.
No, that's not. This basically says it will have
Right.
subscribe.
It's lunchtime. I'm done with my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions at lunch.
One final clarification.
Yes.
Was the intent of this to basically say that you treat everything as if you got these old things right now? Was that the intent?
The intent is essentially like you subscribed 6 groups ago, actually, with largest object, and for some reason nothing got delivered to you until now because of latency, because of like flow control.
All these objects just arrived right now.
Yeah.
No, it's more like it's more like my joining fetch example of I joined fetch 6, like however many groups ago. And that means you can.
So this is exactly equivalent to subscribing 6 groups ago, but giving you 0 flow control credit on those streams.
Last clarifying question, track status message will be affected by this, right?
What?
Track status, like same semantic, but you can.
You got to line once you start line.
Well, we already said that largest object is going to remain largest object, so no.
Oh, okay.
The question not about this. What's our plan after? What's happening after lunch? What's our?
We're gonna. If we have more discussion about this, we have more discussion about this. Ian has slides, and then we're going to try to wrap up the whole joining fetch thing.
Yeah.
And then back to DJ. All right, let's go eat.
And can I say one thing before you guys go to lunch so you can talk about it? I'd be happy with previous group equals 0, just being a hard coder. Don't even support multiple ones in the past.
Yep, I'm willing to do that too.
That's fine too.
The current group is the one you're most likely to have holes in.
Right, it is. That's the one that's most valuable.
Everyone
It's also the one where it's hardest to rewind.
Victor, can you take up the rear?
Why is it hardest to rewind?
Because it has holes. that you can, or they have rules that you can't account for which subgroup they, I mean, I guess it changes the cache state.
If you know you cached everything from a subscription that you didn't add any filters to, then you just give them what you got. Right? It's that complicated. It's only when you start, before, we don't have filters today. They're not. So like, yeah. I subscribed in the past.
Today. I will answer all of Claude's replies.
Although actually, I think your optimization doesn't actually.
Try to see how to
Just tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm just, we're sock puppets, okay? I mean, my Claude, your Claude, they can have it out. If my prompt says, make my comments sound really good and Alan's really dumb. Which I think is what Suhas did. It will happily give you an answer that sounds like that.
Yeah.
No, but, we need to go before we get
This is the revised agenda. If people are interested, we can bash it if we want. Oops. I already made a mistake.
It'd be great. If somebody else want to do
Oh yeah, we
scribe
need
this
to
afternoon.
describe. We're resuming in about 10 minutes. I locked my screen.
Does anybody want to see OBS with MOQ?
Yeah.
That works now.
Oh, because it's summer in Montevideo right now. I was like, why is he posting about summertime stuff in the winter?
Side of the earth, opposite season. It got me too at first. I was like, oh, wait a minute. That's why. I was expecting it this summer. Already doing the work, and I was like, what?
Whose mock C library are they using?
It's Luke's.
Oh, Luke wrote one in C.
No, it's
he
Rust.
wrapped Rust one.
It's Rust with C bindings.
Oh, it's a C binding around the Rust one. Okay.
Yeah, so it does the async stuff in a separate thread.
Oh, March. Send you CCL with track name refactor.
Okay.
You want to laugh? It got initially blocked by an AI person telling me I had a compiler. I did not have a compiler.
So what's the punchline?
That's a punchline.
Oh, okay.
The second punchline is I read the code and I'm not sure why it did compile.
Oh, okay. So last night I sent you the published namespace.
Yeah, I'll
It would be great to have that for tomorrow.
sure.
Okay. It's pretty big, but mainly it's just because I changed the API for published namespace, and so like a million tests had to change.
Senator Zulip, that I think Will, at one point in his presentation, said, I thought we could make some quick decisions on this. And I think that should be the new working group motto. I thought this would be easy.
I only need 2 minutes of agenda time.
So true.
Yep.
Like, just, an observation, defending poor Will here, right? Like we seem to repeatedly do this of, like, as he points out, that's like the third time he's presented the same half-hour presentation on this or whatever, right? Like,
You mean switch or?
No. I mean, look, lots of things we quickly run through, don't get to a conclusion that will stick. Even if we get to a conclusion that doesn't stick, and then we're back at it again the next meeting. I think this is one of the things that we need to think a little bit about how to get out of that, to help accelerate landing this plane.
I mean, I think Alan's made this observation for years that we're not great at async stuff very much. So things go to PRs and then hang for a while because people who complain aren't necessarily on the GitHub all the time, who have concerns about a PR. And so we just get stuck. So we have to discuss it again. I mean, I think there's a bad habit maybe of going back and repeating the old presentation rather than focusing on the issues. Like I thought that was kind of a little bit what happened to Switch at the start this morning. It's like we got a pitch for Switch rather than something that was addressing the actual concerns. I think we figured it out.
Yeah, for Will's thing, I would love to see MSF as an interrupt target so people actually implement it, and we get way further than something like the URL scheme.
Well, Mike is our interop czar, but I'm sure he would love some. I would love somebody. I'm sure he would love somebody to like figure out a design for an MSF interop.
I would implement it if people would use it. It's just nobody's gonna use it if I implement it.
So Luke, let me lay out how this might work for you. Like, write down exactly what should happen in interop. Like, I mean, implement MSF is not really what we need. Like, what is the interoperability thing that will happen? Like, people connect and do X, Y, Z.
Make players work with each other, right? Like, we should use MS.
Whatever.
You either make a publisher or a viewer.
Yeah.
So write something down that you hope to have, like exactly what you hope to have happen transaction-wise in an interop. Send out something to the list at the Slack saying who's willing to do this. And if you get at least one taker, then you could use the next, either the hackathon and, well, you could just pick, you could either pick a day anywhere in the calendar, or you could use the hackathon in Shenzhen, or you could use the Europe interim to have the stuff happening concurrently with the mock interop.
Like Ali, are you doing MSF? Do you want to
Yes, we are. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, not the latest version, like we'll just discussed half an hour ago or 1 hour ago, but yeah, pretty close. Yeah.
Please at least send a courtesy message to Mike English, since he's the interop czar. But I think he would. I'm speaking for you, but I think he would love it if you coordinated that.
Yeah, like I want to add support
MSF
to, like,
interop.
the OBS plugin, for example, like building CMAF. It's just I want to actually show it working with other players and stuff like that. I want to have more than one implementation that uses anything.
Yeah, that's what I have in mind. We should coordinate. We could work on that tomorrow too.
I know we've had a pre-CMAF implementation that's just no one's updated the CMAF forever for roughly the same reason, but it's been there forever, and it's.
Do we think Ian sent a group to France?
Yeah,
because he's not here.
Well, there were like 10 people who all wanted like specialty coffee, barista coffees. That's going to take a little while.
Yeah, Kellen, that's kind of why I want like the interrupt target to be
I go to
a
the
full
bathroom
media
soon.
stack, like not like a text
Yeah,
track or
include
something.
the
Like I want it
Yeah,
to be.
no, for sure. So I think we should say an H.264 video track.
Yep.
And an Opus audio track. And let's just start with that. Like just a simple, like, we don't need multiple resolutions or anything like, let's start with like a video flow.
Yeah, I don't want Alan's like absurd, like devious, like this is the worst possible thing you could do in mock transport, so you must support it. I just want media to work.
Yeah.
So we need a scribe for this afternoon while we're waiting for Ian to return with his party. Is anyone willing to take over for Mike English?
Playing video games now.
This is a famous.
No, I mean, we
Switch
could volunteer
message.
somebody who wasn't here.
This, yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, what about Mo?
Good.
He
Was
might,
good.
he might have less questions that way.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
that's
count on
a,
it. Yeah.
that's a win-win situation.
He only writes down what his.
Yeah, but it's Switch.
No, not that. No. He'll put it all in there. He'll just have the same number of questions.
Just in time.
I have a terrible cat.
Well done.
Terrible color.
All right. So
Oh, Mo, you are volunteer to be the
we need a scribe.
You gotta describe the, well,
Yeah, you got a volunteer.
Who's gonna scribe?
okay.
Did Mo just agree to scribe?
He said, okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Mo. All right.
Threw you under the bus, man. It wasn't me. I'm just saying.
If you have not
Well,
signed the
we
blue
expect some
sheets,
bad
whether you're
minutes.
remote or not, please click on the link that is in the Google Meet chat, as well as the Zulip, as well as the Slack. Add your name and affiliation to the blue sheets. Please do it now. I don't want to keep having to remind people. All right. So here I've put up on the screen an up-to-date agenda based on we decided to spend more time on certain issues because we had a little bit of flexibility. I thought that was time well spent, particularly with what Will was doing. So now that we've concluded lunch, we're going to have Ian present his proposals for messing with joining fetch. We're going to try again. Let's try to keep this to clarifying questions, and then I want to have like what do I have there? 15 minutes to just kind of figure out a path forward on what we want to see. And that once we've seen all the proposals, what we want to see PRs for. Then we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about moving forward. Alan has a proposal to maybe have a higher bar for commits, and then there's some other things related to that. We'll take a break, and then it'll be editor's time. The rest of well, actually, the break will occur in the middle of editor's times. All right, so this is what I like to bash this agenda.
Bash but extend, just to notify people, we've decided to have on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. a discussion on ABR. Myself and Ian are committed, and I think Suhas is going to attend. So anyone who's here who wants to come, meet down in the lobby at 9.
We are here already for the interrupt, right?
Yeah. So you got a choice, interrupt or ABR discussion at 9.
Right.
Thank you.
Are you gonna have it remote as well, or only in the lobby?
It'll just be lobby whiteboard, but the goal is to try to come with a consensus design that we can then do the PR or worst case, this other draft.
I can set up a VC for it. I can set up just a meeting and just do an invite. So we can do it remote. Okay. Yeah.
Till 9 or 9:30 because interrupt starts at 9:30, I believe.
This was 9.
Did you guys decide to open the doors at 9:30 tomorrow?
I'm gonna come at 9 because I think you have time.
I have to go to the airport.
Yeah, yes, time for a minute. So I'm gonna do a 9. So
Okay.
I was going to do 9:30, but now.
What time's your flight?
Would someone be able to let other people in between 9 and 9:30, or are you guys all going to be in the
I
ABRB?
think everyone else is going to come. You're going to do a 9:30, right, Victor?
I might have to be here for a bear.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well,
Okay, so you guys are both gonna be here at 9. I hear, so interrupt people can show up at 9 and have someone let them in.
don't be late.
Well,
I mean, it's only going to be a few people, so I mean, hopefully, message us on Slack or something, and hopefully,
all right, and hopefully you have adjoining rooms so we don't have weird chaperone
I need
problems.
to. I'll find a room somewhere in the hallway. I haven't done that yet.
Excellent.
So two sort of, I don't know if you want to incorporate these in editor's time or some other point. So one of them was, I think, just covering the BiDi streams consensus call. And if people like us to talk through that, we should do at some point. And I mean, I guess any talking we want to do about filters we can do as part of editor's time is fine.
Yeah, you can take input from wherever you want in that. You control that agenda, Alan. So do what you need to
So
do.
when are we talking about BiDi streams? Because I have a strong concern with that.
Editor's time.
Okay, thanks.
That's just a grab bag of issues and PRs. Alan's got it all.
I mean, I don't have any slides for it. There was a consensus, like, The consensus call was open, then there was a response on the list
We can go back
yesterday.
to the old slides if we want.
I don't want to go over any slide.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, well, if you want to break out specific time, we can, but
No,
let's raise the question and Magnus can answer about the consensus call if you want.
talk about it then.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing. Ian, you're up.
And I will note, I see people on the Google Meet who are not in the list of attendees in the notes. Please go put your name on the blue sheets. If you don't know how, ask. Yay. Okay, cool. I'm presenting. Wonderful. Let's go. So this is for the second time going to be a set of slides that is very similar to my prior presenter. Hopefully that's a good sign and not a bad sign. The other one was ABR. So focus on the headline blocking problem. I think everyone agreed that that was the thing that we're kind of most unhappy with. Alan did a good job of kind of going over the changes to the current draft that were needed to kind of mitigate the headline blocking problems. I think they are all doable, but like it's not nothing. I'll note that at least 3 implementations lie and start at the current group today. As we discussed, I don't think I would like to continue with the lying, but I think that's an indication that like there's a promising direction there. People are kind of like skirting this draft as it stands. So my proposal is kind of similar to what Martin said, but a location filter that is like the join group. So it specifies the number of groups to go back, just like Martin did. In my case, I'm saying that 0 is actually join immediately, aka new group request, and 1 is like the current group. So 0 is like do it as fast as possible. I'll go into that a little bit more in a moment. But the idea here is, as it says in the bottom, new group request use case, to consider that as a like first class thing and not anything we tack on later, as it is kind of today. All right. So the publisher can always reply with too far back, and provide either an alternate starting group or just like not include anything which indicates current object as it is today. The start group param is the param that wasn't in Martin's proposal or his proposal, that which is just the first group you're going to get. I'm proposing you only start on a group boundary unless it's current object. I don't see why we would want anything else. So I'm hoping that we can just restrict that use case. I'm using subscribe because it has the optimal delivery encoding for beginning playback quickly. So that's an intentional choice. Like we like subscribe for starting playback. It's good for it. Okay. What happens on the client? You have this join immediately, new group request case, showing at the current group, and then a prior group to the current group. So those are all fairly simple semantics. And then for rejoining or setting forward equals 1, again, you issue a request update. And just say like basically I either want to rejoin immediately or I just want to start at the current group. I guess. And in theory, you could ask for a prior group. I don't know if anyone would really want to do that, but you know, I think 0 and 1 are probably the use cases of interest after you set forward equals 1.
And clarification question, if you want to join 2 groups ahead,
2 groups behind, it's
I know.
-2.
It's yeah, to go n groups back, you know, there's only positive numbers here. So
right. So we'll use the existing filter, like that what we have, which says start. You don't have relative. You're not allowing relative joins.
It's a new field, right? Join is a new field.
yeah, well, I called it join. I called it the join group location filter. So when I say join that group, that means in the join location filter, that's the group value.
Your location filter called join.
Yeah, so that just means like the number of groups back you're going essentially is 0 or 1, or some larger number if you're trying to actually get started a project.
Clarifying. Can n be 500?
I mean, it can be whatever you want, but
But the publisher can say no.
yeah, the publisher can
They
say
can
no.
say
So like,
too far back.
That's
Okay.
Yep.
Did you say that go in too far back? You said that the publisher can, it says too far back and you get nothing, or you get too far back and
Oh, you should get a hint as to what
far back and either you
what
can-
isn't too far back.
that's a just clear. Is that a subscribe? That's a request error. So you get nothing. You're not subscribed because you asked to go too far back.
That's like a track status, right?
I guess sorry. Never mind. I guess I should change this. We don't get it too far back. Never mind. You just get the start group param.
Yeah.
And if you get no start group param, that means you are going to start a current object. Or sorry, largest object. I apologize.
Okay, so that not so dissimilar from what Martin was saying.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Very similar to my revised proposal, yes. This is
Yep.
maybe a slight spelling difference, but
I mean,
not significant at
It's,
all.
it's fairly similar. Yep.
Okay.
Start group around first group to be delivered. It means that all the objects between this first group and the largest object, they are in the cache. There is no gap.
Yeah, I mean,
We're fixing.
What are there fill semantics for those objects? Are you guaranteed to get all of them?
you're guaranteed to, it's the same thing as Martin said. You're guaranteed to get them as though like you had been subscribed to them previously, right? There's no guarantee that there's no gaps.
So there's a set of conditions to.
I don't understand.
So, Ian, is it accurate that there's a set of conditions?
What is that expression like? I don't understand. Like,
But we are fixing header flag blocking, right? So which means that we have a hole somewhere.
right.
And so what is the, I mean,
How is this any different? It still has to fill the hole by making a fetch upstream.
somehow, right?
And come back and then it's gonna deliver it.
So it just skip, right?
No, it's the same thing. So if you have a group in cache, maybe not every single object, but it meets certain conditions, like you don't have a subgroup integrity problem, you have at least some objects there, it's probably at least the keyframes or whatever. You can choose to incorporate that in the window of things you're going to deliver via subscribe.
Right. I have the relay behavior right here.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
This is very straightforward. Or intended to be. The last case is the only one that I could consider remotely difficult.
Okay, so these are conditions. Okay, so
Yeah.
so when you say all groups in cache, you mean all objects of all groups.
I mean, you have all groups that you need to deliver beginning with start group. Right? You know, all groups.
Which means okay, if a group has
You don't have any holes.
there's 0 holes, you have a complete copy of the track as the original publisher published it in your cache.
As the original publisher has published it so far.
That's okay.
Well, it's not necessary. You're basically committing to deliver everything between start group and latest group using subscribe semantics, which means that you deliver subgroups ordered and reliably.
Okay. I don't want to, I want you to get through your presentation
You're
before.
committing to delivering them all, and you might have to fill your cache to do that.
But is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying you're going to fill your cache. Like, I don't.
This
Well,
is
if
like
you're
YOLO.
quite okay, you have to, right?
Best effort. Much like subscribe.
So let me put a concrete example on it. Let's say there are 2 subgroups, but only you have all of one subgroup in cache and none of the other. And it's not coming because of delivery timeout at upstream. And I rewind.
Okay, sorry.
Do I get subgroup 1?
If it delivery time at upstream, then
It's not, yeah.
then you have to make the choice as to whether you are going to like go upstream and like fetch it, or you are going to like return a larger group number. Yes, I agree.
Rewind with skip versus fill.
Right. So like, yes, if you delivery timeout at it upstream, then that's a potential problem.
The difference between
Let me perhaps provide just like slight clarification of my understanding of check that's right. This delivers to you about the same thing. Had you been subscribed to the same thing you're subscribing to forever, you'd subscribed an hour ago. Doesn't mean you'll get every object ever because there might be upstream congestion, but this will deliver you all the objects you would have gotten. And in fact, if there's some that are in that past, in that skip back thing, you will also, but haven't been delivered yet, but are going to get delivered, you will also get those. Same as if you had been subscribed an hour earlier.
Get what every other subscriber got.
Right, exactly.
Modulo what may have been evicted.
No. If you evicted, you can't
do this if it's evicted.
Yeah.
It's out.
If
That's
you
my
evicted-
understanding.
If I'm missing an object because I kicked it out.
Yep.
No, but if I'm missing an object because it never arrived.
Yep.
Hasn't arrived yet. You don't know if it's never arrived. Hasn't arrived yet.
So better not evict anything.
Well, it's haven't arrived yet is the exact same case as
Of course,
with like skip.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Fetch and skip is like haven't arrived yet.
Yeah, so to Alan, if you evict something from cache, you have to evict the rest of the subgroup or not deliver the rest of the subgroup. You have to treat it like it's a valid subscribe.
Okay.
So
I
you
think I
can't just
understand what
drop a
you're
random thing in the middle of a subscribe, right? You have to maintain subgroup integrity.
So okay, so what you're saying is that you're not going to get, or if with Cullen's clarification, subgroup 1's not in cache and it's not coming via subscribe, you're not going to get it via the subscribe.
Right.
Yep.
So if you have everything in cache you start at the beginning of time, then yes, it's immediate. You can immediately respond with whatever start group you would like, modulo, flow control and other concerns, obviously. If you have some recent groups in cache, then if someone asks to go back 3 groups and you only maybe have the last group and the current one, then you can immediately respond with the start group. That's not what they asked for, but is still like less than largest object. If you don't have anything, you just keep going upstream. So this is kind of a different from, I guess, what Martin was saying. But the person who resolves, especially assuming we're going to keep joining fetch, the person who resolves the subscribe and the joining fetch need to be like the same person. And so like if you don't have anything, you have to send the subscribe upstream. And so you might as well send the exact same subscribe upstream with the joining fetch as well if it follows. So yeah.
The responder never is allowed to say, well, I can't go that far back. My start group is this.
No, it can. That's the second case, which is some recent groups in past.
Oh, so immediately start with the start group less than request.
Yeah, yes.
Greater than request.
Yes. Yep. Greater than the requested one. I can try
Start
that.
group is a relative number of how many go back. Right?
Yes, technically you would start the start group larger.
And you're not, and Martin tried to define semantics to pipeline and joining fetch, but you did not.
We'll get to that slide at the end.
Okay.
Anyway. Okay. So sending a subscribe upstream. This is pretty straightforward. You're like, I don't know anything about it. I can't send back a response at all. Anyway, I have to go upstream. I'm going to go upstream with the existing subscribe filter I have. That makes sense, right? So especially
propagate this filter.
Yeah, because if you're a non-caching relay and you have no subscription, like you're basically going to pass it through anyway. So like that's kind of the standard behavior. There's no reason you would break it and do like a largest object subscription and then a fetch at that stage. Like that would be wasteful. That would be latency suboptimal and also like overly complex. Okay. You have no cached objects, but you do have an active subscription. And in that case, you basically can decide if if you're in a location where you think like, oh, I can get those objects really quickly because they're on the same rack, but not on this machine or something, feel free to return like whatever start group you want. And then alternatively, you can just have the option of like, okay, I know something, I have nothing cached, and I'm just going to return like no start group and like do what we do today. I think it was Luke and then.
Luke? Yeah, clarifying, with start group, that's not a binding commitment, right? Like if I return subgroup 4 as the start, and then as part of subscribe, I decide to drop 4, like maybe there was congestion or whatever. It's not binding, right? Like the relay is allowed to just skip 4 if it doesn't want to actually send it.
Well, okay. Let's talk. This is probably a delivery timeout conversation, if anything, which is like if you specify no delivery timeout, then I think just dropping it would be like that's an error, right?
No, I think we subscribe, right? Like subscribe can totally drop groups with no warning, right?
Not if DT is 0.
Yeah,
Really?
not with no delivery timeout.
You have to send it. You have to terminate the subscription with the too far behind error.
How does the publisher has to terminate? Okay.
Yep. Now, I know a lot of I heard a lot of implementations treat no delivery timeout as well. There is one, but like I'm not going to tell you what it is. But I guess that's too far behind. So anyway, but that's an aside. That this proposal changes nothing about that.
So here it's
these are coming.
So here the main difference with joining fetch, because these are all the cases which are okay, no hold, nothing. So the main difference with joining fetch is the start group response. Is it
you send the start group?
If we receive the joining fetch for 10 and we say, well, we can only serve 8, but so we start. It's the main difference plus the subgroup.
Is this an alternative to joining fetch? Like I just do the subscribe with this filter?
I mean, my proposal is that this kills joining fetch, but we can get to that question at the end.
There's one other difference, Gwendol, which is a
subgroup delivery on the.
As it goes in subgroup delivery, you recreate the publisher prioritization of those subgroups as they existed, which fetch sort of coalesces them onto a single stream, and it's harder to keep track of.
So you get the more real-time delivery semantics.
And you can put delivery timeout into this conversation that you can't really. Joining fetch, there's no delivery timeout. You're getting everything. It's going to get there when it gets there.
Right.
Here, I assume that there is still a delivery timeout that applies to these things. And we need to think about, is that from the second I got the rewind? In which case, some of these things may time out because they're sitting in queue a very long time to go out.
Right.
Versus like, and that's the difference when like you're trying to start from cache, you have no idea about the arrival rate. These things came. You really shouldn't start the delivery timeout until like with some spacing.
That's a problem actually we need to solve today. I forgot about that because of joining fetch today. So that's not new, but okay.
All right.
It's a good point, Don. Yeah.
Was that just an aside about maybe replacing join fetch with?
No, I would like to.
That's
I have
part
a
of the
slide.
puzzle.
I have a slide at the end.
Okay.
And then you can evaluate and then give me my answer. All right. Let's talk about new group requests, because I think anything involving joining needs to actually like talk about new group requests and how it fits in. So I'm proposing in this case to have, I think Alan proposed something like this aside before, add a max join object ID track extension header. And then that way, if you have a track, you know, as the relay, whether you should be going up the chain or just allowing the subscriber to start where they are.
Oh, and it's publisher defined?
It's publisher defined.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, that seemed like the best mechanism to me. I mean, I'm not stuck with the exact semantics here, but the goal here is that the relay has a clear idea of like, do I need to go up or not? Or can I, if someone says, I want to start as soon as possible, then like, do I go up and say, I need a new group, or can I start from cache? That's like what this is for. And so this is the case where, you know, your prior group value is 0, which means join as fast as possible. And then the publisher, you know, has actually specified this object. So
how do you? I'm not quite understanding where this goes or what numbers in it or who puts it there. I'm sorry.
Also a problem that nobody felt like needed solving yesterday. So I would just punt on it.
Well, okay. But I feel like
Even in this case, if the idea here is that you don't want to wait for subscribe OK to come to decide to do the new group request, so you can just do subscribe with join.group equal to 0. And is that the idea, right? You don't want to have RTT wasted.
It seems completely orthogonal, right?
Yeah.
It depends on some mechanisms in the.
I mean, I guess,
but it is kind of a.
Clarifying. I don't understand what this is.
Okay.
Skip the new. I think this is like, this could come or go later.
We're already over time. Can we just skip this slide?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Can we remove joining fetch? Joining fetch is a latency optimization. So let's talk about what the worst case is in what I just laid out. That is the case where the publisher returns without a start group and your mid group. And so I think that was basically the non-caching relay case where, you know, it has a subscription and it decides like, I'm just going to give you back largest object. And in that case, it costs you less than an RTT because the publisher can still at least send you something, but it would cost you some amount of time. And so my question to the group would be like, is it really worth having joining fetch if like a relatively rare case, it's going to save you like less than an RTT in a relatively rare case?
Is this a clarifying question?
Well, he's asking a question.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I have a clarifying question.
Sure.
Are you just killing joining fetch, not fetch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not messing with fetch at all. Yeah. I'm assuming you got a, yes, that's a good clarifying question. This
Joining fetch is not only a latency optimization. It is a way to fill the buffer for most of the use case of the OTT. We just want to have a full buffer to start the.
Yeah, but it's only a latency optimization.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You'll get it's a latency because you'll get
one RTT.
okay, and then you just do a regular fetch.
You just do a regular fetch. You don't need the joining.
You have more slides, Ian?
I have one, but like maybe
So-
we should,
If it is a latency optimization, why do you want to remove it?
because it's not a very good latency optimization and it like rarely is applicable.
I think the whole idea of joining fetch, at least maybe I'm wrong, was to not have that RTT to decide to do something else. You can do subscribe and do it.
Yeah, we agree on that, but
I also don't like messages that are across streams or about to be across streams.
we have this core problem in MOQ. We got this live to VOD transition, which
Sure.
is complex. We need to handle whatever solution we have for it.
Right.
I don't hear anything here that's not complex to address this.
Mo and then Luke.
Can you clarify why you think that this is slower than joining fetch? It seems identical to me to joining fetch, except for it's delivered over
mostly-
streams instead of a single.
It's
Sure.
mostly faster, but if we remove joining fetch, then this case you have no cached objects, but you have an app description, and you decide to return no subgroup and just start like at largest object, if that's what the relay does, in that case, the client has to say, oh, like they just gave me largest object. Now I have to do a fetch for the beginning of the group.
But if they're saying there's nothing in the cache, the joining fetch case is going to stall too, right?
That's true. Yes. It's not that much slower. You're right. It's you're right. It's probably minimally slower. Maybe not slower at all. Luke and Colin, I don't know who was first. Maybe Luke.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessary to kill joining fetch right now. I think every time we have a discussion about subscribe, you immediately also attach a joining fetch to it. And that's kind of like the ickiness that Ian and I have, where it's just like, we can't just say subscribe. It has to always be a subscribe plus joining fetch. And I think this proposal would replace those use cases, where you would now just subscribe with this start group filter. And then eventually we're going to come down the road and ask, like, do we still need joining fetch? Like, nobody's using it.
As long as, sorry, it's still not clear. If there's a gap in the cache with your proposal, I like to subscribe back to groups, right?
Sure.
But there's a hole there. With your proposal, does it fill the hole and it just does it with a separate stream and I get it out of order, or it never fills it?
You would get it as though you get it for subscribe, in the same way that if
at some future stream would give
that's making an assumption that there was somebody subscribed from the beginning of that group. That relay was subscribed. It's like I said, I can subscribe 100 times with one object filter and give you a nice Swiss cheese cache, and saying you'll get what you got if you had subscribed is not true.
Well, but then you have gaps in your cache, and you shouldn't be serving an entire group if you don't have the entire group.
Okay,
sorry, I jumped the queue.
Sorry, Colin's next, but I do want to say, like, I would like to end this discussion quickly and then have a discussion of all the proposals, holistically. And I think a good taxonomy here on my computer that we can talk about. But go ahead, Colin.
So assuming that when relays upstream subscriptions, they always get full groups and close them at full groups. I think our caches are almost universally going to have in groups back on any edge relays we're actually talking about using in production here. So I think that this proposal is actually going to give us categorically faster time to play out, because it's going to be able to use the priorities and the streams and multiple streams, and you're going to be able to get your base layer faster than you will if you're getting all the layers over fetch. So I think this is going to actually reduce latency on time to start playing if we actually look at it.
Okay. Alan, can you call up your slide that summarizes your proposal with like the 6 different things on it?
Yeah, when I just
that makes sense. So,
well, the thing I'm thinking about is that, like, let's say I go back 3 groups.
I'm blowing away the holes in the group as a problem.
Not even
I'm
the
just
holes
saying,
problem,
like,
but
there won't be gaps. Like, we'll be good. Yeah.
I think the answer is probably this, but let's say you have 2 subgroups, low and high pri for every group. If you do what you're saying, you're going to get -3 high pri, -2 high pri, -1 high pri, then go back, -3 low pri, -2 low pri, -1 low pri. Is that what you actually want in all cases?
Or you're asking -3 high pri, -3 low pri, -2 high pri?
Right. That's my question. Did you want that to latch at the group boundaries, or did you want all the one and then go back and stripe the other? Yes, I can pull up the slide.
Okay. I think that's the most complicated one. All right. So having heard these 3 proposals, I think it's actually pretty easy to characterize what's happened with some of the degrees of freedom we have here. So Alan presented something that was, you guys saw the slide. There's like 6 pieces to it or so.
Which slide did you want out of the stuff?
The one that lists like the 6 things you want to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right. He's calling that up. Guys probably should remember that slide existed. There's a second commonality between what Ian and I proposed, which is essentially the option to have subscribe, go back a few groups and use subscribe semantics if they are in cache. And, there's lots of details to write down, but I think we've explored that space pretty well today. We're going to punt the NGR thing for now. The third piece is potentially deleting joining fetch, like more or less simultaneously with adding this other thing, right? Does everyone agree that's kind of the space of what was presented today? Those 3 things?
Yes, but I would almost just take deleting joining fetch as like a completely separate issue. Like, if we're successful in, I'm sorry, that only hangs off prior of 2, since 1 depends on having joining fetch.
Yes.
Okay, so there's like 1, 2, and then like 2B, or like, and 2B can be a second.
It can be decoupled.
We can talk about it later.
Exactly. Well, I think it's a separate thing.
Yes, but decoupling that, I had three things, right? I had basically filtering fetches, fetches with fill timeouts, and I'm going to call it subscribe time warps.
I think 1 and 2 go together.
But
So
they're
you need
totally
to-
independent, right?
They're totally independent, but I'm proposing them that we need, that we
okay.
probably need both.
Those are the.
Okay, so
Yeah, okay.
I would argue that that the fetch additions that Alan has proposed are somewhat orthogonal. Like they could absolutely work with what Ian and I have proposed, right? Like whether or not fetch has filters in it is neither here nor there. Like they don't preclude, they're orthogonal.
That's true. They have a separate train.
There was something that was not discussed. It was we'll propose this to have the subgroup in fetch.
But have fill semantics, which is different because these guys are both delivering.
Oh, semantics, but just have fetch return multiple streams, not one.
Which would be the use case of Cullen as well, because in that case you could in fetch leverage the priorities.
Isn't that the same as your fetch with filter?
It's like your fetch with filter.
What is different between fetch with subgroup semantics and like extending subscribe?
This is subscriber driven, right? I can issue n joining fetches, each filtered to one subgroup, but I need to know what the subgroups are and I need to issue that. Versus I issue one fetch and then the relay divides it up. But then I lose control over how many streams it's going to open to me. And that's always been one of my concerns about the other proposal is that, like, you don't know what how many streams you're going to, I mean, maybe you know, but like you may not.
So, okay. So let's start with the fetch improvements, which I think are number 3 and 4. Essentially a subgroup ID filter for fetch and a misbehavior parameter for fetch.
Can I ask a meta question here? Is the proposal trying to address head of line blocking problem?
Yes.
Which is not, it is not a problem, it's a feature. I repeat that. It's not a problem.
People who want head of line blocking.
That's great. That's why we have fetch, and that's why we have joining fetch.
Okay.
If you want head of line blocking, you can have joining fetch. Now, like, so like that is a vote against the 2B.
Right. Yeah. Like, I just want to understand, like, if everyone agrees, that's the problem to solve. The second thing is that if the problem is, are we trying to fix the, I don't like using 2 API problem. Hence, I'm proposing modification.
We've not been talking about 1 API versus 2 API problem.
Right, like it.
Well, the other solutions do use.
Just does that into the subscribe.
Alan presented slides about head of line blocking is the only thing we're talking about today. Nobody has said anything about APIs or number of messages or anything, because I think we got a pretty strong signal from the group yesterday that people are not interested in creating one message to rule them all.
Or it was at least mixed.
How much time do we have for this?
I budgeted 15 minutes, but like I would just like a quick signal from the group. I mean, like, we're not going to merge anything into the draft today. I would like a quick signal on what is worth pursuing in a PR. Right? Yes.
I was originally very, very strongly opposed to doing subscribe stuff in the past, because I thought the clean separation that we had from fetch past, subscribe future was a good one. The more I think about this subscribe rewind, I was originally worried about having all the right information, but canonically we do have all the right information. So the publisher does have everything it needs to be able to do this. So the only downside that I see is that you would get a big burst at line rate of a bunch of streams. So your stream flow control, your max streams, everything all of a sudden explode, especially if we have unbounded relative groups going back. And it's not hypothetical. Like, I could see VOD cases where they say, you know what, I like groups, I like subgroups. I'm going to deliver my whole VOD over a subgroup. I'm just going to subscribe at 0 and I'll get the entire VOD in over streams. So I was originally worried about those cases, but the more I think about it, that's the whole point of MOQ, is to deliver, we design subgroups and streams to deliver things efficiently based on the publisher's view of the media and the publisher's modulation of priorities and everything like that. So that's what we designed. And I don't see a reason why we shouldn't use that even in the past anymore.
Luke?
Oh, I was going to disagree with Mo until he did that complete summary at the end. I completely agree, Mo.
Colin?
Yeah, I think we should do all three. I completely agree with Mo.
All right. Okay. So I think so the first question I'm gonna break this up into 3 sub proposals, okay, as I just described. So the first one is these 2 fetch extensions. I don't know. Do we need to separate these 2 fetches?
I would leave subgroup ID out. It's in filters.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
in
it has like it just that's in flight. It's gonna happen.
Fine. The misbehavior parameter then. Misbehavior. That's great. Okay, so
or call it fill timeout. Maybe is better.
If you would like fetch to misbehave. Okay, so all right, so like the question we're gonna ask is, can people not live with this, and are people positively interested in a PR?
I would just say like something like a fill timeout param to fetch.
Sure. Okay.
You want to fill them out?
Are you? Well, okay. What are people commenting? Are people entering the queue? Or are we voting?
We're voting. People think you're voting.
Well, I
thought we were still discussing.
I asked people who can't live with it or who want to see PR, and so like those are the 2 answers. Like, that's both answers. Okay, that's what I'm going to ask.
Go back to the beginning. Yeah.
So okay, first of all, does anyone feel they cannot live with misbehavior fill timeout? Some PR, like if that was in the draft, in some like obviously it'd be massaged to PR, but like no, this is terrible. Okay.
Said that.
All right, great. Well, just does that okay? Who's possibly interested in seeing this PR as like a promising direction for Alan to pursue?
Sure. Okay.
All right, that's pretty strong. Does anyone want to speak against it? Okay, I think that's a really strong signal.
Okay, I'll write a fill timeout PR.
Okay, excellent. The second proposal, okay, so Ian had a proposal, I had a proposal were quite similar. Let's just bracket the whole delete joining fetch thing right now.
Do you want me to take this off?
That is not, yes, thank you. That's not in scope. The basic idea here is that you can go back some number of groups in subscribed, the publisher can say no, and those groups are delivered with subscribed semantics. I thought Ian's presentation of the spelling was way better and more thorough than mine. I think I may have a slightly stronger treatment of like the conditions at the publisher. Whatever, well, we can make it work and find a good PR there, I think. Does anyone have a serious problem with this direction? Okay.
Well, I have a clarification, but not a serious problem. I don't know how you want that feedback. Victor wanted to say something first. Like my only concern, like happy to see a PR about it and review it.
Okay.
I would like to see, and I know some people have implementations of this, but I think those implementations maybe not exactly this, and those implementations may not be handling kind of all the corner cases that I think are going to turn up when rubber meets the road.
Okay.
So I think my only request would be like, if we before we merge it, we have some stronger implementation signal that like this is implementable and has all the properties we want.
So Alan, you're like proposing new process about like not merging PRs until there are implementations. I don't think we should incorporate that in this discussion.
Fair.
Victor.
I have 2 problems, a minor and a major. The minor is just like, I'm still not convinced this actually effectively solves any of the problems listed. The major one is like, I am worried that people will not handle the case when the cache is empty and backfill with joining fetch is required.
Like, they not handle it?
Just they won't do it? They won't do the thing you're supposed to do?
By people, do you mean clients or relays?
Clients specifically, not relays. Like, for relays, it's just like, since this is implied, the state is implied by the cache, like it is entirely possible to just not implement it, right? Because like you can pretend you
right. So
cache is yeah.
Right. So in my view, the correct way to do this is to send the subscribe with pass group and send a joining fetch, and like one of them will be satisfied, or maybe there might be an overlapping satisfied.
I just have a question for you, like, why do we care if people write shit clients?
Because if the shit clients stick around, it will become relay vendor problems.
We can fuzz it. We can just say like 1% of the time, we're just going to like always return largest location.
If we do something like that, I'm fine.
I mean, that seems like if we think it's never going to happen otherwise, then we need to do it.
All right, please provide that input on the PR.
That makes the minutes.
Are we sure that, okay, yeah, so there's not, anyway,
were you, did you have another objection?
I mean, those are my objection, yeah.
Okay.
It's more of a chair question rather than anything. I think we came to this meeting saying that we make a decision for joining fetch. I feel like we end up going with 2 ways to make joining fetch out of this meeting. I would like to kill one way and accept one way and go. I don't want 2 ways out of this meeting. then we'll have another interim meeting to pick which of the two ways.
The way I see it differently is that the thing that I'm adding is a useful fetch feature.
Yes,
If
nothing to-
joining fetch is not there.
Right. But subscribe with join is one way to do joining fetch, and joining fetch is another way to do joining fetch. I don't want two ways out of this meeting. This is mainly a chair question.
That's valid feedback. We'll see if there's going to be two PRs or not, I guess. Mo?
I agree. I would like to follow up on Ian's proposal to replace joining fetch with this completely.
All right, well, we'll get there. All right, so we've had a couple of, I mean, were you satisfied by what we just said with the fuzzing, Victor?
Yes, but so my second problem is basically aligns with what I think Sue has just said.
Okay, so I've got the
Two
feedback.
ways to do the same thing by
Okay,
design.
I've got some feedback that, okay, we don't want two ways. All right, fair enough. All right, so now that I think we've got at least conditional
Sorry, can I add
willingness to live with it.
Somebody, yeah, sorry, it's hard being remote. I will say though, I got a little bit of whiplash, with just the sudden vote. I'm not sure if Alan's proposal covers the joining fetch like problems as well. So I do want to at least make sure we don't immediately like use it as the solution for joining fetch. Because I think if you set skip equals 0 or something, you still have like a lot of issues when there's upstream congestion. You just drop everything.
Okay. Who would like to see PR along the lines of what Ian and I have sketched out regarding sort of a rewind subscribability? Let's have a raise show of hands. Okay, let the record show it's maybe slightly less than the other one, but not by much. So I think that, again, that's a pretty strong signal to Ian and me to at least write this up. Okay. Third issue. There was a suggestion that we should eliminate joining fetch more or less now. Would anyone like to articulate strong?
It's sort of eliminate joining fetch contingent on this PR being merged.
Well, obviously.
And actually replacing the features that joining fetch provides. Like
for some definition of features, yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't provide,
reliable filling.
Reliability.
Yeah, if it's willing to only ever do holes, that's
like an outcome of this would be to eliminate the possibility of reliability in a joining fetch type use case. Yes.
I think it would be reasonable to see what these PRs look like, give the people who are proponents of joining fetch some time to experiment with this new mechanism, the old mechanism, see what the differences are, and then come back with concerns or non-concerns. We're sort of dropping this on everybody pretty late, right? Like it seems like collecting some data would be a good thing.
This is a kind of comment to Ian, like when you write the PR, can you address Luke's issue? Because I don't think the subscribe with John will resolve that issue either, but I'm happy to see if it's in the PR return.
They see a show of hands who people like this little sort of cohort of PRs that are going to emerge. Would people like to see a PR that deletes joining fetch? Raise your hand if you would like to see that.
I mean,
okay, I'm seeing a much weaker signal. I don't know if you even want,
we need to land the other thing first, I feel like.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
We've got to prove the other thing replaces.
If you're not going to write it, then it's not going to happen.
I mean, I can delete joining fetch, like, right. I already have the PR that deletes joining fetch. Like, I mean.
Yes.
I'd like to make a point about that is I think that the PR that's going to be written about subscribe, rewrite, or whatever it is, should already be thinking in mind of replacing everything about joining fetch so that we don't have to later write another PR that, now we clean up all the things that joining fetch, has that this doesn't have. So it should be written in the mind frame of this will replace joining fetch.
Yes. That's the only way we can accept it.
Sure, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we should talk about this a little bit because I actually don't think we should eliminate joining fetch even if we land this thing because I think the semantics are different. I think one is getting the whole reliable stream that's flow controlled, and the other thing is getting these surprise semantics. And if you tell me one of them is no use case, that's fine. But
You believe joining fetch originally had a semantic of I want everything ironclad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember, the order of things is
definitely, but
Yeah,
joining
that's
fetch.
exactly what it is.
It's a fetch that just attaches itself.
Okay, no, the history is.
Join. You're trying to join something, you join a subscription.
No, okay, you're misunderstanding me. What the spec says today is you were gonna get the whole damn thing.
No, just this is where people are just confusing, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think that most of us think that subscribe means you will get everything in the future. We don't think it means that.
No, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Talking about subscribe.
Joining fetch means you get every damn thing from the past in the range that you asked for.
Yes.
All gets there. You go back, you get everything.
Or you get an
notification
that
definitive symbol. That is what it says now. Now, if everyone tells me all these use cases we have that resolve joining fetch, if the group says, no, like we never need that. We just want subscribe. Great. Like, let's kill joining fetch. Because I don't have any use cases. I don't care.
I don't need subscribe. You know.
Yeah, so like I think they're different. Okay, I got you, Victor. I think they're different use cases. So I don't think it's.
Are we? No. Are we talking too early here?
Well, as I say, well, first of all, you said would depend, like whether we need joining fetch or not depends on the semantics you're using, right? Like the details, whether.
No, I think clearly the rewind proposal is you have subscribed semantics for delivery of objects.
You have what?
Subscribe semantics for delivery of objects. Subgroup streams or datagrams.
You might not get everything you asked for.
Marty,
Yeah,
I think the rewind is useful only in the case of joining fetches flows, where you want to go back and join the past to the future. Like if you're saying we want to land subscribe with rewind and also have joining fetch, then I think you have duplicate functionality.
But unless they're not duplicate. If joining fetch is going to give you this absolute guarantee and this other one is still going to allow holes, then they're not the same. And we do need to have both.
They've different reliability properties.
And we can't make that
Prioritization.
decision until we read the PR.
Yeah. No, what's the
Mike,
use for it?
So, as the person who spoke,
I didn't finish.
I thought you did.
Mike, go.
So, as the person who wrote most of the original joining fetch text, I am fine getting rid of it. I agree that they have different semantics, but I think that if we can cover the cases with a low enough, like where you actually care about the pipelining, then and we keep fetch, then you can discover where your boundary is, and you don't need a joining version of fetch anymore.
Victor.
So I completely missed what Mike just said, sorry. But I think it might relate to what I was about to say. So it is entirely possible that the joining fetch optimization itself is not necessary in the sense that, like, if you have things in cache, you're fine and you will get it via subscribe with backfill. But if you don't, you already are likely to incur a big enough latency penalty that you might want to wait for largest object and figure out it's like, maybe I'm right next to the next group, so I'll just wait for the next group. Or maybe like I'm near the beginning and I will still willing to fetch. And that is entirely plausible. So from that perspective, I could see, but that again depends on whether backfill actually solves the problem.
Wendell?
So, I mean, in what you said, do you rewind and then you realize that you have some holes and then you say, hey, here I need to fetch. So this is like it's more like a 3 RTT. It's like a 15 RTT because you need to wait to see, oh my God, I missed something to then, oh, okay, I need to go there. That was exactly what joining fetch was supposed to address.
Pipelines.
We need to have one unique API to say, I want to have guaranteed data that comes from the 2, 3 first, last groups.
So in my proposal, at least, joining fetch also had an integral thing in that it was the thing that would go back. So like if you want 5 previous groups and I have 3 of them, like that is going to be delivered by joining fetch. Okay, so I'm going to propose that we table the joining fetch deletion thing. Because I think there's certainly in my conception of this, we kind of need joining fetch. There are for like reliability reasons. There are people who really want that delivery guarantee right now, apparently. So let's see where we're at after we've ruminated over these two PRs are coming up. And I hear the feedback that we shouldn't do both. I'm not going to completely understand what the if what Alan is proposing is really the same thing as what we're proposing, but let's get there.
Join fetch with deliverable guarantees, then do we need the fetch extensions?
It's still, in my opinion, my PR is useful for joining fetch and for anything, because there already is going to be an upstream timeout when you have a hole in your fetching.
Yeah.
And letting the subscriber set it is very powerful.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Luke.
Yeah, I think we should table the discussion because, like, honestly, you have to see the whole new world before you can decide whether you want to simplify the draft. But I do want to really point out semantics. Joining fetch today says that I want semantics in the future that are different from like the first group or two. And I really want to figure out, is there a use case where you reliably want head of line blocking for the first group, but no head of line blocking after that? And it just seems weird. I think you want one or the other. Right, I think you either only use fetch or you only use subscribe.
I think we have enough of this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think we have enough of a signal, but all right, Mo and Victor, please be brief. I think we're in rock.
I think we keep trying to conflate the joining fetch with fetch. A lot of the arguments that I'm hearing are just about fetch itself, nothing to do with joining fetch. And Luke pointed out the key thing about joining fetch is for the immediate groups that just came before, you want to catch up to, that you want to join at, is it important that you want them reliably without holes in order and upstream blocking or not? Clearly those are fetch semantics, but did we ever intend joining fetch semantics to be that? I don't think so. So please keep in mind the difference between fetch and joining fetch when you're making your arguments.
Victor, you done? Okay. All right. So my conclusion from this is that we will see two PRs. Alan's misbehaving fetch proposal. And Ian and I will collaborate on a subscribe rewind proposal, and it will do the normal PR things, and we'll see where we're at later. Okay? Everyone sympathetic? Great. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I believe it is now that we are done with that. I think we are on to glide path to WGLC. All right. So I don't know how long this is going to take. We're already way behind schedule.
So can we look at the agenda of what we have left?
Well, it's just this and then editor's time. So this is the last item. So, I think a lot of us want to go faster. That's been said many times. And we are getting to the point where like newish proposals are going to set us back. So I have a slide or two, but actually Alan told me something offline. So I think he's a process proposal.
Okay.
What?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was a part of this, but okay.
Well, now you are. Because if you don't want to talk about it today, you don't have to.
That's fine. No, I can.
Okay. So why don't you go first, and I'll do my thing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess some of it was said yesterday, which is like ABR is a great example. There's a lot of good ideas there. It's something we likely need. It's going to take a while to refine, to work out the kinks. And so that's kind of why we talked about like, let's do that as a draft, work out the issues there, get some implementation experience to flush out that first round of, we didn't think about blah, before we're looking at merging that into the main line. And I just think we can use that lens with lots of different things. I mean, if we're going to change join delivery, I would also like to see that applied there, or like to other, I think I would apply that also to some or all of filters, just because of where we are. And it's not to say that we're not going to do anything, because we needed to fix those issues and we needed to get the code running before we were going to be done anyway. It's just a question of like getting a little bit more confidence, particularly for things that we might decide to cut loose. I don't know. Does that summarize what you're thinking you thought I would say?
Well, I mean, that's certainly the motivation. So like, do you have a solid proposal, like what the cutoff is, like stuff from this meeting?
No.
Or all PRs that
cutoff in time or a cutoff in complexity. I mean, I think for things that are filed, I mean, we have a process that we established, which is like, there was a consensus call, and things that are coming after that are marked past deadline. So I would definitely think that like things that are past deadline, are almost anything new that comes in is past deadline.
Well, I mean, a lot of the new things have been issues that have been open forever. ABR has been open forever. Joining fetch winding has been open forever. So there's actually very little that is actually past.
We asked for them a year ago. It doesn't mean they're now.
Yeah, I will note that all the joining fetch winding is post consensus call.
That's because you told me not to file issues, which I resent now. You can't use it against me now, man.
You're like, okay,
So, like,
Same way.
So the only substantive.
I do mean that humorously, but I understand.
Okay, well, you told me.
So the only substantive proposal I could think of that was past deadline was new group request, which we decided was important enough to do.
I also think top N fits in that category.
That's fair. Yeah.
I don't know what you.
So anyway, like I'm less concerned honestly about when the idea originates and like the likelihood the thing has to slow everything down.
Colin?
So I think that, like, I'm pretty sure these are things that we can go back in the minutes and see that I probably identified at various meetings over the past 3 years as big chunks of work we need to go on, right? Which was server-side ABR, client-side ABR, ad insertion, active speaker, video selection, which is the top N and the NGR stuff, authorization, DDoS protection. If I go back through the notes, maybe a few more. So I think we should consider, like, are all those still pretty serious things? And I've heard Will argue in the last couple of days, we need those in to make the business case that we need. So I have really encouraged this group, instead of trying to pursue everything at once, we pick one of those at a time and work our way through it. And I never objected to which order we did these things in, but the now being like, well, we got the ones I sort of wanted, so we're going to blow away all the rest. I don't think that's a very reasonable thing. I think there are things that we sort of need, and I'm not, those are my thoughts on what they are. I'm not saying they represent group consensus of what they are, but I think we need to come to some consensus on things that we need or not need. And then we need to sort of sequence those and schedule a way to land them and get them done. And I'm agreeing with Alan on, like, we can't just keep going back to old objects or old things, topics, and redoing them. We can't keep doing things that are just like, well, we think it would be a more elegant protocol if we did it this way, but it doesn't actually solve any problems in the marketplace for us, that type of change. I want to, eliminate those types of things. But I think we need to come down to a list of some of the things that we think we need to do and make sure we have time to schedule to do those, right? Anyway, that's where my thoughts are. And that's not a new position of mine. That goes back multiple years.
Yeah, a lot of what I want to say agrees with Colin. I'm not concerned in a rush to produce what I call a feature incomplete solution. There's critics of MOQ who say we take too long. Fine, I've heard them, right? But they're not sitting in the table dealing with all the complexity we're dealing with MOQ. I think it's real, and I would hate us to leave features out. They're going to leave us at a disadvantage in the marketplace when we launch. A half-assed version of MOQ that comes out quickly doesn't do anybody any good. So I'm willing to wait 6 months extra to get all those features nailed down to get it out.
Luke?
I'd like to see more solidification around the base protocol and just put more stuff in extensions. I know extensions are treated as we're punting your idea, so we're never going to implement it. Like, that's what people take it as, like, how dare you suggest it be an extension? But I think that's the only way we can actually get MOQ, the core, polished and out. Otherwise, we're just going to constantly be adding features that are somebody would claim is critical, and we'll just never get there.
Gwendol.
Yeah, I agree that we need to have some clear features and to focus on this feature only. That was a bit of my message. Maybe sorry if I was too aggressive this morning, but it is very frustrating when we see things not making any progress. And so we need to have some focus on to say, okay, let's not diverge into other clean stuff, and let's try to address what is. Also, we could have a list of it, but that's the point.
So is the concrete proposal there that the chairs reject more topics and have longer time slots?
That would be my answer.
Yeah, we've run out of time on every single thing we discussed.
Yeah.
At every single meeting.
Yeah, so the reality is we need more time for these issues. People are willing to discuss them. There's many points of view. We have a lot of people and they're complex.
The reality is the things that are valuable are complex and they need time.
Okay.
So we can only land simple shit that doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I think there's another aspect of this. In some cases, we maybe need to you need to polish the proposals better. I can understand we can focus, etc., and that's probably might be the right way forward. But I also think more clarity in the proposals in themselves, because yeah.
Can I get
so?
I think when we started this working group, we started with two main use cases, which is that we want to join the streaming world with the properties of the conferencing world. And we are 3 or 4 important features short to even meet that promise. I totally agree with Will that if you want this to be from business case value, it might happen in July or December, does not matter. If it goes with I can build my prototype and try to show people. That's all I need to do. I think we are there. We've been building prototypes for almost 2.5 years now. It's working. But if you want anything real, it needs some work to do, and we are very close to get done. It's not like we are 3 years away from that. I think probably the 4 or 5 things Cullen listed, for 4 we have all answers ready. We just need to focus and say what's needed. For example, I'll take the filter PR. Right? Like, sorry, Mo, for putting you online here. Like Mo basically trying to say what.
So I can capture the notes.
Yes, I can basically what can Mo do to complete that? We need to basically have chairs work with Mo and get it done than going it for 6 months, for example. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Luke was saying about extensions. I think we should not be afraid to put things in extensions that we expect to be required. And I think that streaming formats like MSF can be a driver for making sure that those things are actually implemented.
Sure.
I think for me, like what I probably want to see as soon as possible is like a draft that is sufficiently stable enough that I know that I will not have to write our implementation in a way that would be very difficult to support like 2 simultaneous versions. And I think that of all pending changes, I think the streams refactor is the biggest one of those that's like makes me afraid to ship what's currently in the draft, just because if that's shipped, I would have to redo everything and have 2 almost separate code bases for this.
Yeah, I mean, there's tension between things that require a lot of implementation effort and things that are features and kind of application facing, for sure.
And I was going to just comment on extensions that I think when we decide if something goes in an extension, I think it's important to think about like whether that is going to leave detritus in the existing draft or not. So like an example, like I actually think if we, I'm not arguing strongly for or against, but like I think if you put ABR in a separate draft, it should stand alone and like, there's not like another way of doing ABR in the current draft as in the core draft, as well as like the server side ABR thing, and they're like competing for each other. Like like if there's 2 ways, if it creates a second way of doing something, second syndrome sort of problem, I think that's a much worse situation than there's basically just no way to do server side ABR in the base draft, and all the server side ABR stuff is this other draft. Like that feels better to me because it's like if you want to do this thing, you need to go over here. Like no one's gonna like not know that it exists, right? The worst thing we can do is like have kind of 2 ways to do something, one in the base draft and the other one, and then like we have to support both indefinitely. That's a bummer, and that's going to make adoption of the better thing take a lot much longer.
Ollie?
So I agree with pretty much anybody here, but yes, we need to have certain features before we launch version 1 and so on. But maybe one of the reasons why there is some negativity outside, like Gwendal shared a post on LinkedIn, for example, from Roman. I guess sometimes it feels like to an outsider that this group is making 2 steps forward and then 1 step backward, sort of, right? So like,
Feels that way to me.
I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but then to someone who's not really very familiar with how IETF works and how the IETF processes are, how heavily they are involved and so on, it gives the impression that we are not really making fast progress, right? So I agree with all the things said here. I mean, complex problems, complex solutions require some time to discuss, but then eventually we shouldn't really give wrong impression to outside either. I mean, that's I think very important for our marketing purposes. So we don't want to be really too late into the market either, because if people lose their enthusiasm about MOQ, then nothing really matters at the end of the day.
Okay. If I can try to distill the actual proposal from what we discussed. It's the stuff about extensions. We can reduce this to a document management issue where like we're committed to put something in the spec, but by putting it in a separate draft, because it's a new feature and is easily separable and doesn't have the, like Ian said, like it doesn't compete with anything, that puts the onus for managing and advancing and maturing that particular design off the editors. And prevents the the massive implementers from dealing with the churn of like, frankly, half-baked PRs, right? That turn out to have a lot of problems. We already kind of nudged towards that to the yesterday with a couple things, the ABR thing, and there's something I proposed that I can't remember now that was kind of in the same boat.
Add insertion.
What?
It was add insertion, right? Or maybe not.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. Okay, so like that approach has been forwarded, and you know we can as a group decide this particular extension draft. We really got to have it, so it's going to merge in when we're going to hold MOQ for this thing. And there are other things like if it's not ready, we're just gonna ship it, right? And that's a decision we can make at any time. I think in general, integrating a draft is not that hard. Like take one of these extension drafts and dropping them into MOQ, right, Alan? So,
I mean, I don't have any. I'm more than willing to take whatever. If people are concerned about that pain, I'm happy to take that on myself. Largely because I have a new best friend who's really good at merging large sections of text together without me doing very much work. So like I'm not concerned about the merge back in as being a significant amount of work compared to the amount of like we land something in, we declare an interop target, people go to implement it, or worse, people don't go to implement it. And there's plenty of things we've already landed that don't have a ton of implementation. And then, you know, the issues trickle out and that just makes more work basically for me. And I think last year I wrote 150 PRs on the document. I'm already at like 30 or something for this year. So like all of these half-baked problems are my problems. And so like, I would love to help farm that out. Like, go write your extension, go build an interop with somebody and show that it works. And, oh no, this doesn't work. And then bring it to MOQ when it's ready.
and before Will goes, like, I understand there's a lot of visceral concern about like, if this is out in this draft, then like, I'm going to be abandoned. And like, it's possible to be abandoned if the group decides it's not important. But if the group decides it's important, we can hold up the draft for it. And then this becomes purely a document management issue. Will?
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just want it to be applied fairly because we're talking about changing subscribe semantics, which is a fundamental message we have.
I'll do a draft.
That's going as a PR, but then other things must go
that
as
could be an
drafts.
extension.
Yeah, it should not be an extension. That's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
I actually feel like it would be good for something that core to be an extension, just to prove that we can.
Oh no.
Someday we'll have subscribe to. It doesn't matter what we ship in Q1.
I'd rather do ABR.
I don't think splitting the work up across documents fundamentally changes the amount of work or time it takes the group to do it. And I think that the thing that we need to do is focus a little bit on like, how can we get to making decisions faster or not having them drag on as long or not remaking decisions that were made in the past or something like that. I mean, I think that those are the things that will actually speed us up more than splitting this up into various things. So I think there's going to be a lot of pushback on how we split things up. If the issue is that right now there's one person or one AI or something that writes all the PRs, like maybe, we could try and fix that, right? I mean, I feel heavily discouraged from writing PRs. And maybe that's intentional, maybe that's not intentional, but we could rethink that type of thing as well. Right?
So, I mean, so I would disagree on 3 points there, Colin. One is there's an approval process for PRs in MOQ, and that there are bottlenecks in that process. Specific peoples, and and obviously it's 4 people that all have to stamp it. So that is very much a real rate constraint on committing stuff to MOQ. And if like Will and I are off doing an extension draft, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. Right? So that is could potentially much higher velocity. The second thing is that I would say is there's a bit of an implementer tax that when if Ian and I do this subscribe rewind thing, and it is half baked, and there are 15 implementation problems that Alan points out. All the implementers in the community are stuck with that in draft 17 and fixing all, and like, oops, there's interop gaps and all these other things, as we found with subscribe namespace, right? Whereas if there's 2 or 3 opt-in implementers that are doing this, we eat it, and it's never on Alan's dashboard, which is, I think, like a cognitive load thing for him, and like it contains the damage for implementers.
I hear you on that, but I don't see any difference whether it's in a PR or whether it's on a separate draft. I don't really see a big difference on that, to tell you.
Well, if it's a PR that's committed to MOQ-T, I kind of have to.
No, he shouldn't have been committed if it's that big.
Uncommitted.
100%
You
agree on
still
that.
implement
But stuff we land has problems, like all the time.
Then maybe
Not
we should
lack
stop
of-
landing it.
It's not from lack of review. I mean, we already have like the 4 named people at the top of the doc read every single thing. And hopefully all of you also are invited to read and comment on every PR we make. And come to our meetings and offer feedback. Offer feedback. So, sorry.
I think this makes it a bit hard from my perspective if you think about it. Like, let's say only our implementation does ABR, and no one else is interested in that one. We write separate extension and we work with interop it ourselves. Then how do we, as a chair, how would you help saying that hey, another implementer go and do it?
I would say that's a signal that if nobody else cares, that it should not be in MOQ-T.
Like, for example, if we do not have caching relays, should we remove fetch from the draft?
Yeah, that's not really a good.
That's not like you're saying nobody else cares. Like many people we have don't need to do caching in that case. Like we can move the caching as an extension draft then, the entire fetch as an extension draft.
Like about it, like I think about the dispatch question. So many people come to IETF all the time with a draft and they're like, this should be a standard. And the question is, how many people want to implement that? No one, just us. Like, yeah, you don't really need to.
So like we have 2 use cases, right?
I mean, the
Some of the
answer is that people will. If it's important, people will.
No, you're no, that's not what I said. We are trying to merge 2 worlds here. And there's some use cases which only one world requires, and other use cases only the other world requires. No one will implement new group request in streaming, maybe, as Wendell said. Doesn't mean there's not the charter that MOQ started with. So I don't use this like if you can find your implementation, bring it, it'll get merged or it'll become much harder. We drive by use cases and we told these are the use cases we want to solve. We explained, had a meeting to explain why this use case matters for the charter that MOQ was done for. We convinced what the use case was, and then we started working on the PR. And rather now we're saying that after doing all those things, everyone who convinced doesn't matter. You go do and try to get at least 2 implementations to work. It's more work after convincing all these things to get 2 implementations to work.
I mean, I have Alan. I'll add you. All right, I'll add myself.
You got Luke too.
Yeah, so not necessarily, not directly related to what Strauss has been saying, but another pain point for for us has been like the interrupt target or the draft has been moving quite a bit with some significant changes, and then when it comes to test with other implementations, it becomes a bit difficult. So I mean, I'm not sure what has been done in the past, maybe in the QUIC working group, for example. I mean, has there been some certain versions of the draft where people say, okay, let's really target this interrupt, and then maybe draft 14 and then jump to 18,
We're
right?
doing
Sort
that.
of.
We locked on 14 for a long time.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, then maybe at 15 and then 16. I mean,
Never a
it's-
target. I think 16 is going to stick around for a while. I don't think
Well-
we're going to move to another target for a while.
I mean, like there's an IETF meeting coming up, so you're not going to land 17.
We'll land 17, but we're not going to move the interrupt target.
Okay.
Well, I imagine 18 at the soonest, and it sort of depends on how many of these big things in flight. Because yeah, I hear the same thing about. I'm sure implementers are all feeling this pain.
Because dealing with all those changes, I mean, it keeps us from dealing with the stuff like APR, client side, server side, and all that stuff, which are also important. So
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
I think there's broad interest in some defining what the critical features are to ship with in V1. And while I agree that the process may be faster to make those features go fast in their development, if there's a separate draft for them, separate implementation for them, the problem is that's ultimately going to be still more work for Alan or whoever the editors are, because once people say, Yeah, okay, what you did was good. Now let's get it in MOQ-T. It's the exact same amount of work to write up a new PR. You're not gonna pull the draft in. You have to write a PR against MOQ-T for that. So that you're back to the same boat as now review this PR against MOQ-T.
So the editor who thinks
Never done the draft in the first place.
doing the work does not think that is the case. And I'm inclined to defer to him on that.
I mean, the only other thing I'd say is that there's still going to be a review step, right? Like you and your buddies go write the draft and you implement it and you're super happy. And then it goes make a PR in MOQ-T. If you like, it's going to be, there's going to be more scrutiny, I imagine. Like, it's not like we're going to be like,
If only Alan and I had to review everything, we could move a lot faster. I'm just like, I mean, like we're talking like 4x, like for sure. So like, I'm not sure if that's what you want. I mean, maybe that's a feature as well as a bug, but like, I mean, just as an example of two people, like even like for sure, like at least 2x, probably 4x.
My point was if the point of the separate drafts was to accelerate work, I fear that in the end, it'll actually slow down the eventual merging of that back into MOQ-T because you still have the same textual PRs against MOQ-T that you have to review and land.
All right. There's a lot of people in the queue. I want to X this at some point. We've gotten some signal from both directions. Like, if you don't have anything new to say, let's just move on. But Mike?
Yeah, I don't know if it's new, but I definitely want to emphasize that I think from the implementer perspective that being able to focus on depth is useful. So things like staying on 14 for a while have been helpful. And I think that splitting off new significant features into separate drafts also helps allow for that. Because then if you're interested in implementing and testing Switch, you can go deep on that. And you're not, at the same time trying to carry the load of whatever else is shifting.
Alan, did you have any more?
oh, I feel like this conversation is cooked. We should just whatever. I don't care.
Oh, was it me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number one goal should be getting mock in production. I'm tired of tech demos. Like whatever you guys need to run this in production is what we should work on. I don't want bit twiddling. I don't want like these optimizations. I want the actual features that are blocking us right now. And I feel like we had a lot of those for a lot of use cases in a lot of previous drafts, and we've just kind of been churning the wheels, polishing and churning. We just need to just focus on something good enough that we can run, get it out there, and learn.
Colin?
I think there's a temptation to focus on, what's the feature 50 users need to do, but we've got a group of people that are trying to work together to build something big here. And I think what we need to focus on is what's the minimal set we need to, as Luke puts it, get us all in production. And is the feature that somebody's proposing hurting your use case? If not, maybe you shouldn't be objecting to it, whatever. Let's figure out how to get that sort of stuff moving forward. And I mean, like I'll say, like the things blocking us production right now is filters and secure objects. Right. And like there's lots of this other stuff that'd be really great and it'll really help when we have scalable video codecs. But right now, none of us are really using scalable is in a huge way, right? Like, like what we need to get to production is a much shorter list than what we're working on.
All right. I think we reached more than diminishing return. Magnus, I want to confer with Magnus and see if we can articulate a useful change to policy that we'll have to run by the group. This has been good feedback. Magnus, do you agree with that? Or are you seeing a big stop sign?
I'm sleepy.
Or are you too sleepy to know?
No, I'm not too sleepy. No, I think it's been good feedback. I just it's still a question. I mean, trying to focus and etc. And I think from and also how we can get people to take on. I think in some aspect, which is try to drive their part, be active in driving their part. I think is most crucial. And maybe we need to have this discussion about who's the main driver for certain features that we think we needed, but and actually ensure that they make progress.
Okay. All right, great. So Magnus and I owe you something on that, or maybe a decision we're not going to do it, depending on what we come up with. I had some other slides. I don't want to talk about them. I'm tired of process stuff. I want to hand the balance of the time to the editors to do editors' time. I'm going to slip out probably in about, do we want to take a break?
What's our current break plan for the rest of the day?
Can't remember when the next break is. I think it's in the middle of your of your editor's time.
Good time for both bio break and.
Let's do a break now and
All right, let's do
then we'll
break
just,
for-
we'll,
Do we want to beverages or just bio?
Beverages is
Both?
half an hour.
All right, then it's the bio break, 5 minutes. See you at 2:38.
IO.
um,
I'm not gonna piss, I want some drinks.
oh, what?
What are the,
The slides have been available for,
I know.
for Ev.
I have like
You need a new
15
link?
decks of slides open right now. I need to know what are the ones I'm actually looking.
You're trying to make me stop writing PRs with Claude and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Let me use the bathroom.
Sorry, you did message me.
Fine.
Or was it you? Somebody else?
Is it this one?
It's called mock TPRs and issues for Boulder.
Okay, cool.
I message you from time to time, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna take off. Probably gonna take off.
Are going.
Huh? You're going.
Wow.
So how did you find it? Was it so that was it good for you to participating?
It brought me more knowledge.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole OTT versus this other way. That's been kind of interesting.
But it's very obvious, right?
Huh?
It's very obvious that like two camps.
Yeah, which is. But you know, the push and pull might actually make something better.
Yeah, exactly. So tension is always good.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to show you something. Where it took off. This is 301. Okay.
I had to make a change to the filters. Like we talked about earlier this morning. Make sure you're okay with it. I will allow
Essentially,
the extension filter to operate on track extensions.
has a lot of good.
So
reference
if you say
for
extension filter
show
for a particular extension and the publish has that extension as a track extension, then you will filter on the publish. So if a publish includes an extension,
tries to do
include an extension filter, the publish will get
talking.
filtered on that extension. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense? Like,
management system.
it's a bit awkward with like top N.
Going.
This is not top end, this is the regular extension filter.
I'm saying that it has a bit of like awkward interaction because
All the work was done.
I'm glad you mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned. So this will happen before top end because it happens at time of publish. So it will not even be considered in top end.
Signal.
Right. Filter it out.
We start
If the
talking about
publish that you
this.
get has an extension and it doesn't pass your extension filter,
Because depending on who's
it will be
doing
filtered
this,
out before
they'll
top end
recognize certain
happens.
things. So
Because
have your
it doesn't meet your extension filter.
right.
So
Have your ad system.
that does make sense, but remember we then kind of lose the uniqueness thing.
Fast channels. Fast channels are very simple.
I guess we can cache like top N for like
Sure. So we try to
for the
do
where clause that you had.
here's the.
But in that case, I do feel like we should
5-second.
track an object.
Put a commercial. Here's the inventory swap. Here's
But,
the
but
whole.
that's not gonna help your,
system.
if your goal is to go back to
So over here is
single,
does the
single top end.
channel owner explicitly
That's not gonna help. The problem is
in the channel
if anybody specifies an extension filter
play a movie from 1 to 4?
and that's a track extension,
Have the
that's gonna
distributor
mess up your,
fill in the rest of the stuff.
if all of them, if all of them ask for the same extension
So
filter,
it's
no
taking
problem. If they all
35.
ask for different extension filters.
Yeah, very simple. So you're not having
Then
to send
your top
everything
end-
in there.
Yeah, so
And
that's
those
what-
extensions
Sending
are,
all the decisions out of band.
Oh, what use case do we currently have?
So you make the signal
Extension filter.
simple enough. It's just
So
triggering and all that.
filters
You
predate
have out of
track
band to do
extensions,
the
so I never even thought about that.
flexible
but
for
The
distributor.
codec case is a
per
common thing,
device,
like
etc.
when you were saying before, what device?
So it's
You know,
trying to
YouTube has 50 streams, but my device can only handle
Just
a
talk about
subset of 4, right? My
depending
switch,
on
my
where you
Nintendo
are
Switch
and who you're
can't handle
doing.
anything beyond.
You may
whatever,
have
720p.
contribution
So
feed, you may
the subset of streams that you
asset
want, that you know
library
about,
management where
you
the
could have
distributor
those
takes on all the
as-
encoding, or it may
as
be
extensions.
you
You could say, I
and
only
you've
want,
already produced
you
all your
know,
content.
quality
settings. You
extension
say,
to
this
be
is for
this,
everybody.
this
So
this
it puts
value,
in
this range of
sure the
values.
different types of things.
That's all I want.
And then you
So
can have
then
a
it's
fast
each
channel that turns
individual
into a
player is asking for only the extensions.
But
they
it
can
kind of
get.
describes all that.
Yeah.
Gets to
Thank-
these parts, which is describing,
this
here's,
makes sense
here's
on
what's happening
paper.
on the channel owner side.
I'm worried like that
Here's what-
that will not work in real life because the logic is
At
kind of
distributor
multi-sided,
side. So
right?
this I
Because
really
you have more
briefly
rules
went
than
over.
just-
Because the
The
rules
talk I
are
was
not
doing,
like are kind of hard to express.
channel owner, advertiser,
in
many
terms of
rules.
distributor. but
there's
these-
like screen dimensions
Depth.
and there is codec,
Okay.
and that's already like you have two
Yeah,
dimensions.
that was the one thing I
so
was
kind of
having a struggle
can't
with the
really-
talk is if I give them
like
these diagrams.
you're in like a situation where you have
Sort of, yeah. I mean,
send a complex
haven't
expression to
seen it before.
Okay. But then it talks about, instead of setting up
Well, we could,
a bond stitch channel.
if each of the things that you
Right.
care about is an
Like
extension.
virtual live
If the
linear.
screen, if the,
Right,
know,
but
you know,
everything's
total pixels is one extension, if codec is another,
so 20
all the things that you care about are extensions.
together, except for if you
And
have a
you
live
could
event or something.
Filter on all of them.
But like
If they're not extensions, that's where it's a problem.
since we
so like currently
are
like
actually
in regular
virtual
MSF
live
we
linear,
puts
yeah.
pulls the complexity.
they don't have any live content on it.
Right, you're just stitching together a bunch of live
Correct,
assets.
correct.
Yeah, so that covers that.
Catalog and understand.
And then the
Live.
complexity of like
So many other
each of
different
those
models.
tracks is the one
Right.
You could have it where
and
you send to your
so
distributor,
if
here's
we
all the
were
assets.
to add filters like that could like get join latency for those.
That one.
Just because
Another thing where you have a news channel.
really is like in a better
Channel,
position
we're just trying to create a
to do
24
that.
hour
But
channel.
like my
Right.
issue
Let's say like
is
you put an
like
algorithm for that.
how
Like, I
much
want my
we
national
gain, like effectively what we're trying to do is
or what.
reduce like.
And all they do is go to.
No,
a
I mean,
published set of
like I
content.
said, you raised the
Well,
point
it's that.
earlier, and I didn't
And
want to jump in because
automatically you have a
I'm
for
like,
impression.
I acknowledge that the point that I tried to say, I'm like,
This
well,
like a lot
somebody
of
else will if they
complexity
care.
is the relay.
I mean, that wasn't really.
Kenny, I'm take the seat. And like that's always
Like they want to host.
but it is not clear as like this is
Other
the
follow-up
good
on
direction
that
because the
Is there a
complexity.
And we've got
You guys are talking about
some more first.
Well, I'm
But
tentatively
it's still the
saying
same
like
one. Yeah, but
probably not worth it.
Well,
just
we
because
can talk through it. I didn't
it
feel
would
like they
have,
were,
more
so,
data.
It's
Trying to bring this.
So think about it first.
yes, and then I had like Claude read the commit.
I'm
I saw and I didn't, I mean, anyway.
They,
actually getting this.
I felt like you were very dismissive of my concerns.
every week probably.
Guys, we're starting.
Just trying to talk about it.
All right, I hand it off to the editors. I am probably going to slip out in about 40 minutes. Mike will be the on-site, Mike Bishop will be the on-site chair delegate essentially for managing the room, et cetera. Thank you.
Before you slip off, huge thank you for hosting us and making.
We'll see, Magnus and I will see some, like a few of you in Shenzhen, and we'll see the rest of you in Europe, somewhere in Europe in June.
Okay.
Okay.
The first,
I'm gonna hand off to the editors to actually basically drive for the next.
well, I don't have a slide for the first thing, which is I want I want to go over, since the chair's made a decision about the bi-directional stream thing, can you share the decision there? Because I'm not sure everyone has been monitoring the list closely. And at dinner last night, I heard feedback about it. So I just wanted a chance of like people.
Magnus, I hope you're out there.
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
All right.
Yes.
Can
So, yes, I called it consensus that, okay, it was rough, but still, basically it was based on the feedback from the interim meetings on this discussion, where it wasn't, there were questions, but no objections. And then when you run the consensus calls, the only one who basically objected something was Cullen. And I think based on and no further, that's why this call went its way it went. So, and I think,
And Magnus, in fairness, I would barely categorize mine even as an objection. I don't even think it quite was a for or against. But
you fairly mild saying you said something.
I have a question. Yeah. So I think I wouldn't say I strongly objected or anything like that. But
I don't know. I do feel like it's mostly silence on this one, not consensus.
I think I interpret at least that there were quite significant support on this in the meetings, not on the list, I agree.
Okay.
Except for, but it's on the meetings when it been discussed, there have been, I think, clear support. So that's why it's gone this direction. So, yeah. And we had this morning a short discussion around I think the concerns Colin had, and you also, I think, you have filed an issue. I haven't checked.
Yeah, I have filed, and like let me just say, I assumed so I had never objected to this because I assumed we would fix it in this system before we do it. But just Ian, so you know, I don't know if you saw the issue, but the issue I'm concerned about is video conference like this. Let's say we're going to go from one big screen to 20, the layout of 9x9 grid. We have to unsubscribe the big stream before we subscribe all the small streams. So we need some way of sometimes partially ordering transactions to say this transaction can't happen until after this other transaction has happened. And I assumed that we would add something like that to ByDeer if we did it.
Yeah, I think.
But that's like right now, if we just switch to ByDeer without something like that, we have a substantial regression in functionality from what we had before.
Actually, yeah, don't think we do, because I think the bidirectional stream thing is like, it's sort of like the idea that it's head-of-line blocking is sort of like a best effort sort of concept. It's not actually transactional whatsoever. Like the thing that bidirectional streams gets you, it does get you ordering, but like each of those transactions may take however long it takes. And some things may be like instantaneous because like I can answer it from cache and it'll be like 1 millisecond. And some things might take like seconds. And so I think the problem is, so I think your problem is right. I think it's much bigger than I think it's a good thing to discuss.
Yeah. Just I think say like we have designed the whole protocol along the way such that isn't a problem for any of the cases we care about, right? Which is
I think editors are going to drive. I think joining fetch is a case.
So yeah, well, for me, the bidirectional, I mean, I don't understand the whole. I could not have the full picture. I think it matters, but I was able to explain how it worked before with one bidirectional for the control plane, and all the data plane was in the unidirectional. And now I'm a bit lost. I don't know exactly what we have and what we want and what is the consensus that is asked. And I don't have any clear explanation, but maybe I missed a couple of meetings, or maybe I missed one PR or something like this, but it looks like it has implications and consequences a bit everywhere, and I'm not sure we have fully understand. I mean, we fully understand this.
I can post the slides in Slack again if you want.
For subscribe namespace, I understood, but but the fact that it is kind of extended potentially everywhere, it's something which here I completely missed the point.
And I'll make the point, we opened up our ABR discussion by going through this complex sequence of subscribe and joining fetches that you could use to reliably start a screen. So sequence is very important in the order that these things are executed. And the single control streams gave us the order, whether or not they were completed atomically or not, we can address. But separating them into control streams, back to the prior point, we need a robust mechanism for sequencing them if we're going to do that.
Well, I just was gonna. I think to that point, I think now the more I think about it, like Ian's right. Like yes, the quick stream is in order, but like it's not like a MOQ library could batch read 10 packets, parse all the messages, put them into a dispatch queue, and you may not actually be delivered them in the order. Like there's no guarantee that the application.
So we might want to create.
So we may need something at the MOQ layer that explicitly, it may be maybe actually an improvement to put them on bidirectional streams and then say like this message must be executed in order blah and
request ID to say don't execute this till you've executed this other request ID.
So this is, I think, what Colin filed an issue on. I think I don't know if the editors want to discuss this now, but at least I think I stand by.
I do, because if the consensus, like based only on the email from consensus, well, still the PR needs stamps from everybody, including Suos and Victor and me probably, but like once that goes in, it's going to be really disruptive. So I'd really rather hold, like if this is going to be, if there's this follow-up thing we need to think about ordering, I think maybe we should include it and try to make if we're going to like rip the Band-Aid. Let's do it once and try to get it as, I mean, similar to the discussion we had before the break, like, do we know that it actually works and we've like worked through all the issues, or is this going to be, as Martin calls it, issue fountain? So like, let's spend some, we're here now. Let's get through it now.
Okay. Yep. I'm fine
I think
with that.
Luke has had his hand for a while.
I know he does.
Yeah, what you're saying sounds like transactions, and I want to be clear. Like ordering, to Ian's point, it might arrive in order on the unidirectional stream, but it's not responded to. The acts can come out of order, the errors can come out of order. You can have like, you know, joining fetch can fail while the subscribe can succeed, or vice versa. I really want to be very careful if we're going to add transactions, because that is a very dark hole.
In my head, it's not quite transactions. It's more like must execute after request ID or something like that.
Or else what happens? It fails.
You wait. I mean,
That
some time
sounds
out
like
and
a
then it turns out.
transaction. Yes.
Again, yeah, I don't want to make letting this dependent upon that, because that's like a big project. And I'm not saying I'm not uninterested in that big project, but like the removal of like moving it on to different byte streams is, like I said, does not actually change like how things are executed. They were not transactional before. It's
No,
like
no, that I disagree with that. We have widely discussed them being being sort of that in like the Seattle office and other times that they, and of course this is about when they start relatively, and yeah, timing is guaranteed, but it's close enough. Timing was always fine because they were all because there were things that were executed fast for all the things we cared about. So I think that we have a mechanism here that does work today and like works across multiple relays, right? That we're losing. That's we can't ignore that. We can't pretend that we never had that mechanism. We do have that mechanism.
the one case we actually relied on it was actually like the mock or whatever.
Yeah, it'll totally break off. I think we should rip it out.
And I mean, we have it fixed in the PR, but yeah.
I'm not worried about the off. I mean, but yeah.
Next. I think the only request that we depends on as a request right now we have is a joining fetch. And the thing about joining fetch is it blocks in the subscribe. So like it is true that currently you have to send them in order, but like if you send them on multiple streams, now you have a joining fetch, but you haven't seen subscribe. But that's not an issue because even once you have subscribed, you still can't process the joining fetch because you might have to subscribe upstream. So you have to have some waiting logic.
Just let me raise another one for you just to think about is we constantly do things where we're going to do a whole bunch of subscribe updates where we change the forward equals one flag.
Well, yeah, and so Victor, we do, the current spec says if the subscribe ID that you're trying to attach to doesn't exist, it's an error. But this would have to change to it's pending and you're going to wait some period of time for it to exist.
I'm just saying that like joining fetch does involve waiting for the subscription to materialize.
Currently,
regardless,
we would need
even
to-
currently and even then, but like we're just changing things we're waiting for.
Sorry, and the original point I wanted to make, this is all being done to fix a problem with subscribe namespace. Are there other solutions to that?
No, there.
Subscribe namespace already.
Can you succinctly state why we need to change our control stream?
Yes, I have slides. Where are my slides? Okay, fine. I can't find these slides.
Well,
Anyway, I have them open. Oh no, I don't. I can't.
Who's next?
So you're next, but if we're responding to Will's comment, like editors. have
Yeah,
a-
so I think one reason which I understood at least for the change to BD was especially on canceling certain requests. To
You don't
ensure
want
that
cancels to be blocked behind a bunch of other control messages. One of them.
That is one of them. I have the issues.
That's actually related to the point I wanted to make, which is that even if we added this like unsubscribe or like don't process this before, part of what the PR does is it removes some messages in favor of QUIC messages, right? So there's no more unsubscribe. There's just reset this. You just reset the bidirectional stream that the subscribe was on, and that's an implicit unsubscribe. There's no way to include ordering information in a reset stream to be like reset this stream, but don't do it until like don't take that action until these other things happen. So like those two things are in direct conflict. Like what you're saying is like, well, I guess you were like, don't
put it in a single stream. You would know the order.
No, or like if you wanted to say execute the subscribe, but not until the unsubscribe that has ID number X has finished. Unsubscribe no longer has that. You can, there's no way to do that, I don't think.
Couldn't you do that before with stop sending though?
How would that work? I'm not sure how stop sending is any
Just
different.
use the stop sending to do that. The new PR.
You can do stop sending or reset stream.
You couldn't do it before because everything's on one stream. So if you need the control stream, the session's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, it is kind of problematic.
I have discovered my slides.
So are we editors responding still on Will's comment?
Did we-
or are we?
Will's question was, why are we doing this?
Yeah, I would like a
this was-
succinct summary of why. Okay.
The quick cancellation, I think is absolutely critical because right now, you can either have your cancel blocked behind like other control messages, but it's actually even worse because if you get your flow, you can be flow control blocked today, and end up not being able to cancel anything. Unfortunately, because you have to send a message on the request stream, you can't send a message on the request stream. That's a really bad, like, pathological behavior I hate. So this allows you to like always cancel stuff. So like you can always cancel an ongoing request because stop sending and reset stream are not like flow control blocked. So
Could we not have a second canceling control stream? So you put
it
all your
would be flow
message.
control blocked.
You're saying if this is the case, you're out of connection flow control?
Either one, yeah.
I mean, couldn't, I'm designing on the fly here, big apologies. Couldn't we have the way we cancel today, but we could also just be like, you can, if you want, if you have a subscription, you can just reset the stream, and that is also.
There's nothing you can reset today. The thing you can reset is the new thing has a thing you can reset. The status quo doesn't have the thing.
Because it's unidirectional, you can't reset it. Is that the?
You can reset.
You can reset the unidirectional stream, but it doesn't cancel the subscription because you might just not have wanted the data.
Also, there may not be any unidirectionals in flight.
Streams will open.
I see, new streams will open.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you're thinking the right idea, but like this PR is very much trying to do the thing you want to do, which is like, I just want to kill that thing. And like, there's no way to kill it.
Die.
So,
All right, so
I said the thing I wanted to say.
Luke.
Oh, no, I was going to let Ian keep going.
Okay, Mel?
Conceptually, I saw this as the same as our data plane, subgroups. If some things are fate shared, put them on this stream. So I think conceptually, I saw this as you want to be able to do the same thing with control messages. If things are fate shared, put them on this same head of line blocked control stream. And if they're not, allow them to be parallel. I thought that was the spirit of the PR, which I agreed with.
For sure.
Like, for example, request update goes on the stream that is the request that it is updating, which is like remove some machinery we have today, which is.
So just to clarify on this, so my concern is wrong in the sense of like, if I wanted to stop the big video and start a bunch of small videos, I'd send those all on one stream. I can do it today, just like I do today.
You mean, sorry, when you say today, you mean in the PR that is not landed?
If we land that the current BIDIR PR would allow me to meet that use case by using one stream. Is that
I don't
true
think
or
so.
false? I don't know.
No, that's
Where the goal
Okay,
is, the goal is I want the unsubscribe. I don't want these subscribes processed until unsubscribe happens. That's your use case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that'll work in the current.
Colin, do you mean that the transaction completed or you started the transaction?
I barely care the difference between this when we're talking about unsubscribe, which is the thing I need to happen before we did it. I assume an unsubscribe is effectively instantaneous.
You want to guarantee that your subscribe does not start processing until the unsubscribe starts processing.
That's how I phrased it in my book.
That already works with the BIDI streams, right?
No,
you don't get guaranteed.
It's a separate proposal.
In practice, it's faster to unsubscribe.
if the reset stream went in its own packet and was delayed, the subscribes will get there first. They have no way of saying that they're dependent on the reset stream. The reset stream shows up long later.
But
No,
at most thinking I can put those things both on the same stream,
Which is not how the
Explain this. Put messages when head of line blocking is helpful, put them on the BIDI stream. Explain that. That didn't get implemented?
So it did in the sense that like a subscribe update has to come in behind like the subscribe that it is updating,
So
right?
it only works in this one example, but not in general?
No,
No,
there are other cases.
There's only one.
It only
request
works within
ID.
one request, not
One
across
request
requests.
ID per
Yes,
stream.
that's right, yes.
Again, maybe I
Stu
not read
has-
the PR, but the clarification question is that like, does your PR addresses the fact that if I close the binary stream and it has like 100 unidirectional streams open, it should also terminate them with error. Does it?
Like that's how
address
unsubscribe works.
Yep. It does the same thing. It does the exact same thing unsubscribe would do today. Yep.
Victor?
I'm still stuck on this point. why cannot we do this regardless of request IDs? Why cannot
So
we do
Mo-
this and just say,
Victor's next, and then we'll come back.
So, Kevin, Mo, I think what you're stuck on is that you would send one subscribe on each stream. So you wouldn't send several subscribes on the same stream and then later request them to do a subscribe update on the same stream. You wouldn't have multiple
that's
different.
the question. If you want sequential subscribes, you want headline blocking for the subscribes, why would I put them on separate streams? This suggests that I can put the things that I want in order with headline blocking on the same stream.
But that's not the
what's in
PR.
That's not, sorry.
That's not what's in the PR.
But why couldn't it be?
It would
It's on the slide.
Like it's on the slide.
It makes things a lot more
It
complicated.
would change the semantics of the PR. It would need to be rewritten, and it would change a bunch of
It
things
would be
about it.
difficult to even reason about what the semantics of that are, I think, for me.
But this is basically, instead of saying one control stream per request, you would have as many control streams as you felt like having.
Exactly, which is exactly what we do for data streams, right? You have
Yeah.
as many as you want. as
Okay.
many subgroups as
I understand your point, but we should get to it.
This isn't great slides, actually. And I don't know.
Yeah, I think the important observation I make from this is that while most of things in MOQT, like most of the control messages, like require you to wait to resolve them, like subscribe update with forward 0 and forward 1 does not require you to wait. It is in fact an instantaneous operation because it modifies the state of immediate relay. We might want to figure out what we do with those and how to sequence those.
We have Luke.
I
Yeah.
think Magnus had his hand up, and then Luke,
Go for it, Magnus.
and then Will.
No, yeah, Luke, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna answer to Victor's. I don't think the subscriber can rely on subscribe update being ordered. It's racy. It's fundamentally racy. There could be stuff on the wire already. So I don't think that the client actually would ever change its behavior if it had subscribe update sequenced properly. I think it has to be able to handle it regardless.
So Magnus, did you have something else?
Do we want to lock the queue soon and make some kind of action?
No, I'm just trying to share here from. That's why I'm jumping the queue sometimes. So it's.
All right. So Will, and then
Yeah, so are the authors of this PR willing to add in a sequencing mechanism where you can say, my intent is that this, to the best effort possible, that this is executed after this prior request ID, which I'm sending you, has at least started.
I think if we do that, we should do that as a separate thing.
I mean, we can always make a stack of
Well,
PRs.
it makes what you're doing work for use cases. So
but it still misses some use. So this is an additional use case, and I'm trying to understand if that is a hard blocker, and we just can't do this, or
I think that hits all my use cases. I'm not.
oh wait, you're okay with that? So the unsubscribe
Opposed.
and it hits my objections as well.
Does that make everybody happy? It is. I mean, there is complexity in having to like maintain a queue of requests that are waiting for other requests that haven't arrived yet.
That was natural with the existing mechanism, right?
It was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
You need to add it.
What happens if the one that you're blocked on gets reset before you learn its ID?
we would need to. I mean, this is like we're designing on the fly right now.
Yeah.
So I can't tell
think
you.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very hard. You're gonna need reliable reset or something for that.
Yeah, I mean, either I see what you're saying.
But the requesting client would know that the stream he sent the request was reset, but not the relay or the
So
other
he could have
end.
reset it. The relay wouldn't have.
I'd expect you to
Yeah.
get an error
Yeah.
to the second request at that point.
I would expect everything else to get nuked, but yeah.
No, but I think Will's point, or sorry, Luke's point is that if the request ID of the dependent thing, if it gets reset before the relay ever receives it, then the dependent request will be stuck forever.
No, it won't. It'll error.
An error.
You get an error.
No, the
It'll
relay
never,
will
it's
never-
like, it's
waiting
just
for
like,
it.
I'm waiting for request 10.
Yeah.
The message that had request 10 in it
Yeah.
got reset, and request 10 will never arrive at the relay. So you'll time out, and like that happens, and
So
you
it needs a timeout.
or you need reliable reset to at least somehow be like, okay, at least, but you really don't.
They're designing on the fly.
It's designing on the fly. I mean, I think
But
it's
we can answer it. though.
maybe okay. Is there more than Q?
Gwendol, then me, and shall we close the queue after that? Anyone else want to join?
I want one on.
Okay, so Victor and Colin.
So I just wanted someone to clarify, for every new request we do, we create a new bidirectional?
That's what the PR says.
Okay, and so we can remove all the unsubscribe, the console.
It's like 4 messages.
And like 2 lines of text. Yes.
Yeah, it makes the draft.
I can't know why I can't find the slides. I don't know if they didn't get uploaded or what, but somewhere.
Good.
So kind of expanding on that clarifying question. Does that also mean that there is a stream that represents the subscription?
Yes.
Okay, and that's true for each object that we care about. Or,
Object's not the right word, maybe, but
well,
for every message, there is a stream that represents the like ongoing state between the publisher and the subscriber. And like either side can kill it, and that like kills the whatever it was. So like, for example, if you advertise that like I'm willing to accept subscriptions for this namespace, you're willing to do that as long as your stream is open. And when that stream is closed by either peer, then that's no longer
Closed.
Victor?
Yeah, I think we should think more about which sets of messages it's actually the problem. Because like I can see forward 0, forward 1, like you want to sequence them. But most of the time, if you send them, they will arrive in order because things usually arrive in order. And if they arrive out of order, like that means like how much of a big impact is that compared to like, given that it only occurs relatively enough. So we should probably like have some like scenarios where we do care about this and like figure out just how bad it is and do we want to put a lot of complexity to solve that.
Yeah, that makes sense, Victor. I think there are some cases. I mean, it's not every message you might want to be able to control the sequencing of every other message, but I think we need to work through which ones are the cases we care about that matter, and then figure that. But I mean, I think that when we come to this, it's just like the reaction of like, oh, well, let's just land the easy part of the PR and then ignore till later the hard part of the PR. No, I don't have consensus on that. Like, we need a solution to sort of a reasonable set of problems to land it, I think is my only point on it. And I think we should get, and I believe it's buildable. I don't think this is like impossible or anything like that. And it's definitely not transactions. That's a whole different story that I don't want to.
You're subscribed, Colin.
I don't want to roll back if this transaction fails. But I do think there are some messages and we need to think, I think it's subscribed relative to unsubscribed is certainly one case. And the updates, the forwards 1-0, definitely.
I'm like pausing one and resuming another track.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, those ones.
Not on the same track.
Yeah, not on the same track, yeah. And probably ones where we're adjusting priorities of various tracks are another one where you might want to it. I think we'd have to go through and think about it all carefully, but certainly not every possible combination. It's like a small percentage of the combinations.
Are we convinced that there's enough of a win in BiDi streams that it's worth the effort to try to solve these problems? Or do we just like say like,
I have a relay, I have backend connections. I need to be able to like load down these darn things.
We'll have answer by the end of like writing this down, I think.
Okay. Well,
I'm not the proponent of like, this is a better way to do it or not way to do it. I'm not making any argument on that side. I'm just sort of saying like, hey, if we're going to, I don't care if we switch to a different way of doing it, but if we're going to do this, we need to make it comparable, or we need to solve these problems.
I agree with you. Does anyone have Luke's got a hand.
I was just gonna say that I've been doing a BiDi stream per request, and I think it's wonderful. I think the working group should give it a shot. But yes, obviously we need to handle it out. But it just eliminates so much central state.
But you're saying you don't have the use cases that Colin has where ordering is somehow important. You just don't have them. You don't care.
Oh no, I mean it's a coin flip. Like, it doesn't really matter if there's an RTT of misprioritization. I think in the worst case scenario, I think to Victor's point, like, do we need to add transactions for optimizations like that or not?
One target question. So how does this work for published namespace?
You open a stream, you send your published namespace.
Then
if you want the equivalent of unpublished or published namespace done is closing the stream.
Right, but
here if they would have done published namespace cancel, they send a stop sending.
Like if the published namespace ends up getting a subscribe to the original publisher, will that be on its own bidirectional stream?
Yes.
Or by the relay?
Because it's independently cancelable. Yes, it'll be on its own stream.
Yep. But that's existing behavior. That's already in the draft. I was going to point out that I would not have actually proposed this if Luke hadn't already implemented it and been doing it for years, but he has been, and it's like been fine. And so like, otherwise I would put higher bar and like more implementation experience, but like, it's not just my intuition that it's fun. Like, I mean, I think,
It doesn't have joining fetch.
well, look,
I don't know.
let's not start that.
Well,
It's fine because it's working on
Fine,
Luke,
so
but
yeah.
what we're building is not exactly.
Don't, I felt like I didn't, I wrote this PR because I wanted to kill joining fetch partially because I wanted to do this move. Like, let's be clear, like, this is not like, these motivations are not unlinked.
It also
I
made
have both. Like I do have
like-
joining fetch. It's in a separate. I have an IETF implementation and the bidirectional streams one. It's just a big fat mutex of like global request ID state, and you have to do the state machine. It's really nice if you can get it to individual streams because then the streams have the state.
Just on implementation, right? We have many implementations which just that's the thing today too. So I don't think so. That's the bar to come.
no. Well, the question is like, is it completely unproven? Like we're just making slideware versus.
I supported the PR, so I'm just not saying.
No, I just want to make sure people didn't think this was like slideware. That's what I was trying to say.
It may impact Switch also, depending.
So,
Yes.
It sounds like we have an open request for, can we enumerate the situations where we need these orders to be preserved?
Can I just ask the people who have, like, Colin, can you just shoot me an email that just lists the things out?
On an issue, I think will be more effective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just propose like a simple implementation solution? People don't want to buffer messages is if you are reading a stream and you find out you don't have all the context because of like a joining request ID that doesn't match anything that you have yet, just stop reading the stream. And
You already have this logic for waiting on your data plane when you're waiting for a track alias you've never seen before.
You also have to have it on the
When do you
publish.
again?
Sorry.
When you get a track alias, I mean, in the publish.
because I know there's
Another stream provides a
to
thing
a
to
joining
wait for.
fetch and that's 5, and I've never gotten 5, so there's clearly like some problem there.
You can also pipeline subscribe namespace with setup today.
So if you
So you need it for that.
if you compare this to something that Al and I are very familiar with QPAC, the decoder says how many unresolved references it's willing to tolerate, and it will allocate whatever memory it needs to track those. And if the sender exceeds its limit, then it blows up. And so it's a trade-off of I'm willing to tolerate, I have to stop and wait for things to arrive versus you have to spend an RTT making sure I've already gotten the thing before you can reference.
But I wouldn't add that limit here because in QPAC you have another option, which is like, I'll send it as a literal. Or here you don't. You're like, I gotta send this request. Like, I'm not gonna wait until something else happens. Okay, I think we have actions here. Colin's gonna write down some use cases. Other people can pile on. We will write a follow-up PR that addresses sequencing and use the next virtual to see if people like it enough to land it.
I presented the slides on the 12th of
Repeat that, Alan, for the notes.
January.
Colin will do use cases.
There's an issue. Yes, put the things that you really care about ordering in that issue.
Huh?
We will put up a PR that is, will sit on top of the other PR. The two would land together that shows how to add the sequencing. So people can look at just the sequencing bits. We'll review those PRs in the next virtual. Is everybody satisfied with that outcome? Okay.
And put issue 1488.
I was saying I presented on January 12th and I uploaded slides, but they are not the most recent slides. I just re-uploaded slides that are more recent, and then I can throw them in the Slack once I've uploaded them this week. So,
Are you talking about the QUIC devs Slack?
yes, or I can put them in. I'll put them in Meet too, whenever they get approved by the chairs. So I prefer
Okay, so
the Slack.
Alan, have you reached the stopping?
On that topic, yeah, I feel like we're done about history unless
All right.
somebody else wants to beat it to death.
Okay, there's an administrative thing I completely forgot to talk about. We really should talk about today, and that is interim calls for the cycle between IETF 125 and June. Because I provide 2 weeks notice of that, and that'll be coming up soon. So since Toronto, we've been experimenting with Mondays. I've heard a lot of feedback about that in both directions, and I don't know, like, we want to continue with Mondays, or we want to go back to Wednesdays, or we want to do something else.
I already filled the Wednesday slot with something else.
Mondays are awesome for me.
Okay.
Stick with Mondays.
All right. Okay, great. We'll stick with Mondays. I will send out a list of dates that are essentially every 2 Mondays from skipping over major holidays that are Mondays. So it might be some Tuesday. Is it okay if it's a Tuesday if there's a 3-day weekend or something? Or do we just want to push it back a week? As a
I can
principle?
also do Tuesdays.
Only have our Tuesday.
Colin?
This Wednesday.
Sorry.
So if there's a
You do a Tuesday if there's a Monday holiday.
do you want to kick it a week or do you want to do it on Tuesday?
Look, I don't have to be at every meeting, but my sort of preference, I mean, the Tuesdays and Wednesdays just get insanely filled at the core hours that overlap Europe and North America.
Okay.
For me. That's just the fact of lots of our lives.
Okay, so it means
Yeah.
fewer meetings. That's fine. We'll kick it a week. If
Or
that happens.
And it certainly wouldn't bother me if
Colin can't make it. You can still have
All
a
right.
meeting.
yeah.
Either way is fine. Okay, so I'll make it
Yeah,
Tuesday.
Gillette, if you don't get
Mix of both.
quorum, you
I will
cancel.
send out a list of dates on the list, and you guys can shoot at it. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Please resume.
Okay. I'm going to share a slide that Mo gave me, which is about filters. If I can find the window. I can't. We'll keep trying.
I can just speak to it. There's not much on it.
Not well.
There's actually newer information that from.
Oh, there it is. You want to speak to it, Mo, or you want me? I mean, you can read it. You wrote the slide.
Yeah, I can speak to it. And there's actually some new updates that I should mention. So the major change that has happened in the last several weeks is based on feedback from Victor and Ian. They wanted to have a scalability optimization so that relays could save memory and compute by being able to run the track filter only once for an entire namespace. Instead of evaluating it per subscriber. And so the original version had the track filter intentionally last after all the object filters, which meant that you had to evaluate it after all the per subscriber evaluations. And so that's more work if you have many subscribers with different filters. And the change was to first do the track filter initially at ingress of the relay and do it once for the entire namespace. So we build a top-end list one time for the entire namespace, and then all the other subscribers to that namespace just use that one single sorted list. And they can have other filters, object filters that evaluate separately per subscriber, but that doesn't impact the track filter, which was evaluated first. That was the major change. And there was some slight disagreements among the design team about it, but I think we all kind of came around to, well, it may help scalability. Depends on whether or not you have lots of subscribers and whether or not your per subscriber workload, is already dwarfing the track filter workload or not. But there's no chance where this hurts scalability. So we went ahead and made that change. There's a lot of other comments. There's over 80 something comments. And we've addressed them all. Just this morning, Alan pointed out that he didn't get responses to some of them. And I realized that some stupid GitHub UI thing, my changes were going as my comments rather than as resolving his comments. So we need to resurrect that. But there were also a lot of comments that could be done as follow-ups, bike shedding names. Some things were beyond bike shedding. Some things were like much more complicated features that the design team had originally rejected. Those could be pulled out into separate PRs and see if the group wants to do those other more complicated things. But I don't think it should impact landing the base part. There's also some recent discussions about the extension filters. Because this PR started before we had track extensions. So everything was considered an object extension. So the extension filter operated on object extensions. When an object came into the relay, it evaluated, looked at the extension, saw if it passed or didn't pass the filter, it would pass or not pass the object. Now with track extensions, you could decide all the way at the publish time whether or not to filter out the entire track. And so there's questions about whether or not that functionality just needs to be clarified. Just say, one sentence, if you apply this extension filter and there's a track extension, that you will filter out the publish, not just wait for every object to filter it out, but you'll actually filter out the publish itself. And then there's questions of whether or not that should be separated out as two separate filters or just still left in the extension filter.
Question.
But
Yeah.
if we add filter for the track extension, the top end filter will not be accurate anymore, right?
Yeah, so it would. So if we allow the track extensions to happen on subscribe namespace to filter out the publishes themselves, that would filter out all the publishes before the track filter, and so that would kind of hurt Victor's use case of wanting a single track filter, because then you'd have each individual subscriber, if they had different extension filters, they could have different results.
I think that's what he's saying.
Of the track
It
filter.
undoes the change that you
It doesn't change the order for the other filters, but it does change the order for the track extensions.
Yes, but it essentially recreates the per subscriber top end if every subscriber had a different set of track extensions they cared about.
Yes.
Or we ignore this case, right? I mean,
I think Colin. Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah.
It's sort of on the same topic. If you're on the same
I
topic,
think
otherwise also.
I'll go first so I can reply to him.
So look, I want to hit this topic about the per subscriber filters versus the top filter one a little bit more, because I think that this is one that's really fundamental we get our heads around, and I'm not saying I have my head around it. I might be deeply confused, but I do want to make sure we get right here, because my understanding is our concern is a performance issue. But the way our priorities and subscriber lists already work, we're already having sorted queues and lists on this per subscriber all over the place anyway. And in fact, we could probably figure out how to embed this into that same sorted list as an additional metric that went into the sort function. But I think like when we look at the performance we're seeing in relays, that is not the performance hit in the slightest. It's all quick stack processing. So I'm very skeptical. I'd like to see some data that this was a performance problem. But even if it is a performance problem, I think I'm willing to accept that in performance impact, because here's what I think we're designing right now. And maybe I've got this wrong, but I think if I said, I'd like the top H264 stacks, and I start getting them, everything's cruising, I'm getting along, or top 1, top 3, whatever it is, right? Cruising along fine. And then some completely different subscriber that I have nothing to do with says, I'd like the top 3 AV1 stacks. It might stop me from getting my H264 stacks. And the actions of a different subscriber totally changing what objects are delivered to me just seems so wrong. It's undebuggable. It's chaos. We can't have that.
I don't think that's what we're
Okay.
saying. What we're saying is that in order to have that AV1 or H264 filter, you end up having to have per subscriber queues or per subscriber top end lists, exactly so that you don't end up with the behavior you just described.
Oh, okay. So we are on that proposal.
Well, if that's a proposal, it has this problem that we don't like about having to keep the list per subscriber.
But I think I mean, like that's like, I think that there's no evidence to suggest that's a problem yet. That it seems like a very nice feature that looks to me way less complexity than what we're already doing on our priorities and our priority schemes and our queues for our priorities.
I agree on the great feature. It's worth some performance.
So let me try to explain how I understand this works. So there are two layers. First, you have subscribe namespace, and subscribe namespace you provided top n, and it selects the n best value, looks at all of the tracks and selects best n values. And then you're subscribed to those, and the rest is just track filters, just get inherited from subscribe namespace to those individual subscriptions.
That's what
That is my understanding.
But we can also filter on track extensions.
It's not in the PR, but we're talking about it.
Oh, okay.
So
I want
that
that.
is my understanding.
Application question to you. When you said the first statement there, are you talking about the extension as a track extension or object extension?
I meant top n it runs on the most recent value of the object extensions as really observed. So that is what the definition of top end. So it is one number per track per like at a point in time, but it is dynamic, unlike track extensions. So
Sorry, it's per subscriber or it's
no, it's whenever real like it's a number that whenever relay receives an object, it updates that value for the track.
So it's on the ingest.
Yeah.
With the data
and it's
content.
set by the publisher. It's not set by the subscriber.
No, the top end value is like the volume.
I think let's
Roger.
focus on what Ian's writing up because I think that clarifies the ordering. The new bit of things that is not in the PR today. So the PR today, the PR, remember, the filters predated track extensions. So what we need to add to the PR is the distinction of when does it matter if an extension is a track extension or an object extension. And what matters is the order of evaluation now. The track extensions will evaluate first before the top end filter because they're seen first. They're seen on the publish before you even get an object. So they'll evaluate first all the time. Then the top end filter will happen when objects come in. And then the object filters will happen as the objects are delivered, handed off to the
The
recipient.
best thing we can do is that, like, Ian, if you can walk through that with like one of the, Colin, you had an example, right? Walk through that with specific example that would be,
And
then we can discuss the pros and cons.
Victor was talking, yes.
I want to finish the part about why I want top N to be first and why it matters. The answer is if your top N is a namespace of 10 tracks, that doesn't matter. I don't care. I can do whatever. If it's 100 tracks, it probably I can still. Now, what if you have like 20,000 tracks? Now you have those 20,000 racks are probably spread across your relay network. And if I know that there are 3 active speakers that are like three of those tracks matter of 20,000, and I can compute, I can design something in my relay network which will always have like that value of top 3, and I can just put it into like my track routing table. And you do have to watch for it updates, but the point is I can make it scale to very large. So the question is like, if we need this to scale to a very large number of tracks in namespace, it is important for top N to be first. If we do not want, we can do whatever we want, but I guess the question is like, what is the use case we're trying to address?
Okay, just to respond. I mean, that makes total sense. I get where you're going on this. This just it makes me feel like, oh my God, I need to think about this a lot more.
Can I give a concrete use case and then we figure out how do we solve this one?
Then we'll.
Okay.
I'll let Suez go for if you want first.
Like, let's say I'm using this laptop and we have this one, right?
Yeah.
This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 small, 1 big gate, right? That's what this has. If I join a laptop here, I'll have only 4, 2 by 2. So as a subscriber, my top one is that I want top 4 active speakers to be shown here. And this client will go and say, I need top 8 and 1 big one, right? Big one, let's remove like this. The top end changes, but the ordering of those 8 people will be same. But what we want to avoid is that because that client went and asked for 8, and when I came and asked for 4, it should not have 4 less there. How do we make that happen? Then that's the use case we're trying to solve.
Okay, there's a queue.
So I guess, are we talking about whether track extension filters are applied before or after top end? Because I was assuming you'd do this first and then this and then object filters. And then so this is actually the case I'm like most concerned about, and I think it's probably okay, but I'm a little scared by. So if we do top end on track extension headers, like I think like that seems very, like I know how that works. Like I think I know how that scales pretty well. I think it'll probably be fine.
So can you remind me what some typical track extension headers were?
Say codec.
Well,
Something
like
codec
types.
types.
It's an immutable property of the track that doesn't change.
Codec.
Or like publisher priority or something, default publisher priority. I don't know, like whatever.
The 2 good ones are codec and resolution, because you have reasons to filter them both.
Oh yeah, sorry. But I think that's a better one for track extension filters, right?
Yeah, that's sorry.
Top end, probably you are doing object extension header filtering, and I don't. There are some complexities in trying to get that to be scalable, but I think I convinced myself it's not too bad, but it's still a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and then I think object filters
are okay, but also scary. I actually think object filters are just as bad as top end. Or I convinced myself, or actually worse.
Same order.
That is priorities.
They're the same order. It's scary.
Well, so I mean, I have this thing called like, imagine you're like a subscription that is looking for like the unicorn object. Then you can imagine subscribing and saying like, I only want like the one time that like the temperature is exactly like 412 degrees Celsius or something, and I want exactly that object. You could make the peer like subscribe to a bunch of stuff and go through like a huge pile of objects looking for like a particular extension header. But if you can voice that upstream, you're okay, because you haven't done any work. You just posted it on someone else. If you can't, then you're in a sad place. Anyway.
2 points. One is we can set limits. So the case, they're working with people in a webcast, tens or hundreds of tracks you might need to filter. The 20,000 could clearly be out of scope.
20,000 is not n, it's the source.
Right.
Set.
The subscribed namespace is what's getting you that pool. And you could just say, no, your subscribed namespace is too big. I'm not willing to deal with it as a relay.
I have a bug for this, by the way, and they should.
Yeah. So I think we can constrain that complexity. The other point with complexity, we keep talking about every client asking for a different set of filters. It's not going to happen in practice. All the WebEx clients are mostly going to ask for similar things. They're going to bucket into a few filters. And all the filters we can think of, even if I've got 10,000 users, they're probably applying very similar filters. So when we think about scale, we should think about the fact that there's not going to be this way. Everyone is absolutely different.
Is anybody else in the queue?
I wasn't sure whether Victor was raising his hand.
I think I wanted, I wanted to answer Suha's question about laptop versus big screen example. I think as long, like, if you have top 4 and top 8, you just store top 8 in order.
That's fine.
Yeah, you'd always pick the top. If you have multiple top N requests from different subscribers, the largest N is what you have to keep on your relay.
And there is a limitation on how big N.
Right, and I like the village idea also.
Negotiate as a setup parameter.
And someone comes and says top 10,000, don't do it.
Okay, so I guess my concern is that like you end up having to keep a top N for every set of track extension filters that came, right? So if somebody says, I want the top 3 AV1s, you have to keep that top N somewhere. If somebody says, I want the top 7 264s, you've got to keep that list, and you know, as many permutations of these. Now in practice, maybe that set is small enough that you really have in one conference, maybe you have whatever 3 or 4 top ends. Does that seem like the scale you're thinking of? I mean, my concern is that there's nothing stopping every subscriber of this, you know, there's 100,000 people watching the webcast or whatever, and everybody says like everyone adds their own special and extension foo is, or like something stupid that matches everything, but it's just enough different that like you're making the relay do a bunch more work here.
Keep in mind the scalability limits are for each individual relay, not for the entire namespace. It's if this relay can handle 1,000 subscribers and it'll pump the rest to somebody else, the limit is only 1,000. If there's 1 million people watching the webcast, it doesn't matter. How many are on this relay is all that matters.
Right, but I guess the idea is that I need to keep it. There's once you allow this, then the number of top ends you need can be as high as the number of subscribers you have.
Exactly.
And I don't really love that. I liked it when it was like this. Then I was like, great, I'll top end you, and then like, you know, from then there will object filters and like we're okay. But now I'm back to the thing I don't like.
Yeah, but let me also clarify what the actual computation cost is, because I think in one of the comments, I think you mentioned that it is, you know, log in or something for each. It's not. It's log in if you are in the top N. It's log in if you're a hit in the top N. It's 01. It's a single if you're missing the top N. Yeah. So if the packets that are coming in are not going to pass the filter, it's one single if and you're past it. Yeah. If the packets that are coming in are going to be in the top N, then you have to do an insertion operation, which is typically O log in if you're doing any intelligent structure. It's an O log in operation to do that insertion. That only happens at selection change. Once the selection change happens, you stay in the list until the next selection change.
So like that's a good thing, right? Like this,
yes, they're
like,
static.
this can change. Like so, I think it's more about like. Well, first let me back up. Does everybody agree this is the logical thing that we want this behavior? I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't like the scalability of it.
I'm not.
You still want top end here?
I'm I just want to make sure we can hit our use cases, and I'm not sure that top end can be like that.
Okay.
And I mean, my litmus test is simple, right? If the client's like asked for something and was perfectly receiving it, and then later it stops.
I know, I agree. There's no way subscriber A should be able to influence what subscriber
So
B.
we're all, yeah,
That is like for sure.
I think that
that's for sure.
the
And
two-
whether this meets that or not, I don't know.
I did the two cases here, right? Like if you talk about the codec case, Cullen, in that case, that's a track extension property, then that hits the use cases.
Sure.
But on the other hand, if the property is the on which you bifurcate the data is an object filtered property, then it will not hit the use.
No, it's here.
No,
What's
if
the
the top-
video, the one you're doing here, where you're saying we got 100 people in the conference call and you want to pick the top eight, put on this screen? Which one's that coming from? Object filter?
Object.
Tracks? Because it's
changing all the time.
Top N object extension.
Well, I'm-
That will work here.
No. Your case is a static thing. The resolution, the size, that's a static thing.
Static
right?
thing. Like in my case, the
Right.
use case I gave, I want here 8:64 and 8 or 16:64. That use case works here as long as H264 and AV1 are part of the track extension properties.
Sure, which I think is fine. That's no problem with that. Yeah.
If someone puts that in the object extension property, it will not work. That's something we can figure that
I
out.
don't care about that.
Yeah, that will work.
Yeah.
My only concern, okay, like I think this is like, to me, this is like makes sense. And I think it hits a lot of use cases.
Yeah.
I'm worried about scalability and DOS problems, but anyway, I'll let somebody else talk for about it.
I agree. Yes, I'm not 100% sure there aren't issues, but I think it's not, I don't know. I would like willing to be sold on the idea that it's okay, but
I would like to see some more like development of the idea and examples and thought to help like show that this is like totally implementable and it's fine.
yeah, I started writing up some like DDoS-ish sort of concerns, and I can try to like break down at least what my thoughts are and like I could describe what I believe are the worst case scenarios. Like these are the things you should be most scared of, and we could walk through those sometime. Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Some of the DDoS cases you explained were more of an object filter issues too.
Yeah, those are the ones that are
Not
like
the
the most
track filter.
terrifying.
I mean, this is a new wrinkle in the filters PR that came up basically yesterday. So we need to
So the
like,
object filters has the thing that it can open up many subscriptions. And your relay may be forced to do. I think going back to Will's point, we need to, for each of those things, maybe that's my more like to hear your input too. We need to define the limits there. Today we have limits on the subscribe namespace on what is to be done. Maybe we need to tighten those limits and say these are the limits that a relay is willing to agree. If someone asks for 20,000 track top end, just.
but what I'm concerned, it's easy to say on a session, like you can only have so many filters, you subscriber.
Yeah.
But like, it's different to be like me relay. I have 1,000 subscribers and I already have 500 different track extension top ends for this track, for this namespace. I'm not going to add 500 in one. I'm sorry. Pick one of the other 500. But like you have no, like if that's sort of to Colin's point. Now the subscriber gets totally unreliable behavior. If they're the first one in, they get what they want. If they're the last one in, it's like tough cookies. You can't do that. You like, and that's not great.
I think applying the track extension or like first doesn't actually change the complexity of it that much. And the reason why that was what I was going to say before actually is like, because you can always say like, well, I'm going to do top end filter, and then for each like profile of how I want to select tracks, like only AV1, not AV1, whatever, I'll just add a like track property or to like rank on or something. You could just like, or sorry, an object property to rank on. You could basically just say like, I have like a bunch of top end filters. So the only way you get really, really scalable top end is basically by saying for some given namespace, like there is exactly one parameter I will ever rank on for the entire namespace. And then there is only one list, and you can just decide how many N you get. That's the
I
only
think
way
in most applications, that will likely be the
that
case.
is likely true. But
On your namespace as an application, you probably are designing it based on the selection criteria that's going to be dominating that namespace.
And for your concern about the expansion here, like if sorry.
I think this order, so like the order makes sense. It's just like the track extension worries me, and the part of sorry, I forced myself.
I mean, like,
Can I express one thing that Victor maybe thinking about that he expressed to me earlier? He is unclear whether or not in real applications, the expressiveness of the track extension is going to be enough for the application? Like,
Well,
would YouTube be able to actually express everything it wants in a track extension?
mean for the top end piece?
Track extension, the first one.
The first part.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Actually, also on YouTube, like video conferencing here is the scariest one because, like, often you would have, like, you could say, okay, I want codecs that are at most VP9, and I want video at most 720p, and then like I have VP9 for 60p, 720p, H.264. What's happening now? And like my point is like trying to express codec and format selection in like a way that is programmatically executable by relays is probably really complex, which is why in MSF currently we just push this logic as a client. So it is not entirely clear to me whether there is a big enough use case for like the top level track extensions filter.
I can answer. I think in the video conferencing use case, there is, right? Clearly, for more exotic combinations of codec width and height and DHCP protection, you're going to go to a catalog and the client's just going to subscribe to what it needs. But in this, and that's where you have a catalog describing the content. In the video conferencing case, you don't, or at least they choose to operate without updating a catalog. So in that case, I think there are some reasonable limits that do apply. It doesn't have to be too fancy.
I mean, the client might just has the information you'd expect to be in a catalog is probably available to the client one way or another in a video conferencing case. And I mean, I think in some of those complex cases, Victor, I mean, obviously SDP got ridiculously complicated. I mean, we don't want that. That's a nightmare. No one wants that, right? So we're not going to try and do that level of complexity in this thing. But I think what we'd do is we'd have some different bins of actually different namespaces that were the resolution and video codec combination. We'd arrange our namespaces in that. And then all we're doing is, well, we want the top N active videos in this namespace, and the namespace corresponds to the resolution and video codec or whatever would be like a pretty common way.
The observation here is that this is not exactly like top extensions. This is a cascaded top N.
Yeah.
Like you do top N's active speakers and then you do top N format.
Okay, I mean, I think like if I want to, I don't know if this goes back to MOU specifically as the author of the PR or to the design team, but like I think we should have some revision of the PR that includes some text about what to do about track extensions. I would like there to be some, at least my personal wish is like some development and thought of like how that operates in actual implementation. Is it implementable in a scalable way?
Let me ask if what Ian described is okay with people, because
And I'm guessing getting mixed
my view, I
there
want what the
too.
group's view is.
Yeah, is that like
This was the logical order that I replied back to you with.
it's logical to me. It just like if the expense was free, I'd take out. It's like on that piece.
We had Suhas who wanted to say something previously.
Yeah, I probably I'll answer to Alan's question.
We can talk about it more. Victor again.
I mean, my observation is that we have only one use case for track extension filters, and we just figured out that the answer is we want top N by object, but then top N by track property, like for that specific use case. So I'm not sure this wasn't the whiteboard. This is like a good step forward, mostly because like the raw track extension filter is not clear to me.
But do you not think there's actually a use case for doing, say, just this? Like, I want to subscribe namespace, but I only want the tracks that have a property that matches.
That is okay. If it's just this, and the ordering does not matter.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, do you not think that's a useful?
I can see that being useful.
Okay,
but
so we do want to support that. Do we just don't want to say you can't? You could do this or top end, but not both? Because that'd be fine.
I'd be fine with that. But it's a question to people. Like,
how does that help?
I'll explain later.
I just want the top three loudest people who's sending me H.264.
And I think the problem with that would be it will break the top three H.264. Later, someone comes and do top three AV1 use case because you don't even have track extension there.
No, there's two different subscribe. You're talking about two different customer A is subscribe namespace. Like I want everything in this namespace that's AV1. Somebody else says I want the top end in this namespace by this metric.
So if you're saying the namespace has a tuple that identifies the codec type?
I'm saying in this case, in this theoretical example, the tracks have track extensions that identify the codec.
But your
Oh,
plan when you remove
how
that.
does the top end person filter by? Yes, it must be done like that. Or they get them all and use forward 0 and unsubscribe later, or I don't know.
You could design your namespace such that it's itself an implicit filter, right?
Yeah.
Put H.264 in your namespace, and now the subscribe namespace, you're only going to get 264 clients.
So related to that, would it make sense to guard against the random client coming along and giving you the 501st slightly different variation? Like, would it make sense to say that the publisher decides what you can filter on at that stage? And baking it into the namespace is one way to do that.
Right. I mean, but then you can't do multi-dimensional filters, right? I can't say I only want this or these codecs and less than greater than this resolution. Which is a bummer.
I mean, isn't the publisher already basically doing that by what extensions it's stuffed in the object filters and the track extensions? But it is limiting what you can filter on by what it chose to put in those two.
Yes, but I don't know. You're saying like filterable. I mean, you can imagine. I'm not saying a hypothetical spelling is like you could have these track extensions and these are filterable. Like,
well, but consider a client that comes in and says extension 371 is not equal to this long random string. You know, just trying to make you do some check for something that will never be there.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Mike. I agree. I don't know where to take it, but it's an interesting idea.
Okay. Do we have enough? Do you like Mo? Do you have enough to go back and refine based on this discussion?
Like I said before, if people are okay with this order and don't see a showstopper issue with having those 3 things in that order. I mean, I heard Victor have some objection, but I don't know if it's a showstopper.
I mean, I would want to preserve the top end property if we can preserve it. Because I do think this is like a difference between a feature that scales to 100 and features that scales to 1,000.
Are you wanting to see mutual exclusion between the track extension filter and the top end filter?
That would be the simplest. Yeah. That would be the easiest. Yeah.
Just explain to me what that means.
One or the other.
One or the other. Okay.
So you not have track extension, but you'll have top end, and the namespace will be your
top end only on object extension.
And you want everybody to you want a relay objects, right? You want a relay to be able to reply back saying, I'm rejecting your filters.
I think you could still top in on track extension and that would be fine.
Yeah, you can top in on track extension.
You just can't sub-select on track extension and then top in on something else.
You can under the
you could.
And Victor doesn't like it.
I don't like it either.
Add a parameter
And larger than the number of your
exclusion
tracks.
across these two. That's
do you think we're going to advance the ball any further by we've been discussing for like 10 or 20, 15 or 20 minutes on this topic. Like, do you want to go back and write something and then we can argue about specific text and or is there an additional?
Let me talk to Victor. I don't hear any objection from anybody in the room about anything in this ordering or the general concepts.
I've objected like 3 times. I think there's performance with I like the idea, but I think there's performance problems. So make sure that you address them.
Yeah, but yeah, I think we'll spell out the performance in the PR, not in the text, but in PR comments. We'll say that
okay,
it's this for a miss, it's this for a hit, and are people willing to accept it? And I'll work offline with Victor to understand how we can work out the mutual exclusion.
But I would be if it was mutual exclusion, then I'm fine. That's okay. But if you want to put all 3 in one go, then I have concerns.
I would like to see Ian's like exploration of the DOS vector space.
You want me to write that down?
Or to do that myself before I decide anything. But if you've already started that,
I did, but it's not I started writing things and then I
think I want to comment on the DOS vector space because I thought about this a lot. I mean, I think that one of the DOS vector things we're going to have to keep track of is how much traffic a client is causing a relay to need to fetch. And we're going to have to be able to limit or uptrend that. And once you have that as DOS mitigation faction, I think all of this stuff just falls under it as no big deal. Because you're going to be billed for
not the data after the filter. You're going to be billed for the data before the filter.
It's not all data plane issues though.
But I agree, but that is a big one.
Part of yeah.
No, I agree. This is part of the analysis. That's a pretty painful one though. Like the unicorn subscription is very much the like, I basically get to make someone go not only retrieve a ton of data, then like go through all the extension headers for it too, and then like discard it all.
And I don't have to do any work.
I have one comment on the DOS one. Like I think we discussed EN as well. Our existing filters have the same problems too, but it is basically contained because we don't have much filtering dimensionality right now. But I think we need to have a general DOS section, either at some part in this next few interims or whatever it is, to have DOS prevention. What do we do for all these things? Filters, in general, ingress, how do you do it and everything? I think that's we definitely need to work on it. And so we have the same problem too, without any of these things.
Yeah. So some of that will land in the docs.
So just to clarify, today, forward equals 0 is by far the worst DOS vector, worse than any filter. Forward equals 0 means you will download everything from this track, regardless of whether you evaluate a filter or not. You'll download everything from this track, but you will give me nothing. And that's the worst DOS vector. That's the
It really works like that.
That's the AMP attack from hell.
But this is like basically the unicorn like subscription all over again. I'm going to ask for exactly one object, and it's either way in the future or way in the past today. And like,
I guess you can cost the same.
And that's actually okay because you could punch it upstream to make it someone else's problem.
I have more slides on your allow multiple subscriptions thing. If that's what you're going to get into.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is somewhat analogous to the object filter thing from like a scalability perspective. I just want to say
it's a different scalability problem. It's like you want to send 2 objects out, you might be bringing 1 million objects in to find them.
Yes,
I understand what you're saying.
Yes, it's similar. It's not the same, but it's got the same shape.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm not arguing that like this proposal doesn't also have additional challenges. But like we have a thing of a similar shape today.
But just to clarify, even that case is not as bad as forward equals 0. Forward equals 0 guarantees you pull in
million in and 0 out.
Every single object is coming in.
Yeah, but no one's doing that.
I mean, maybe
and you can't aggregate it.
Rat hole, but we need.
Okay,
that's true.
Okay, I feel like we got some good signal here.
The other very important thing is I want to know, is the current PR in the right shape? Or I've heard opinions from a few people saying you need to break it up into several PRs. And then I've heard, no, this needs to be, these things have to go together, otherwise they make no sense. And then I've heard back, oh, it's too much work. I can't even digest it unless you break it up. So I want to know, first of all, is it in the right shape and is it in the right scope today, or does it need to be broken up?
Colin, your hand up first.
I mean, I feel pretty strongly like it needs to be the smallest thing it can that solves our problem, which unfortunately does not mean break it up. It means put this stuff all together. Otherwise, we just can't evaluate it. And like,
I feel
if you want to merge half
miss
of it,
interactions.
if you want to merge half of it, I don't support merging half of it because it doesn't solve any real problem. We need all of it to solve a problem. So I don't think
people understand this problem if it's broken up.
So I disagree. So I hear what you're saying, Colin, about it doesn't solve the problem you're trying to solve if you break it up. However, if we broke it just at the object filter level, that solves other problems. There's been a request to have object filters irrespective of top end for 2.5 years that people have identified use cases for. So if people want to get that in and start playing with it and building it, and we think that's in the right shape, I think all of the track selection piece builds very nicely on it, and there is a very clean break. It would reduce the surface area of what people need to review. I have a friend who will help break the PR up for you. So anyway, I would advocate for doing so. I think we'll get, some piece.
I think this is how we end up taking a lot longer to get things done.
I mean, okay. I'm like,
I just like, whatever.
Anyone else have thoughts?
Sure, object filter is more work than if you had all 3 together is less work. I think if you're worried about too much of work, object filter actually adds more work if you think about it.
When you say work, you mean performance, not spec work.
Performance, because you have to look at every object and make a decision. On the other hand, on the use case, if top end goes in, it will be very soon, within few months, there will be a real product using it.
Okay.
This is block. I'm telling. If you really ask, I don't know how maybe Will has a real use case for object filters too, but this will actually get into product if you can get it in.
I have a deal for you. You approve switch. You approve filters. And it's all done.
I've already approved it.
Before beer.
Both together today.
Okay. Victor, did you have something?
I think we could. I think the main advantage of the object filter part is that, like, I don't think we change it in any ways. Like, yeah, and I think we have good idea.
Well, there will be a clarification that with object filters, the track extension will happen even for publish. That's the one clarification that we need to add for object filters.
So, okay. I mean, I have a bunch of spelling issues too. I put them on the list. If you want, like we did with Switch, I can open a separate issue for each of those, but I do want to discuss each of those. And I find Suhas's response that says none of these concerns are valid to be a little bit dismissive. And I don't think I would like there to be more discussion on it. Like, I don't know that I want to go through it all here because we're spending a bunch of time on this with other issues to go through.
Sure.
Like, I think we can work through some of them asynchronously. Unless people have other but I have some other things. At least I want to ask the question. And some of it was like
issues. I don't want to be dismissive of them, but I would hope that we could do them after landing.
Well, I just heard we don't land half-baked stuff. So
it's not half-baked.
It's
baked, but you want a different flavor on top, right?
And I also hear I don't want interim implementation churn. So what's the purpose of landing it if spelling's going to change?
I would not land it if it's broken or it doesn't meet a need. But if it's a sideways change that just improves, aesthetics or something, or wire efficiency or something like that, that can be a follow-on PR.
I feel this is incredibly inconsistent with what I've heard from the rest of this week. Like, in terms of people don't want to see implementation churn.
I want to move this forward somehow or figure out I want to write down a bunch of stuff because I can't even reason through what the PR does in a few cases, and whether it's a DDoS-ish sort of doc or deck or something else, and just walk through I set up, this is a use case that we think is real. I'm gonna walk through and what happens and what are in that case the edge casey stuff or the DDoS sort of stuff that we think are scary, and just try to partially just understand are there ways Mike already said maybe there's only certain things you can do track extension filters on. I don't know how helpful that is, but walking through some specific examples for me would be helpful to understand maybe there's some ways we can constrain this to make it more palatable, because right now I can't even tell you if it's really that scary or not because I just can't reason about it well enough. That's part of the scary is I don't know, it might be fine, I don't know.
You're blocking it because you don't know how scary it might be.
That's a valid concern.
I don't think so. I think you implement it and then you actually we got multiple implementations who'll roll it out and quickly say if it's a valid concern or not, versus a fear of the unknown.
Did you have something you wanted to contribute?
I just wanted to say, I think as long as we don't touch filtering and track extensions, this is ready. And there are the two important, so whenever I think about this, there are the two use cases I want to hit is active speaker selection, and the other one is I want to be able to join, to subscribe or fetch with subgroup equals 0. Because currently we don't provide you a way to turn off a layer. Yep. So those are the two big things that real.
Victor, you're saying that if you can, the PR does not include the track extensions in the flow.
Yeah, because track extensions is not necessary for the two things I just described. And those are the very big use cases we need to address. So if we just land top N and object filters that are per object, I think we'll make a lot of progress.
Okay. Who has read this PR?
I haven't read the most recent version.
The PR?
Similar caveat.
There's at least 6 commenters or 8 or more. 8 commenters.
I don't
one implementer.
I don't feel like it's fully.
Am I the only person who has any concerns with what's in there?
No, I have concerns.
Okay.
I already told you. I just don't know if I don't know.
Okay.
It's for damn.
This is what I
I've not read it recently.
Okay, and it's been updated this weekend, and it sounds like there's more potentially more updates coming. So my proposal is the people who have concerns get together with the proponents and we figure it out. And a revised PR is needed, and we land it.
We promised Alan we wouldn't make him do a bunch of work, so why don't folks work with?
I'm the one who's raising concern. I mean, you did,
and I have the same concern. So why don't people work with me and we'll just try to write down all the things that we think that could possibly go wrong.
And if you're free after this meeting today, half an hour we can do it. Are you?
Triple book.
Yeah.
Or
we're here tomorrow. I'm here tomorrow.
You're here tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just do tomorrow. I'm here all
Boy's
tomorrow.
not here tomorrow.
I'm here tomorrow until about noon,
Oh.
but we have the ABR thing at 9.
Well, I
Let's schedule in the break.
from 10 to noon.
Does anybody else have any other things they want to say about filters? Right now, until we talk. Okay, I think that's good.
You do, I'm filtering you out.
Okay, fantastic.
Uh,
Okay, I'm going to switch to a different deck. Boop, boop.
Alan didn't say you could use that field.
Which, oh, that's true. Mhm. Okay, I am going to jump ahead actually to the issue that Ian's tried to start talking about, if I can find it.
Wait, oh, I meant to ask one more thing about this. Do we need overlapping subscribe namespaces with this?
I think I might have a separate.
I have a PR for overlapping for multiple subscribes. So the same.
Let's talk about multiple subscribes and I'll come back to overlapping.
Do we need, it's a question. I don't know.
Let's see, I don't know.
Okay.
My brain's dead for today.
Oh geez, you got a lightning hour to get through. Go get some.
All right.
Go get.
Oh, okay. This was motivated. So I think this is useful in general, but it is motivated specifically by the filter stuff, which is, if I have two filters that originally was motivated by if I have two filters that are very sparse, like how do I make sure that that doesn't kind of become a DDoS problem? And right now, if you have two sparse filters, essentially you end up that are orthogonal. Like one is I want, some property equal foo, and one is I want a different property equals bar. Then the only way to get everything today is literally subscribe to everything and then go through every object and look for foo and bar. Because you can't have two subscriptions. So allowing multiple subscriptions at least allows you to say, I just got a subscription for something that looks really sparse and I have no data for it. I'm going to throw it upstream and put the onus on someone upstream and deal with it that way and avoid downloading a ton of stuff and filtering through stuff. So that was the original motivation.
How do you know it's sparse? What makes you think it might be sparse?
I mean, that's a great question, but
okay.
For the data that contributes 90% of the data on your network, you're going to have a large, close interaction with the people who designed it, and you're going to know a lot of statistical data about it.
Yeah, but that's not how people.
Okay, but
make that into their relay or their.
You could also subscribe to it for a few groups, and you're like, nothing is passing this filter. I'm gonna punt it, right? I mean, yeah, I'm putting that outside the scope. But the point is, there's no way. Basically, as soon as you have two subscriptions that are coming to a given relay, the only way to
there's a third way.
What?
Union of the subscription.
But if there's no union,
we don't have union
on two parameters, they're not the same parameter.
All the filters we have today are intersection.
Yeah, no. So again, if you can,
we can change filter to allow.
I guess okay. That's
both
another
of those. Then there's upstream choice.
Or you can make so the other alternative to this would be allow disjoint filters in a single subscription.
Okay, but that
seems more complicated.
It also has these problems, right?
Yeah,
So if you subscribe to the same track twice with different filters, then either those subscriptions need to have some unique component in the data plane. They have different track aliases or request ID,
or you have to run it twice.
And what's that?
Or you have to run them.
Or yeah, and so which means that if some object matches both filters, it will come twice, once with each of those unique things. Or the subscriber and the publisher both have to run the filters. The publisher runs to know what to send. They use the same alias. The subscriber resorts it, runs the filter a second time to know, did it belong to subscription A or subscription B or both? So which seems bad?
Yeah, there is a kind of an inherent contradiction in this PR and how filters work. So we intentionally set limits on how many filters you can do and limits the format because we know that this covers most of use cases. And this is most subscribers can express it in one thing. And now yeah, you can do that, or then you can open a parallel subscription that just walk that around. I think the number one question I have about this is what are the scenarios we're trying to address here, application scenarios, because I'm have trouble coming out with stuff.
I think Colin for a while. Yeah.
I was going to say, it's if we go way back on this, I always thought an important part of the design was on the data plane. if you received the same, if multiple things needed the same object, and you got the object, that we only need to send the object once. And if you got the object, you stuffed it in the cache, and other things could pull it out of the cache or get what needed it. And I know that there's a real trade-off between these two things, but I think that when we're talking about data plane, wire efficiency, and transporting things multiple times, I think we should be on the data plane sends objects, and you figure out why you got those objects and where to route them next is the right design on
You're on team filter twice. Subscriber and publisher both filter.
You send it once and then
well, look, I'm perfectly fine in some cases. You're just going to subscribe for the whole track and not send the thing upstream. But even if you write that in the spec as the default behavior, people are going to send things upstream for efficiency reasons, because the vast majority of times they're not going to need all the bandwidth or all the cases, right? But what I am a fan of, I'm definitely, so I'm a fan of, the relay has a fair amount of flexibility in how it decides to merge all of its subscriptions and what subscription it decides to send upstream. But if it decides to send multiple filters upstream, which is very likely, a single client may very well say, I want the base layer and the next layer up, but not the third layer, right? This is going to happen all over the place. I don't think you should receive objects twice. I think if you get the object once on the data plane, that's good enough. And that I understand that has some pain, but I think that that's the right design.
So the queue is me, Ian, Gwendol, no. So I'm thinking about this in the context of the Badai proposal from earlier, where you have streams representing each of these things. Would it make sense to say that on your subscription stream, you're going to get something that says you're getting object with this identifier, and you get that twice, and then you get a stream that has I am object so-and-so. And it's on the receiver to link those up and realize, oh, I got this reference twice.
Tried to avoid putting data plane stuff in the control plane, like any information about, with the one exception of published done. It's kind of, anyway, but for the most part, we try to avoid that. And I'm not, anyway, I think I need to think through it more.
It's a reasonable question, but yeah, we have tried to avoid it. I think but I think it will also happen. Like, I think at some point we'll probably want to objects dropped for delivery timeout. I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier and said it was optional, but I can imagine an extension wanting, at the very least, wanting.
I mean, I could also imagine a hop, the relay inserting an object extension in the object, which is designed to only travel one hop, which says this object passed the filters for these request IDs. And then, yeah, the object only got sent once. The subscriber does not have to rerun the filter. It just knows oh, that's not for me. That only passed the filter for request ID 1 and I'm request ID 2.
I want,
that meets my goal of only sending it once.
yeah, I mean, I think there's a few ways to fix it. I don't have a super strong opinion on how to fix it, although I am sympathetic to Colin's statement that it'd be really nice to send things only once. I want to address Victor's question of use cases. So I think there's the filter use case that I think is still valid, even if it's not an actively harmful filter. There certainly could be filters that are pretty sparse going upstream that you might validly want to say I want this or this, both today as well as with the filter proposal. And then there's also the if I have a base layer and an enhancement layer and I want to switch up or down, I would like to have 2 subscriptions outstanding at one time, because I want to stop. If I'm switching down, I want to stop getting the top layer at a group boundary at the next group. And then, but in order to make sure I don't miss the beginning of the next group, I need to start my subscription for the start of the next group before I hit the end of the current one, I think, to be optimal. And so you want 2 subscriptions to the same track. They don't actually overlap in this case. So there's no overlapping problem. And I think in my current text, I actually say you should try to make sure they don't overlap, because then you might have to run the filters twice. And that would be sad. I don't know, there's some text, but anyway, so that's the use case that I think is if we're going to have filters on subgroups, seems like a thing people would want to do. Anyway, Victor.
There's Q.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No. I have no was next.
No, I'm sorry, I forgot. It's too long.
And then you.
So this contains or includes the notion of, for instance, you can give it future start location.
again a filter, right? So like
Sure, I mean, if we have server-side API,
1,000 groups,
let it do the right thing, but
it will be like forward one. So I mean, it's like a bit complicated, I mean, to implement it. So it's like, yeah, it will be hard to implement like a lot of use cases, I don't know, possibilities.
Better than Alan. Unserious responses sounds like you just described the switch from a track to itself.
what? Track to, oh, yes, that's, oh.
I think you did.
Oh, okay.
The more serious responses,
That's weird. Okay.
this is not unreasonable. What I'm saying I'm concerned is that like if we allow it, we would not be able to disallow it later. And this like sounds like a
Disallow what?
if we disallow it after we allow it. So one thing I would kind of want is like maybe have a set of parameters. It's like max number of
Concurrent subscriptions to the same track.
yeah, which is one by default. Because one thing about this use case is that like it is much more questionable from client to open to subscriptions to really than really to the same publisher. Because you just described the good case for second one, but for the first one, it's like a bit shaky. And
Okay. I like the simplicity of you just get one. But if that like, but I think you guys might have more experience in terms of what might really be needed on the upstream link in particular. I don't think I can speak authoritatively. If everyone's like, we gotta have more than one subscription to the same track at the same time, and I think it's probably an NP hard problem to decide if they're disjoint or not, based on the filters. Like, I mean, based on a range filter, it's easy. Based on the object filters, how are you on Earth going to know that like they're disjoint or not? Like, I want all the red objects and all the square objects.
On parameters, it's yeah.
I mean, just to give you a really good example, the simple example is like a single client, nothing to do with upstream, just going to a relay. And like we're doing scalable video codecs where there's 3 resolutions and you want the bottom 2 resolutions, but not the third resolution, right? You're going to want to filter.
Why would you not just do that with one filter in your subscription? It's like I'm subscribed to that track and I want subgroups 1 and 2. Like, doesn't that solve that use case?
Yeah.
What I don't want is
Oh,
to
you just
open
saying-
a second subscription to
I
the
want
same track and
subgroups
say,
less than 2 is what-
on this subscription, I want the ones that are 1 and 2, but over here, I want everything that's red.
I was thinking that I was going to say that you need 2, so I think I'm wrong here, but I was thinking that you need to say, I want subgroup 1 and I want subgroup 2.
No, you can have
You're going to say you want subgroups less than 2. So as long as your subgroups are numerically ordered in a rational order, you
have
can
disjoint ranges within a particular field that are unions together, but you can't union 2 different extensions together.
Yeah.
Those are only intersection.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that case works.
I don't know. How badly do we need this? We have to have it, or can we just say like max number is 1 for view 1 and then
Can we say 1 now and then bring the use case? No.
I don't know.
I mean, I think having a variable, like a number, allowing it to be greater than 1, especially for relays, would be very helpful. I agree with you. The original subscriber, like the use cases are pretty.
Okay, then
Probably
if I'm forced to do this, then I think I want to also add the publisher. If there's more than 1 subscription, then for every object, it has to add a hop by hop extension to every object that says this, or at least every subgroup. Like this matched the filters for both of these, or all the.
Wait, hold on. Okay, yep. No.
So from what I understood, the whole motivation of this was how a relay would aggregate 2 conflicting subscriptions. That's the whole point, right? So individual clients, I don't think was ever argued as a need to ever do this. So I think the MOQ current baseline of clients never can subscribe to 2 is still okay. Whether or not a relay can do that upstream is technically out of scope of MOQ, right? Unless it's the
relay to original
leaf that's talking to the original publisher, in which case it doesn't need to do that either, right? So it's really internal relay to relay upstream aggregation, which is out of scope for MOQ. So I don't even know if we really need to say anything about it in the text.
I think the relay to original publisher case is still in scope.
It is, but this would not be that case.
Are you saying that you would not allow a relay to the relay to original publisher has to be all, or ones can only have 1 set of filters, only 1 subscription?
That seems kind of restrictive. I don't know.
Relay can just open another connection.
I mean, that's the other thing is like
not to a client. The client has to connect.
I was going to a relay.
Yeah, I mean, the solution around these problems is like, I can just open as many sessions as I want, and then like each session has, does not have this restriction, but like, that seems kind of bad.
And then you are.
That's incentivizing very bad behavior.
I mean, by the same argument, you can just say that flow control is useless.
No, but
my fear with this is that it's mainly solving the problem of how to aggregate things intelligently. And we've shied away from that before because there's a lot of things you can do, to aggregate things intelligently or wrongly. And we don't specify any of those in the spec today. So I'm worried that if we start specifying how to aggregate things, how to intelligently aggregate two requests coming in to an upstream outgoing request, that opens up a can of worms about, well, why did you say how to do it here? But these other 99 cases, you don't say anything about how to do the aggregation. If I got a forward, 0 and a forward 1, okay, clearly I should pull it all in, right? But if I got a forward equals 0 with a type filter and a forward equals 0 with another type filter, do I do open upstream or not? So it's not clear to me that we would know the right set of things to specify aggregation rules for versus not just remain silent about.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because when I wrote the switch PR, I said that if there is already existing subscription for this track, if it matches the parameters, then it should be aggregated. But if not, another connection should be done upstream. In fact, in the MOQ 16, it says the relay may aggregate authorized subscription for a given track, but the may indicate that it should
Upstream, you can aggregate, but the only way to aggregate if there's disjoint filters is to remove the filters. That's the problem that people are trying to solve. So there's not, the only problem now is a performance problem. Do people agree with that?
Slash DDoS slash.
Okay, performance
problem. It's a traffic problem.
Okay.
I also wonder if we're really deep in the area that's in scope for this working group.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. What do people want? Like I can tweak your PR to make me happy.
Why don't we park it until we write up more for the filter stuff and like try to figure out what the worst cases are, and then I don't know. Is that fine or no?
Fine. We can park it
or not?
I'm happy to park it.
Okay.
Park is better than landing something I don't like.
Sure, I'm happy to park it. No, I mean, this might be cool in other cases. Like I can imagine these cases, but like the main thing I want it for is like the filtered stuff where like I'm like, okay, I think I can make some of the cases I'm most concerned about more tractable with this. That's the thing I want it for. So like,
okay.
But if I walk through a bunch of those cases and it turns out I'm wrong about my analysis, then
besides Ian, so Ian and Victor, you're both real in on this, yeah? Wanting multiple subscriptions to the same track so that you can have different filters.
So far been leaning the opposite.
Okay, so Ian's in. Who else is like
I'm
hard
trying
in?
to make filters like less scary. Let me put it couch it as that. Like
I think so. The only thing where I can think of this is like it's the practical level is like as subgroups. Like, okay, imagine you have 3 spatial layers and it's like 0, 1, and 2, and you have one subscriber at 0 and the second at 1. Then you kind of do want to aggregate them at 1, 0 to 1, but not 0 to 2. If it's arbitrary filters, like the thing I would not want is like having a subscription to 0 and then subscription to 0, 1, because that does not feel like a good solution to the problem we just posed.
Okay, I want to, since people, I'm not sure people are super passionate, and I'm gonna
Yeah, so look, I think I'm coming around to the point of view of that the case where this really matters is subgroup filtering, and subgroup filtering is trivially aggregatable upstream.
That is true.
So maybe we should cover that case, punt the rest for a while or something. I don't know what.
You can handle it now because like there is no tax that prevents you from aggregating.
I'm sold. I'm just gonna start rolling through my PRs and see how many we can burn through.
Cool.
I don't know which ones are controversial and which ones are not. Okay.
So sorry. So the conclusion is it to park it or what is it really?
Sounded like park it, and potentially the answer is only since subgroups is the case we care about, and they're already handled, maybe the answer is do nothing?
Park it, look at the DDoS, whatever issues with filters, figure out if this actually is necessary, close it if it's not.
When filters are ready, we'll figure out whether we need
That's
this.
fine. We unparked a bunch of things. I don't mind parking if you coming back to them. They're a little bit more baked. Okay. There's this PR that is open. It does address an issue, but I don't remember which one. Currently our third tiebreaker in priority is the subgroup ID. And I think if I recall correctly, nobody liked it anyway. It says if there are two objects in response to the same request have the same subscriber and publisher priority, and they belong to the same group of the same track. What's currently there says the one with the lowest subgroup ID, if it's in subgroups, or the lowest object ID, if it's datagrams, schedule will be sent first. And if it's a mix, then YOLO, who knows? What the PR says is you always make this determination based on object ID. But if it's a subgroup, you look at what was the first object ID in that subgroup, and that's what's used for comparison, which is basically the same in terms of the ordering stability. It's the same as what we currently have, right? The order of a given subgroup, the priority of a given subgroup does not change. So this change makes it easier to compare subgroups and datagrams because you're just comparing object IDs. It matches the existing behavior. The subgroup comparison is stable. And also we're talking about the third tiebreaker in priorities. Not sure how relevant it's actually going to be.
Alan, I'm lost on the difference here.
Okay, right now, if you have, then maybe we should just move on. Does anybody have any feelings about this?
Mike first, then Victor.
Yeah. Has anybody implemented their priority scheme all the way down to this level of tie breaking?
I have an implementation of it, and I am questioning whether it is actually going to be worth the structural overhead to maintain it versus what is currently landed in my branch is like a mapping to something else.
Okay. We implement everything like by smashing everything into one byte string.
Which is not what we have.
It generally works, but my observation is like there is a small issue. It's the lowest object ID in the subgroup. It's not well defined if you join and if you subscribe in the middle of
I realize that as I read
and
this
you
now.
have like really weird priority inversions.
Yeah, and that may be a reason not to do this.
I mean, yeah, we do implement it as my understanding. I'm pretty sure we implement, like at this level, but I mean, you want subgroups to go, the main use cases for subgroups are to go ahead of otherwise.
Clear, these are two subgroups where the publisher gave them the same priority to begin with.
Sure.
If the publisher cared, it would have set a different priority.
But no, not necessarily, because there's a very limited number of priorities that get used for a lot of other things. So I think that this was it's very unlikely that you just want to get them randomly between those two things. I think we consciously decided we wanted to get one subgroup ahead of the other subgroup in this case. And that's why we put this priority this way. So like, look, if this was greatly complicating the implementations or something, I'd see, but I don't see how this changes really the implementation at all.
So the case you're talking about where the publisher didn't have, there were more than 256 different things to order. And so it didn't want to use priority to order them. So it gave a bunch of things the same priority. I have a feeling those things are datagrams, which means they don't fall into this prioritization bucket anyway, or it's a stream per object, in which case the lowest object ID in that stream is.
This would be like you just do your scalable video codecs in the
subgroups do you have in the group?
Let's say 5 or whatever.
And you didn't want to number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, give them priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
No, because I had like a whole bunch of different subscribers that needed different priorities of what happens with.
Oh, you're saying the priorities are cross-track. Okay, now I understand.
Run out of these priorities really fast.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm not getting what the problem is that's driving this.
I remember the problem with the slide a week ago.
I can't imagine a case where you'd rather have fractions of a subgroup.
Part of the issue was being able to compare subgroups and datagrams. And then the other one was attempting to remove one of the fields that we use in our prioritization algorithm. Because I think someone was complaining about the total number of bits you need to run our.
That's where originally.
And so I was just like, I was trying to like, if you now you don't need the subgroup ID anymore.
It's the same number of bits because it's 64 of subgroup ID.
I think I can clarify the rationale because you cannot compare these two things logically, but it says to. So that's the problem with.
Well, it says if they're different, it's different. It just says the next sentence. It says if they're different forwarding preferences,
That was the other thing, yeah.
the order is YOLO.
The order
That's what I mean. You cannot compare these two things. So this is attempting to make a rational comparison of those two things. The one problem I have with it is that, like Colin said, if the publisher did not have different priorities on them for some reason, because he had, 50 other priorities that he was dishing out to all the different tracks, the default thing for temporal scalability would not be this. The default thing for temporal scalability is the subgroup ID is the right order. And
So
actually,
we have people use, okay, I'll move on. I will close this PR if people like it how it is. I think
There might be a point that that our current text has a serious problem with it, or that we have too many bits, but we should just get to the basis of
that is what somebody else make a PR that solves those issues and I'll close this one. Like, I don't know what else to say.
Maybe people should take a closer look, because I haven't reviewed it in a while, but when I reviewed it, I was like, oh, this definitely solves a real problem. And maybe what I thought was the real problem was the indeterminism between datagrams and subgroups, but I'm not sure.
Go take a look at the PR and or related issue.
I think if we're already in the space where they didn't bother, the publisher could not or didn't bother to change the priorities, then, I don't see any to change it. Like it's already kind of a, gray area, ugly case. The old way or the new way are both wrong. Right? They both have problems.
It's also I don't know, it's a third tiebreaker. I'd be shocked that we're actually doing it. Okay. I think I have some signal there. Thank you. This one attempts, so what people have called the lingering subscribe case. This PR adds a timeout parameter to subscribe, which is it in the PR it covers two different things, and I think we'll talk about whether that's the right call or not. So it's how long the relay should wait for a publisher to materialize. That's if there isn't one. So I send a subscribe and I say I'll wait 5 seconds. If there's no publisher there, you won't get any response from the relay until a publisher matching shows up and you get a subscribe okay, or your 5 seconds expires. You'll get a timeout error. So the other case it's for is how long you might wait if your publisher disappears. So you're connected, you have a happy subscription. All of a sudden the publisher goes away. How long do you keep the downstream subscription unaware of that fact while you wait for that guy to reconnect? This case can result in what I call unsignaled gaps, even if you have a high fidelity track where you said delivery time at 0, I want everything. But I also had this rendezvous timeout. But the publisher was publishing me and it gave me group 1, group 2, group 3. Then it disconnected. The relay didn't tell me. Then it reconnected and it's in group 6, group 7, group 8. I, as a subscriber, will never be able to tell that's what happened. I will just see it with these gaps. So I don't know. The answers are, well, if you really have a high fidelity track, don't use rendezvous timeout, or be prepared to handle it. Like if you might know that such a track has reliable groups or something, you can fetch them if you need them. So that's one thing. Let me just say the last thing on the slide and people can go for free for all, which is I'm totally open to the idea that these two things should really be two different timeouts, because there are some cases potentially where you want that reconnect timeout to be shorter or 0. And maybe there's times where you want the reconnect timeout to be much longer. So anyway, all right, now.
Bill first.
Yeah, so +1 is separate timeouts. They're subtly different and they're just timeout values. But it would also, instead of not informing downstream subscribers, you could send a notification to say the upstream connection is pending, by the way. So it's like so it's not silent, right? There's a difference between I'm connected to the publisher and they're sending nothing, versus, hey, I know you've lost connection to the publisher and that's why I'm getting.
So you only want that in the reconnect case, but not in the rendezvous case? If the rendezvous case might be I got your subscription and I parsed it and it's fine, but there's nobody here for you. Please hold. I didn't want to change our whole state machine for requests, and that seems like I tried to make this simple.
Yeah.
So
I think the reconnect case is the one I was thinking of.
Reconnect that's already after a subscribe. Okay, so
yeah,
that might be fine. Okay.
I agree. I want to keep them separate. I'm not sure the timeouts are the same. I'm not even sure. Also, that creates an edge case we don't have right now. I would rather not. I would rather do the dumb thing and not have it try to reconnect for me, and just have it straight up fail, and then me having to resubscribe. Because to
be clear, if I split them, I'm going to create a second PR that adds the second thing, that adds the reconnect timeout.
Okay, well, can you create an issue for that? Because I don't even know. I haven't even thought about this enough to it seems thorny.
Okay,
I don't think this is a trivial issue to the sitting there and waiting for something, it seems like a trivial issue to solve, and this PR does it. Like, I'm fine with that. The other thing seems not trivial, and I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that your comment?
That's my comment. Okay.
Suhas.
I think the rendezvous timer should be on its own because it's waiting when there's no upstream publisher when subscribe comes in. And that's at the very beginning of the subscription state being formed. I think having that as separate parameter is good. Today, what happens if the subscription is active and then the publisher disconnects? At least what we do is that when the quick times out, whatever the quick stack timer says, it will be like 15 seconds or 10 seconds, does not matter. Reconnect publish done to all the subscribers.
You don't wait for reconnect. I thought you
Wait
did.
for reconnect until some point, and then if nothing happens, the quick connection basically gives up. And onto the downstream subscriber will say publish done.
I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. What I thought you said was when the quick, like, if the way the timeout happened with the upstream publisher was that the upstream publisher fell off a cliff and their cell phone destroyed, like no packets are flowing, like obviously no objects are happening. When that times out, you immediately publish done. That's not a reconnect timeout. Or you're saying if somebody happens to connect during that, okay, before, but you're saying if they close their connection, if I just like gracefully closed it and there's no other publisher there, do you wait?
So like let's say I'm publisher, I'm moving through a tunnel.
Forget the tunnel case. Say you're a publisher and the only publisher closes the connection. And then what?
We still have some small timer there.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's not a reconnect, right? Reconnect is like,
well, call it whatever you will. It's not even separate. Here it's called rendezvous. Like,
okay.
All right. Mike?
Yeah, I'm in favor of getting more clarity about this lingering subscribe behavior. And like, I think that something like this is necessary to do that. Because there's going to be a timeout that you want to express. I'm also in favor of splitting it up. I don't think we should conflate the.
Okay. No, everyone wants to split up. It's fine. I will. Let me ask, how many people want a reconnect timeout at all? Or you wanted, okay.
We have to handle.
Yes. Okay. Then I'll write that PR.
I want an issue about a reconnect timeout. I don't want.
You're in Poland.
I think they were voting for me.
No, but they were already in queue.
Oh, you're still in queue? You have more to say?
They may just be saying that's what I wanted.
Yeah, that was a vote.
Makes a lot of sense. It's really simple. With reconnect timeout, one thing I just don't really understand. Is this the publisher that specifies that?
No, the subscriber says, I'm willing to wait. I guess we could make it a publisher thing.
Well, I don't understand what it means like for a subscriber to specify because the publisher the relay of the publisher is the one who's observing the reconnect, right?
Oh, that's a good point, because the subscriber and the publisher could be on relays that are far away from each other, connected by magic. Okay, I since I haven't thought that hard about reconnect, I'm going to separate rendezvous. Sounds like people are good with it, and then we can talk about reconnects.
I love them both, but see, I was going to say the same thing Victor just said, but I was also going to say that this tunnel case, the time to detect that you've lost the connection is probably far greater than the actual value of the timeout, which might throw the whole thing
Which is
into
the whole good
question.
reason to have a timeout, potentially.
So you just need to think about
Oh,
that,
I see what
but-
you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should have a timer for it. I think it's great to have. I just think that in practice, unless you've tuned your quick stack to be pretty aggressive about some certain timeouts, you might take a while to detect that.
Yeah, fair. Oh, this one's kind of thorny.
What's the conclusion on the last one?
I'm going to split this PR and potentially create an issue so that Ian can complain about how much they don't like the reconnect timeout concept.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Split into rendezvous versus reconnect.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There's two different issues that I think are at this point mostly trying to say the same thing. And the proposal, okay, so let me see if I can explain. If you're doing a one RTT, I need to rethink it. It's been a while. So like in the the client, so your first round trip was establishing your TLS handshake. You're good. Now you send client setup. Server can send, because that's a client initiated BiDi stream. Then the server in 1.5 RTT can send its server setup, including a max request ID. And then now, so like one full RTT later at 2 RTT, now you can send a subscribe or publish. If you're doing 0 RTT, and this is assuming that it is not security safe to include a subscribe or a publish in 0 RTT because of auth related replay problems, but I could be wrong. I don't know anything about that. But like, it basically says that you like in 0 RTT, you could send your client setup, but you still have to, you'll always have to wait for the server setup in that case, essentially. Okay. So what these proposals are about doing something which HTTP3 does, which is you take your control stream, which is currently bidirectional, and instead you make it a pair of unidirectional streams, which means that either side can talk first. And often it can be the server that talks first. So as soon as the server's side of the TLS handshake is done, it can immediately send its server setup, which includes max request ID, assuming that's still a concept. And then in one RTT, the client can pipeline the client setup and the subscribe or publish together. So do I have a second slide? Yes. Okay. It's used by HV3. This is a widely deployed protocol. It's based on QUIC. It has 0RTT support. Allows either party to speak first. It cuts 1RTT from the first client request for 1RTT handshakes. 0RTT is, so like for people saying it doesn't change 0RTT, that may be true. It's not trivial to deploy 0RTT and get it right. So there's still like value in optimizing 1RTT. This does, I says restricts, but I think maybe just like extensions need to be negotiated in a particular way, which is that instead of it being sort of a request response RPC style, where the client says X and then it waits and the server says Y. It's the way HTTP does this is that everything is sort of unilateral and there's like a predefined algorithm that each side runs once it knows what it sent and what it received to understand like this is the set that we have. So it's not that it doesn't work, it's just different.
But what Ian and I have in the extensions proposal, or what we have in our minds for the extension proposal, I don't know how much is on paper, is what works here for this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not a concern. Or
no,
not for Ian and me.
This sort of forces you to do the right thing from like, yeah.
Is there a PR for this yet or just issue?
Not a PR. I wanted people to tell me if they're like freaking out about it.
I think this is a good idea because in TLS in raw QUIC server speaks first, and in current web transport server also speaks first. And we currently have client speaking first in the control stream, so that's
the other thing we do is make the setup the control stream.
There are some server
initiated by
the client speaks first.
Okay, 0RTT is a good case. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ian, me.
Yeah, I think this is all also helpful. I mean, half RTT happens often enough that it's worth optimizing for. And I believe that maybe some of these things could be sent in 0RTT, but like even if I think they could be, it's going to depend on I don't know. There's some hand waviness, and not everyone's going to be comfortable with that.
And let me put that 0RTT is hard, like
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Take the half RTT when you can get it because 0RTT is hard. Like I have slides for it. There's a video presentation. Like, yeah.
I mean, but you're not proposing eliminating the possibility of 0RTT here for people who are trying to do it. Right?
There's a whole separate issue, which it's either, I think it's part, which is like, figure out how 0RTT works for MOQ. Someone who is smarter than me is going to work on that issue. This is as far as I can get.
I'm happy to write text on this, but it is helpful to do this or not like make a decision on this first. So then that text can be written with this in mind.
Mike, you have something?
Yeah. So my comment more to 0RTT other than just.
Do you want me to go back to the other side?
Do this. 0RTT, like, and this is very analogous to HTTP in a lot of ways. And so from the HTTP perspective, GET is fine, POST is not. You can't change server state. GET is mostly fine.
Well, okay. I was going to actually make a different point.
GET is mostly fine because some servers take action and have state changes on GET. And only the server can tell that. So there's an error code that is, I forget the number on it. I think it's 429.
Too early?
Yeah, too early. And so, like, analogizing that to MOQ, you definitely can't do a publish in 0RTT because that is creating state. Subscribe
triggers a relay action potentially to go subscribe upstream.
Potentially. So I think the determiner there is the relay has to decide, will this cause me to create new state or is this just requesting state I've already got? And then it might handle it or it might not.
I don't want to get, these are all great discussions, but I don't want to get too far in the weeds here because I want to talk about more nuts and bolts issues. But please go put your thoughts on the 0RTT issue.
I have to first regarding 0RTT. It is not entirely clear to me that publish is unsafe.
Bingo.
Because remember, property of MOQ data plane is whenever you publish an object, you have to republish it and they're exactly same. Like MOQ has eternal object uniqueness. So that's how it's different from HTTP. But regarding, their client first is also possible in some cases in web transport.
Okay.
Just not in the browser.
Any more thoughts? I'm hearing a lot of yeses for.
The point about the auth replays, you're concerned there that the token is reused?
Well, just that like if you put a subscribe with an auth token or a publish with an auth token in 0RTT, I can grab that off the wire and I can replay that to
No, you
every
can't.
relay in your network.
No, you can't.
Why
But
not?
anyway,
Why not?
we're selling past the close.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Go. Okay. Does anyone
No,
want
like, I was about to say something about 0RTT, not relevant right now. All we
Okay,
have to do is resolve this issue.
I hear the conclusion is there will be a PR that takes the control stream and makes it 2 unidirectional streams.
Conclusion is go forward. with
That's
the PR.
unless someone
And
wants.
I'll assign 83.
I heard no
I'm happy to.
hesitancy whatsoever. I'm glad that was less contentious than I anticipated.
One never knows.
Oh geez. What do we? I don't want to talk about this.
What is it?
I don't even remember. Okay. There's this. Okay. I'll
What?
Magnus filed this issue a long time ago.
No, I have
If you're an end subscriber, how do you verify if a publish contains like an auth token or like, how do you know? I don't want, we're too cooked to talk about this right now.
Yeah, but this is one of those things that like we have to solve before we ship.
Please go, if you have thoughts about authorization, like when after you're rested, like come back to 799 and like, I did put some thoughts in here.
But I don't want to open up solving all our auth security thing until we close some of these other things. I don't know, I'm welcome to take direction opposing that.
By the way, Magnus has written a very long security.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay.
It's great.
Okay. I'm glad you've seen it.
Yeah.
I think this fits into that and like maybe can be extended to cover it. So it's not like I made a slide for everything that was tagged needs discussion. You're welcome. Go away time. This is from the issue. Go away message should include a time in seconds that indicates how long the client has to go away before just getting shut off. So do we want this or not? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Really? What it would for time to empty the queue? Sorry.
It's like maybe a common thing is like our proxies shut down, they have like a 90-second shutdown time. So when you get your first go away, like we actually know at that point, like if you're not gone in 90 seconds, I'm going to kill everything that you have. So like, I think that could be fine. And you could also put a value in there, which is 0 is like, go away. And like, maybe I know what I'm not telling you, or maybe I don't know. Like,
I think that this is way more important here than even HTTP type things, because the thing is often the clients will wait till the end of a GOP sequence or something before they try and shift. So let's say they have 30 seconds of media they'd like to keep using before they rotate. And if they get a go away at 15 seconds, they know that isn't going to work and they need to do something. If they get a go away at 1 minute, they know that they can fit their that they can ramp their current stuff down smoothly versus abruptly in switching.
I don't know. I'm kind of sold. This is basically free. Anybody? Does anyone want to speak against this?
I was going to speak against it because I couldn't figure out what different we could do, and then Colin answered my question, so that's fine.
I think it's a pretty valid use.
Yeah,
case.
no,
It's just like I'm going to continue.
Without it, in fact, it's very hard for a client to know what to do. It's just got to treat everything as an emergency and be as fast as possible.
Not to push it, it's kind of not really useful in the sense that like either your go away time is too short, in which case like the client will get doomed regardless, or it's fairly generous and you will migrate long before you hit it.
I don't think that's quite true. I mean, being able to finish the current group and then starting on the next one is a reasonable thing because there might be streams that are open.
That is
like,
or
it allows to smooth.
Yeah.
Go away. If you say you have a update maintenance in 10 minutes, the guys will move to the other server in a reasonable time.
Okay. This is basically free and I'm not hearing any opposition.
yeah.
So we're going to do it. Oh geez. Okay. We have text on reordering and objects that go from do not exist to exists. And it's in multiple, there's kind of 2 different places in the draft and they say kind of 2 different things. And so we need to figure it out. And I cannot figure out what text to write.
I feel like it's too late to think about this particular one because it breaks my brain whenever I think about it.
I have no idea.
Okay, we'll talk about this.
I've acted like it's not a problem this long. We can keep it.
Great, you got MOQ scope, Victor.
Well, that sounds fun.
Okay. So recall that so here's a scenario. You have 2 different clients, they have 2 different connection URLs. One is going to foo.com and one is going to bar.com. And we say that the scope of a MOQ track name, like namespace and name, has to be unique. within a scope, and that scope includes the connection URL, which means these guys are both allowed to have tracks called A/B. And those might go to the same relay, and the relay needs to know correctly what foo.com's A.B looks like and bar.com's A.B looks like. Let me just finish go through the whole story here. Now, that edge relay might send those subscriptions to an origin relay, and then it might say like, oh, I don't have that. I need the foo.com one needs to go to foo.com, and the bar.com one needs to go to bar.com. The question is, can you share the connection between the edge relay and the origin relay in any meaningful way? Because they actually, right now, there can only be one authority and path on that MOQ connection. So anyway, that is so like can these subscriptions share a QUIC connection? Can they share a MOQ session? Question, Colin, do you have a clarifying question on the slide? Are you rereading our scope rules?
I think our scope rules are slightly different than you were described them as.
Can you tell me what's wrong with the picture?
Yeah. So the scope is a set of servers identified by their connection URIs, but they don't have to be the same. So foo.com and bar.com could be in the same scope or could be in different scopes.
Let's assume that they're in different scopes for the purposes of this example.
Okay.
Then they
But they are terminated by the same server, but does that violate the rule that it's
we invented namespace? It was on the distribution network, which would be edge relay.
Hold on. Victor wrote MOQ scope, so I want to hear what he thinks.
I think so. The one of the reasons pooling does not work is that subscriber. So even imagine like not even edge relay, but you have like a browser like HTTP stack, which would do like H2 style request connection sharing.
Okay.
Imagine you want something like this for MOQ, do transparently share MOQ sessions. This does not work because the subscriber priority namespace is different.
Because the priorities are not comparable. I'm glad you said that. I have another slide.
Let's go back to that one for just a second here. So like, so we can never put that you can't run two scopes in one MOQ connection. That's clear, right? That's obvious. That's obvious.
In one MOQ session, you cannot have two scopes today. That is correct.
Right.
I think I've said that too. That purple is not MOQ. So why are you talking about MOQ sessions?
Yeah.
It can be MOQ.
Why
It's
isn't
not
it
MOQ. It
It's
can't
not
be MOQ. That's out of scope in MOQ. So why are we talking about sessions on that?
Yeah.
These are the sessions in MOQ. This is not a MOQ session. Whether or not you're using MOQ doesn't matter. That's not a MOQ session.
Okay, well then imagine that Edge Relay is actually a browser. And now it is. So, and Origin Relay is some sort of like.
No, it's not.
Or
Because that purple line would have to be a blue line and a red line. There couldn't be one connection that was both.
Okay, it can't be, I agree there can't be, okay, let me walk through my options and then we can go back. So number one is to answer Victor's question. If you're a browser and you want to do that, or what you just said, you can use web transport pooling. So you have one QUIC connection, but you have two MOQ sessions that use the same QUIC connection. People hate this feature of web transport, but there I just found an actual use for it. So it does not require any changes to MOQ. The MOQ session is not shared, and it creates relative isolation in the connection for flow control and prioritization. So like within MOQ session A that is sharing that QUIC connection, it has its prioritization domain, and MOQ session B has its prioritization domain. And then in theory, your HTTP connection is like understanding how to share those two things together. That's something we could do. I guess the second one goes into the talk that people have like CDN internal connections are sort of out of scope here, but a CDN who wants to use MOQ as their protocol between relay nodes can, well, this is, so first of all, a CDN can tell all of its customers that you're all getting unique track namespaces anyway. So like instead of foo.com A/B, you get foo.com/B, and bar.com gets bar.com/B. And so the namespaces are all unique regardless of the URL. And you can do that by policy. And then if you as a CDN want to merge those things on internal connections, you know that it's safe to do so.
Yeah, this is what I thought.
This is what we.
Okay. So a third option is there could be a message parameter that like overrides the authority or path in each request. So there's one that comes in setup, which is like, this is the this is sort of the default if I didn't tell you, but then you could also override it on a per request basis. Or you can not share connections. You can have an upstream connection for every authority and path, but this is infeasible for CDNs because most tracks are very small numbers of, like, most domains are small. So like most of the upstream connections, there will be many of them. You can't have one-to-one.
I think two and
Okay.
oh, sorry.
So Q,
Mike.
So this is relevant for a few reasons. There's kind of the case of like the hand wavy stuff that happens within the CDN. I think that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. I think that there's a very common case for broadcast media where you have tiered third-party CDNs that need to coordinate, and that's important to figure this out for. Like whether MOQ specifically covers this, like we need to be able to make this work somehow. And we need to be able to make it work in a relatively performant fashion. Because content providers are going to have their own likely...
You say make it work. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the purple.
Being able to share...
Yeah, I'd like A/B to be the same on Cloudflare as it is on Akamai.
That's it. Well, so, but it needs to be scoped as well. So like...
Hold on. Okay, so
we've got a queue.
Yeah, I'm just want to make sure I understand Mike's comment, which is that you want to be able to share at least a connection with tracks from different MOQ scopes potentially.
Potentially. I think that would be probably the most performant way to do it. And if the scenario is like content provider contracts a CDN to act as origin shield, and they provide relay capacity and content is available there. From the perspective of the next CDN down in this like tiering hierarchy, that's an original publisher, right? But there may be multiple scopes in play from kind of the end subscriber perspective that are shared, and somehow that has to get sorted out. So like in our case, when I provision capacity, I give customers like a path to connect with, and it could be a domain that maps to a scope. And so like,
but how do you share things from scope? How do you share two scopes in one connection today, or you don't?
Two scopes in one connection to like end users, we don't do that.
But internally,
internally, the hand wavy part, like
it's internal magic. Okay.
The tricky part is between multiple entities that do need to coordinate this.
Yeah, people do this all the time. I have a client, I have one or like two CDNs, and then I have like another CDN that's like my origin CDN, and then I have the actual origin.
Yep.
Like that's really common.
I think like today we have use cases even in WebEx, not MOQ that way. So calls, the participants of the call can be on Akamai and like Fastly, and they can still get they're in the same meeting. So if I say I'm meeting like webex.com/meeting123/suha/video, it's same no matter where I go. I think that property, I think we agreed that should be kind of retained. On the other part of changing the namespace to make it work within a given CDN network, we need to think about how does this work for the authorization, because when the authorization is kind of sometimes outside the CDN, and in that case, the authorization will be happening to the namespace tuples and the name. And if anything is changed in that, then the authorization might not work. And we need to kind of think about if that's the case, how do we need to make that flow work too?
No.
No? Is that what you said?
No, I never had my hand up.
Oh,
not me. Skip me. Okay, Victor's next.
I think so. I feel like there are many problems here that have slightly different solutions as in many issues. Like for instance, the browser case, which is like, you want to have two browser tabs watching different live streams. And the question is like, can they be pulled? And the answer is, if you go out of your way and like use like a worker or something, so you can arrange that. If you want, Web Transport will pull it for you, but there is like, unless you do explicit coordination, there's nothing that will happen. Now those cases are more interesting because like in MOQ, the arrows can go both ways.
Sure. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But isn't this picture is all one scope anyway?
No.
Well, it's not currently, but it should be.
That's exactly the point I want to speak to when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will's next.
Yeah, so there's my point that I would consider the scope CDN1 plus CDN2 plus CDN3. And foo.com is just how you find the edge relay. Okay, there are different ways to get there. Once you're there, it's your namespace plus name that should consistently give you the same content within the CDN. And in all our examples, the first tuple of our namespace is something like example.com or org.disney, right?
Yeah.
Which there's ways to achieve uniqueness with naming that are widely deployed for HTTP and that work. And that so that when you ask for this asset from Cloudflare or from Akamai, it's going to be the same asset.
You're saying you're going to make
Slide, you had that already.
namespaces globally unique.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you don't care about connection URL.
And
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me jump in here.
Yeah, and
I think that the scope was originally put there so that we could have a clear way where Twitch could have its own scope and it was only their relays, only supported their scope, and it was totally out of anything else. They didn't have to worry about anything else. But I think the most practical way, particularly when we get off, I know how scope works on traditional CDNs, but that's a limitation of how DNS works of what you can do that makes it very difficult for all three of those to have the same scope. But in MOQ, we don't have that issue. We're designing the relays first class in from the start. So I think that the most realistic thing to do for these multi-CDN use cases is I assumed when I went as WebEx to sign up with an account for all of them, they were going to tell me, you can have an account and your first tuple must be webex.com for your authorization token. We're going to
CDN1 and CDN2 have different, one is webex.com and one is com.webex. Aren't you screwed?
unquestionably screwed. But the thing is like I figured with business arrangements, we would all call, that all of them would come to agreement of what I put in that first tuple. And it might be my, business number. It might be, it might be com.webex or whatever, right? But we'd come to some common thing on that allowed us to just basically ignore scope in this sense here, in the sense, and no matter what we joined on any of the Akamai relays, we're good to go. And that it can go across to the Cloudflare ones or whatever else. And the problem with just this routing, you think, oh, maybe I could send this along extra. But where it really falls apart is when you try and figure out how many authorization tokens you'd need for all these different names if you did that differently. So I think once you do authorization, it really pushes me towards, if you're doing multi CDNs, it's easier if you're still going to have many possibly different authorization tokens for different CDNs. They might not even use the same schemes for authorizing, but it'd be easier if they weren't all different scopes.
Okay. Michael?
Sorry. I think the problem with what to directly react to Callan, I think the problem is the register there. Like the current system with having the authority scoping means we can defer the registry to DNS. Everybody registers what they own. It's well understood, and like this, essentially we are discussing how to handle multi-tenancy on like CDNs and how to share scopes for single tenant across multiple CDNs. And I think this has not being able to share has also benefits of like the priority, all the tokens, all the limits we currently built in. Sharing them between multiple tenants may not make sense. Like the number of like secondary effects that two different tenants can share, I think we need to think about many more things than just scope. So I think there are multiple questions. Are we happy with the current scope? If you are saying no, I'm not sure what like the reason is, because even with like the current CDN and DNS system, and as the spec is written, you can share the scope between multiple domains. The scopes, the spec talks about like the minimum. We are guaranteed that if you are under the same scope, you share the namespaces. But we can probably do some kind of aliases between multiple domains, something that probably most of the people knew from HTTP world. And so you can like broaden the scope, but you are guaranteed that you own the domains. So like everything from HTTP apply. And I think having similarity with HTTP is nice because people understand the rules. Yeah, that's everything for me.
Okay, I wasn't proposing that anything that was in there needed to change.
So Cullen, you're like, this is not an issue, closed with no action?
Pretty much.
Okay, but Michael, you opened the issue.
Yeah, I kind of understood from some people, like for example, Will, that we are not happy with the current situation. And I think at least we should improve the wording so that it's clear that it is supposed to work like this, because I think from this discussion, it's clear that people are not on board with like the exact rules. And I think we should probably think about something about rules when the connection can be used. Not from like the between relays, but even when clearly define when the client can reuse the connection.
Do you have an idea of what that PR needs to look like?
I can submit a strawman. Yeah.
Okay. Or if you don't want to, I mean, if you can also put a short straw man in the issue, and I can, and my friend will write a PR for it. But I'm just not sure exactly what it is that you want. Or if you have like, or does anybody else have a clear? I don't know. There's probably, I'm not sure there's still a queue, and we are running out of time.
I can say quickly what one property I want is, which is in a given, right now with my HTTP CDNs, in a given geographic region within like a DNS sort of, unicast zone, it's really difficult for me to have two providers. It's not impossible. It's really difficult. I don't want that limitation. I mean, that was because relays weren't designed for, CDNs weren't designed when HTTP was designed, but we are designing this protocol's CDNs exist. So let's make them work.
What is your response to Michael about essentially that? So like, what I'm hearing from you, Cullen, is that like, we'll just do sort of tuple 0 will have special registration that CDN vendors will all work out on their own somehow so that these things can be shared the same across all CDNs. But I hear Michael saying like, it's probably people already know how the HTTP thing works and it's domain based and it's somebody else's problem. And that's really good. So do you have a solution?
Mike?
Oh, sorry. Or does anyone?
So I don't want to do the tuple 0 thing. I will let you put whatever you want in tuple 0, but I'm not going to provision that and try to coordinate that in some kind of global registry. I think that the way that I see this working is I give you webex.cloudflare, whatever, or /webex, some kind of
right. But the point is it's not my DNS name, it's your DNS name you're going to give me. That's a critical difference. I'm fine with that. That totally works for me. But that's not how HTTP works.
But then what that connects you to Cloudflare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and I'll have webex.akamai as well and webex.cloudflare.
Yeah.
Perfect example. No problem. I'm good to go.
You could also tell me what domain that you own you want to point to Cloudflare.
Right? I want to do that.
That's another option though, that some people do. But whatever that is, that will have an associated configuration that says, here's where upstream is. And so if you haven't enabled something like lingering subscribe, then a subscribe falls through and finds a path of last resort to an upstream publisher, which could be another, your CDN3 here. So I don't think that you need a global registry in order to practically coordinate this. I think that it's.
I agree with what you're saying. I just want to make sure we don't have the.
Yeah, I want to avoid getting into having to figure out a whole new registry for tuple 0 for everything. I would like to just give people the entire scope. So when they have a business relationship, they can have whatever namespaces in there they want.
How many people left in queue?
Ian, Victor, Suhas.
Okay. How about we lock the queue? You guys say everything. And then, because we're already at time.
Lock the door.
And then lock the door. So we have some Europeans who'd like to go to bed someday.
I don't really need to say too much. I think Mike's comment is fine. Do we need editorial text just to clarify, do something sensible? I don't care. We could also say nothing.
No, we should figure out how we want to do this.
What do we need?
We have different ways of doing it, and we all talk about scalability, but
I think what this issue mainly covers are a couple of the subtleties around the performance enhancements that you might want to achieve when you have the CDN1 to CDN3, CDN2 to CDN3 links, and you want to optimize all
back to the
all of your
publisher,
traffic
right?
for all of your customers. that's
So these are the
flowing
purple
through.
lines that you're.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm okay with just opening a new connection. I don't care. I have a lot of connections. What's two more amongst friends?
Who is left?
We're
almost there.
Suhas.
So to answer the tuple zero thing is sharing tuple zero makes, if you want to like reuse connection, use the same connection to the relay for like example.com and cisco.com, and that is usually not a good idea because your priority numbers might not line up. So the probably often the publisher priority
And subscriber priority.
and subscriber
Publisher app, right? Like it's the same app. It's not different app.
Why would
Let's say I have one tab with Cisco and one tab with YouTube, and they both go to this, but the CNAME goes to the same relay URL. Can I pool that connection and rely on the fact that you have different namespaces?
No, you sure as hell can't pool two tabs for two different applications in a browser. That's not cool.
or
All the time.
No,
need to
no, it doesn't.
answer
Security
the
violation if it did that.
actual the question, the two things that are mentioned in the issue title. Session reuse is like if your application works explicitly towards this, it's fine. Otherwise, it's not fine. Scope definition, I think the only issue is that I think the current text says that URL identifies uniquely your scope. That is not true. You can say that like if Cisco like uses free CDNs and they all are peered, you could probably access them by 3 different URLs, but it would be the same scope. So we need to fix that.
Oh, so do we
And
just need the ability
third
to
thing,
have
the purple
scope
line is
aliases?
important, but it's out of scope of our working group so far.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
As long as it's
Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes, these are two CDNs, so you could say this is like quote relay to relay. So I guess we think everything between a subscriber and the original publisher is relay to relay. Okay, I'll buy that.
To your point, would defining it as scopes and scope aliases be sufficient to cover?
Well, they're not aliases, they're just access points to the scope. Like you could have a Google Cloud /corporation and then Cloudflare /corporation, and they would provide you the scope of corporation. But
And a name uniquely identifies a scope, but it may not be the only name that identifies that scope. Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Who else was left?
Suhas is last.
I think I agree with that clarification. Other than that, I don't think so. We need to make any change in the draft because based on the business arrangement, both akamai.webex.com and cloudflare.webex.com thing will work as well as when we set up Webex with say a Cloudflare and Akamai. Might also mean that having the cloud the tuple zero saying that that's where your domain goes will work as well. I think this is totally out of the scope of what MOQ transport should do. Having the clarification is probably all we need.
Okay, this is my ask on this issue. If you made a comment here today, go put a comment in the issue that reflects your position, and then I want somebody to volunteer to write the PR that's not me.
Victor should help with the text of it.
yeah, I think I want the cook for this one.
Okay.
Assign this to me.
Does that sound like a fair resolution to this? I don't necessarily care. And then Michael is like, you're the issue filer, so I guess you get last word as to whether your issue got resolved.
Conclusion is people add comments to the issue.
And Victor will write a PR.
He's already been assigned.
Add clarification of scope.
Okay, so we are at time. I would like to thank you everyone for participating, and thanks Google for hosting. So, and we'll see each other in 13 days at the next virtual interim meeting. So,
But I think Victor and I will be here tomorrow at 9, but we will be doing an ABR discussion, I guess.
And 9.
Do you want to show of hands of who's going to be here?
Good night, Magnus. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you everyone online.
Yeah.
We could probably,
Yeah.
sorry, in
I
9:30
think
we'll
would
do
be
the filtering one.
it would be good if you report on the kind of offline discussions, what you conclude afterwards to the mailing list.
You mean random hallway discussions or the things that are sort of happening tomorrow?
Yes, the things that's happening. If you actually come to somewhere, it would be good to just report what you.
Okay,
if you
that's
made
fair.
progress. Yeah.
I think Ian even offered to set up a Google Meet if anybody really wants to attend ABR session tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'll try to put the meet, I'll put the meet in the.
Bill, are we meeting here tomorrow, 9?
9 o'clock for the ABR.
Okay, so I was.
All right.
There's no meeting now, right?
No, we're fine.
I'm happy to talk now for another hour.
So,
Well, you need Google people to volunteer to.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. We're closing up.
We'll have.
Bye.